Good morning, the Freedom Games audience, everyone in EC1 and the ones who are watching us on their computer screen. So welcome to the third day of the Freedom Games, and we are started with a very strong subject. Our guest is Tomasz Sekielski, who has reported the offer of documentaries, television reports, prose writer, screenwriter, and director of the documentaries. Tylko nie mówmy komu, Just Don't Tell Anyone, and Playing Hide and Seek of 2020. The meeting will be run by Joanna Łopat, who is a reporter cooperating with Duży Format and Oko Press. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. Good morning. Good morning. I wanted to joke because it's Sunday, but I wanted to joke too. I thought that the first question will be to the audience. Have you been to church? Because today we will be talking about church. Do you agree? Okay, I can talk about church. Sunday is a good day to have such conversations. I have too many phones, I'm sorry. Tomek. Asia, your movie, Don't Tell Anyone, 24 million people watched it. In the 37 million country, it's a huge number. And the Clergy movie last year, how many people watched it? 6 million? Yes, more or less 6 million. Yes. But I wouldn't like to compare my movie with Clergy movie, Claire. You had to go to the cinema, pay for the ticket to watch it. Our film was available free of charge because everybody loves watching free movies. Smarzowski also likes entertaining his audience. You have referred to the subject, the topic which is very difficult. What is the phenomenon of this movie? Why so many people decided to watch it? Mainly because it was for the first time in Poland, victims showed their faces. They were talking very openly about the traumas and confronted with their oppressors. So to many people it was shocking because there were articles, there was information that there's a problem of pedophilia among priests, that it also happens in Poland. Some people were saying, no, it only happens in the West. In Poland, the situation was different. And all of a sudden, the movie, which shows not just a single case, but several cases of several people who were raped in their childhood, who were sexually abused, and nobody supported them in terms of the problems with the church. We also saw faces of their oppressors. We heard their voices, voices of people who didn't understand anything. None of the priests who was confronted with his victims didn't seem to be someone who understood what he had done. There was no apologies, no sorry. What do you want to keep you quiet? You should have come earlier when I was the head of the parish when I could have paid you. So complete misunderstanding of the harm they had done. So all these factors contributed to the situation when the public opinion was shocked that the movie resulted in many repercussions, including political ones. The parliament was debating. So after the movie, the National Committee for Pedophilia was established. There were fears whether the committee would want to deal with church affairs. At least it has some theoretical capabilities, and they are doing what they can, but the church doesn't want to submit documents, doesn't want to give us access to the archives, and Poland, that is Polish state, that is the prosecutors, allows this situation, allows for the church to be privileged in this way. In my movie, called Hide and Seek, we are showing a dreadful situation where a prosecutor gives all the documents to the main church office. I am under impression that your movie just put fire to the bomb that is ticking. So we all knew that something like that had been happening. So what has happened after the premiere of your movie with the public opinion, social reception? It's different when you think that something is true, and it's different when you see something. So the vision, the pictures, and the evidence of the victims led to this situation. We live in the times of the image-based culture, so you can write thousands of shocking articles and only the image starts talking to mass audiences. So this is how it is. I don't want to discuss whether it's good or not, but it has helped me. I use the tool of documentaries, and nowadays it helps me to obtain a greater reach. So you had this hide and seek, and in this movie it starts with some speeches by the politicians. Schetyna is talking to Kaczyński. You don't know where the threats to our children come from. And Kaczyński says it was us who started fighting pedophilia, and I do declare that there won't be suspended jail. Głódź summarizes that he doesn't watch rubbish movies. So tell me, which mechanism of the relation between politics and the church are revealed by your two movies, especially the second one? They confirm what we all know. The church is in partnership with the current government. We can be angry with the attitude of the prosecutors that is trying to sentence the direct oppressors. But the indirect ones are just revealed, and then we know that the prosecutor general goes to for a birthday party to Father Rydzyk, and you can hear Rydzyk when he defends Bishop Janiak, who is the anti-hero of the other movie, where he gave the job in a parish to a pedophile priest, and he says everybody has temptations. He even addresses the audience, who doesn't have temptations? And the prosecutor general is listening to such declarations, and other prosecutors decide it's not worth dealing with such cases. So we know that Minister Ziobro is impacting, influencing prosecutors, and he tells them what to do, at least in the sensitive issues. So the relationship between the church and the state are very harmful in explaining these cases. Publicists, the right or Catholic publicists such as Tomasz Terlikowski, keeps repeating that the prosecutors have to go to the main church offices, they have to start searching through the archives, and the institutions that are responsible for investigating crime should be very severe in the decision towards the church. He's also talking about compensations to the victims, and only determined actions by the state bodies will help us to improve the situation. But we can see that still there is this temptation that such criminals are covered, it's all the time delayed. So the church has been operating for so many years, and the church hierarchy does not realize that we are living in a completely different times than 15 years ago. So these cases will be revealed. They will affect the credibility of church. they will harm the church community, and they will harm priests, the honest ones who are in the church because they have felt a vocation, because spiritually they want to help people. And it's a minority, such priests. When I speak to priests, sometimes they say we are all treated as potential pedophiles. So I always tell them, stop keeping quiet. Start demanding that the situation is clarified. Demand that the bishops really become are kept responsible. So, if the priests do not behave in this way, the Curia will not do anything. I feel that they can do anything they like. In your movie, the lawyer who's in your movie talks about this dependence between prosecutors and the church. Tell us about this regulation by Ziobro. It was a letter that has been sent to all religious associations and churches. It was drafted for the purpose of the Catholic Church, first of all, because the Catholic Church is the biggest church and religious association in Poland. So in his regulation, the National Prosecutor's Office recommends, instructs that the church affairs should be treated very prudentially, very carefully, and it also encourages prosecutors to openness in the collaboration with the church. But unfortunately, this openness meant that the prosecutor's office provided documents to the Curia, and the Curia did not pass the documents to the prosecutor's offices. So the prosecutors who have been involved in the cases, they know that these are the higher risk cases and that their immediate superiors are always following such cases, and then their superiors are also watching the previous superiors. So according to the instruction, such cases have to be submitted to the National Prosecutor's Office to make sure that the office knows that such cases are dealt with. Of course, it's explained that it's about concordate, to maintain good relations, but it's about controlling such cases to know which of them apply to whom. So my thesis is that they do not want to reveal information, and just to help the church hierarchy to remain silent and safe. The premiere of your movie was in December 2020. The Vatican issued an instruction. So the churches are encouraged not to reveal the archives to the civilian prosecutors' offices and courts. Well, Vatican has been behaving strangely, weirdly for many years, but all the representatives of the church hierarchy after the office of John Paul II are obliged to inform the Vatican about such cases. So Polish bishops have not submitted such cases. Most of the cases submitted in the recent years were submitted to Vatican because of the actions taken by the Polish media. So most disciplinary proceedings in Vatican against the Polish priests are mainly against the Polish church. Poland is the leader in this context. So I agree with those who say that when the Vatican makes the decision, there is punishment, there is a penalty for the bishop, and usually he is banned from taking part in the services in their dioceses. So it's not a severe penalties. But if we look at the church history, if we consider how it has been dealt with several years ago, it's a big step forward. So the evil has been named, and it indicates co-responsibility of the church for these crimes. But Głódź, who has been penalized by Vatican, and Vatican admitted that he didn't do anything to prosecute pedophiles in the Gdańsk archdiocese. Głódź was working there. So recently, there was a big party during the opening of an investment, and Głódź was invited. So the government is not embarrassed that they have such friends as Bishop Głódź. So he's invited to public events. But I can see that this is changing. The church activities in the past didn't take place at all. Now something is happening. The Polish church is still not drawing conclusions.
I can understand that the mechanism of hiding is relevant for those in high positions, but when I was watching your movies, I was wondering what the idea behind is for priests who come from small towns or villages, and once they move to another parish, they are like rewarded. You have to remember that the priest, every priest have their stories. Then you have to remember that there is always a supervisor responsible for their history. They also know something about someone else from the curia. It's like a mob. Everybody has some data, information about others. Alcohol, women, children that priests have. There is a special fund used for paying allowance. There are also some financial issues. We recently learned about the money that priests have or how they cheat and collect a lot of money. There are mutual links. The fact that a bishop doesn't make a decision can result from the fact that the priest can have some information about the bishop or person from their surrounding. There is also the principle, once you're loyal, we are also loyal towards you. As long as you're obedient and loyal, we are loyal and obedient towards you. That's false loyalty, which helps avoid precedents. And the entire structure makes sure that whenever there is the enemy at the gate, we defend our people. It increases discipline and obedience among priests. Finally, it's easier to manage a priest that has committed something wrong, because then the priest will be more obedient and the bishop can always remember that. We also have to remember that in Poland the bishop is like a prince. Parishes are autonomous, and we often hear the questions, why does not the primate respond? He doesn't rule bishops, and that's the title which does not entail authority and power in the Polish church. They are only responsible towards Vatican, and they are like feudal rulers determining where priests work and how much they earn. It is all intertwined, and hence susceptible to this loyalty. When I was watching your video, I stopped the frame and I took down the following picture. We wish you, Reverend, many fruits in this new environment. There was also an act based on which those who hide pedophilia should be punished. I called Joanna Schering-Wielgus to confirm data about pedophilia she created several years ago. In the list of people who hide pedophiles, there are 43 high level people from church. It's 1/3 because we've got 130 bishops. It means that 1/3 of them should belong in jail. Or at least the persecutor's office should decide whether they are subject to fines. Everybody needs a sentence to go to prison. But we're coming back to what I'm talking about. Law and justice needs the church more than ever before the election in 2023. Every church will be the propaganda of the current ruling party. Can we imagine a situation in which the general prosecutor announces the campaign zero tolerance for hierarchy in church? Social changes occur, but as for the behavior of politicians, we will judge them by their behavior. I remember Donald Tusk saying that no MP will kneel in front of the priest, and then the Civic Platform was participating in meetings with Dziwisz. Among politicians, I have seen a different approach. I mean, those from the central and left-wing parties. Definitely, it won't be just like at the beginning of 2000 when the church received a lot of land and when the property commission was operating. There are many more issues which can be detected, but I'm sure there won't be a return to such a silent deal that no matter who rules, the church is treated in a special way. Only the right-wing parties treat church this way. Politicians have understood that the hierarchy church is on the side of the law and justice, and we shouldn't hope for the church's neutrality during election. We only have to see what will happen after the election and to what extent the changes will occur. Still, it's strange to me that in a country where a lot of people declare they are believers, but I would like to ask you about the further lot of your anti-heroes. That will be one more question, and then I'll give the floor to the audience. Well, what happened to them? Some of them died naturally and escaped justice. But actually, all bishops behind the scandals we showed, all of them enumerated in our films, got sanctions from Vatican. Vatican confirmed that they were misbehaving in these situations. As far as priests are concerned, nobody was sentenced, but Marek Mielewczyk has been lawfully has received a lawful compensation, which was 500,000 zloty. The church, the curia, and the parish where the crime happened are supposed to publish apologies. His battle took 10 years, but he can feel he won. Ania Zmisiewicz case is ongoing. Bartek and Kuba, who were in the second film, Jakub resigned, but Bartek won in court. The court decided it was a crime, and the curia is co-responsible because it hid the priest, and he's supposed to receive compensation. These are the legal effects. I also wanted to ask about your heroes, your characters. Before we entered this room, we discussed responsibility for characters. How do they feel after revealing what happened in public? It would be best to ask them. I call them from time to time and ask whether they do not regret being parts of these projects and participating in these films that affect their lives. So far, none of them have regretted. But I also know that what happened after the films was not easy. These are real people who showed their faces, revealed their names. They also decided to take part in a film not knowing what consequences it would entail both in their professional and private lives. Many times have I repeated to them that I wouldn't be able to protect them. I didn't have any tools that would make them safe, that would make their families understand. And there are specific examples like Marek Mielewczyk, whose mom doesn't understand why he decided to reveal it in public and fight for compensation. Luckily, she accepted that something like that had happened. She no longer thinks he lies, but she reproaches to him fighting for justice. The case of Anya is similar. Her family doesn't understand her, and they don't understand her going to court to get compensation and fight for herself. These are tough issues that will impact the lives of these people. So I'm really grateful that they decided to take part in my films. That's the moment when our audience, dear brothers and sisters, good morning. I have the question to have you compared the situation in Poland and in other countries in Europe? I'm asking this question because roughly I know the situation in France. From my point of view, it's shocking. Since 1950, people in church committed 216,000 sexual abuses towards people under 18, including laymen. It's 430,000. At a certain point in time, the number of abuse decreased, and now the curve has flattened, and the number has not been reduced. I'm sure you know the film by Grasdieu, Thank God. It was about Cardinal Barbarin from Lyon, and the title of the film is Thank God It's Over and Nobody Will Harm Me. He was hiding a pedophile. The case was reported to Vatican. They did not accept his quitting his position. I don't remember the exact figures, but they were sentences issued by the French court to send these people to prison or for compensation, but only a minor percentage received compensation. We need to remember that France, which is the only layman country in Europe, because you need to know what it means. There are thousands of Catholic churches. The film, Thank God, was recorded with lots of problems, and the victims could not find justice for a very long time because the prosecutors did not accept their applications, and the victims were afraid to report their cases because in the secular country, in France, we've got bourgeoisie, and there is yeah, I started with a question. How do you compare Polish situation with other European countries? We are at the beginning of this path of identifying crimes and misdemeanors in church. It's not true that this is the result of the last 20 years, that previously before 1989 there had not been sexual revolution. Polish priests behaved in a different way, but after 1989, when the rotten West infiltrated Poland and you could watch porn videos or see magazines with naked photos, the priests, under the wave of sexual revolution, got crazy and started to harm children. It had been happening for decades and it had been hidden. We are at the beginning of this road. I think that once we reach the end, the scale of crimes will be terrifying for us, but already now we know thousands of victims, proven cases. I would say that, well, you mentioned France. A special committee was established there, which searched church documents and started preparing statistical data. As long as the Polish National Committee for the cases of pedophilia gets a mandate, statutory mandate, to execute the access to documents, we won't learn the scale. Everything is there. It is not true that all victims will come willing to talk about their trauma, or the silent part of the institutional church decides to speak up and tell the stories. The state needs to act, and as long as the state doesn't act, we are on hold with settling the accounts. Everywhere in the world, there must have been the single stroke that broke the camel's back. In Ireland, for instance, we learned about sexual abuse, murders, mass graves. In the United States, there was a moment when FBI started to capture documents and search the files. Cases for compensations worth millions of dollars were initiated. It shook the church, and the church decided to do something about it. But still, in the USA, there are many cases and many scandals being revealed, also including Polish priests. I would say we are just somewhere at the end of this process, meaning at its tail. Journalists' work is pivotal here, and I'm very glad to see such documentaries as the one by Marcin Gutowski. However, it does not suffice. The state needs to enter and act. And again, I'm coming back to what I said. We live in the times where I wouldn't expect any breakthrough activity of the state. Hello, good morning. I'm Marian. The lady was talking about France. I know about Germany, where I've been living for 40 years. I came here to participate in the Freedom Games. My question is, how can television affect and help introduce the church tax in Poland? Just like in Germany, where we have church tax, everything is more transparent. Many people decide to leave the church. Nowadays, in Germany, you pay 9% from your gross income, and you can imagine how much that is. I used to pay 1%, then 1.5%. Then I said goodbye to this institution because the Pope said we are not allowed to collect condoms because of AIDS in Africa. On the other hand, the church in Germany, our child was born in 1988. We wanted to baptize the child. The priest said it costed 200 marks, but you're not married, so I had to take double the amount. And we went to the bishop straight from the church. We talked to the bishop. He asked whether we knew any similar cases, and the Polish priest came back to Poland. So, hence the question. I hear that several people from my milieu decided to leave the church and received this document. But what about this document? Unless there is no official body where you can go and say you want to part with the church, our hierarchs can still say we're a Catholic nation where there are 90% of Catholics and we want the money. Hence the question, how can television help to introduce the church tax in Poland? I don't know what television can do, whether it can make any broadcasts, but it's hard for me to refer to it. You call it church tax. In my opinion, it's a good idea because it would verify how many people are willing to spend the percentage of their income on church. That would reveal how many people are involved enough to spend some money they earn on the church. I would be far from a state body, state institution registering whether we believe in something and why we believe in it. I would like the state to steer away from it. Churches shouldn't interfere into the state's operation. Right, I'm for church tax, no more subsidies. I am in favor of removing religion from school curriculum. If somebody wants their children to participate in classes of religion, it should be done near churches. The presence of religion teachers at school consumes over 1 billion zlotys. The money could be spent on employing psychologists or dentists. A program was announced of dental care at schools. I hope that once the ruling party changes in Poland, will be brave enough to implement such changes.
We can see the text on the screen. We have to close the meeting, but I have learned that we can extend 15-second question, maybe 20-second question. This is my question. Dorota Guzik from Kraków. I am an activist. I will start again. I represent enough of being silent. This is a civic action which is against clericalization of Poland. We organize street protests. So I wanted to ask you about three things. 10 decades of negligence in Poland, the work of journalists, of validity, importance of journalists. So do you consider... No, okay, 20 seconds have passed. Do you foresee a documentary about John Paul II, who have played, if not fundamental... Okay, I will answer this question. Hopefully next year there will be a movie about John Paul II and his actions in terms of sexual scandals and sexual abuse that took place in church, not only in Poland. During his office, we will see what he was doing, what he was not doing. And I would like to finish the movie on the cooperative loan funds, credit funds. I know that the premiere was to be held last year in autumn. We are just about to complete autumn of 2022, but I do promise that I'm doing my best for you to see this movie about these funds. And once I finish this movie, I will start the movie on John Paul II. My co-activist, he is talking about the John Paul II Republic of Poland. And the last question. Good morning, Marcin Adamuciak. As a citizen, is it possible that we will have an important change in Poland without the change, or maybe we should renegotiate the Concordat? It is possible, but it's all up to determination and beliefs of politicians. I do not see anything wrong in the situation where states renegotiate contracts they have endorsed. The Concordat is not an unlimited duration contract, so it can be renegotiated. This document can be the subject of many of many changes. So, for example, the minimum is that the religion classes shouldn't be held in schools. But to do this, we need to amend the Concordat document. We will see whether there is going to be enough courage to do it. The church has done a lot previously to be identified with one political party. The church will do a lot of ugly things during the next election campaign. So it will do a lot to make sure that the chapter of the church and the state is not just theoretical, but it's also practical. I would like to refer to your question, the lady's question. Church is like a mine with a mine of different issues. I know that people tell you that you should make a movie about Father Rydzyk. Artur Nowak, who was in your movie, they wrote a book with Stanisław Bierski about abuses against nuns. There was an affair about nuns who are abusing their beneficiaries. So there is the topic of orphanages, shelters, which are beyond control of any entities. The role of nuns in the life of church, the way they are treated, well, there is quite a lot of evidence that they are used as slaves, they are sexually abused. And they are also used as servants. They are to clean, they are to serve. So lots of topics. Finance, it's another mine of information. Selling land, churches building skyscrapers, spa, hotels. So what has been happening before, behind the closed door? Do you feel that there is a narrow gap and we can see something, we can enter these institutions? Yes, I can see this gap. I can see that also many representatives of the clergy have become quite fearful. Of course, many of them are honest people who have appropriate moral compass, working compass, but since they are frightened of the consequences, they remain silent. It was easier for me as a journalist to gather secret information or documents from secret services rather than from the church. So the church is sealed. It's very tight if you want to get some insider's knowledge. It's very hard to obtain it. I thought it was going to be easier, but it's another challenge to reach, to find this information and confirm it. Okay, then. So I think that we can close our meeting. Is it optimistic? You have made the God happy. You can go home now.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world
Changing the world
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
Hello, good morning. Welcome back on this stage of radical exchange. For me, it's a pleasure to be here in Łódź and to feel a very vibrant civil society here in Poland. My name is Luc van Middelaar, and I will be talking about European politics. And since this is a path of radical exchange, I want to talk about the most difficult thing for Brussels, which is bottom-up politics. Is it possible to have change from below? And I'm going to make the claim that it is possible, and that change is possible. Now, we have about 25 minutes, because I also should like to have some time at the end to talk with you, to hear your views and questions. And what I want to do is to tell my brief story as a drama in 5 acts. Maybe a tragedy, maybe a comedy, we can see that at the end, but it will be a drama in 5 acts. And I also thought, arriving yesterday here, that this venue was very fitting, this machine hall, because the overall title of my talk could be European Politics from the machine hall to the theater, from a technocratic space to a space of exchange between public and leaders. Now, let's start with Act 1. Act 1, the magic of boredom. And if we want to understand European politics today, we have to keep in mind where it is coming from. So a little bit of history, please bear with you. But the origins of the EU, of course, are right after the Second World War. And it was back then a technocratic project, technical, top-down, absolutely not about radical exchange politics. It was political leaders, France, Germany, taking the initiative. Now, why was it technocratic? That was a political choice, a free and smart political choice. Because in a way, Europe, the whole continent, from Spain to Poland and Russia and further, Europe had suffered from an overdose of politics, an overdose of drama and passion, nationalist wars, etc. So what these post-war leaders designed was a new recipe, and you could call it depoliticization. Take the politics out of politics. Make it boring, technocratic, so that people lose, in a way, interest. It was a way to calm the moods. And what they did, of course, in practical terms, was start building a market, the European market, with a lot of rule-making, for which you take a lot of time. And the action was taking place backstage, as it were, in the wings. There was no public stage. It was a rule-making factory. It was a machine hall in Brussels. And the negotiators in those days, we're talking 1950s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they knew that they could do their work best out of public view, away from the cameras. And there, Europe has its origins away from the public. And the magic was that it did work at that time to create a European Union and to increase prosperity, for instance, and to create more predictability and better relations between member states like France and Germany. Now we get to Act 2. And I would call it the public says no. The public, you, get suspicious and you say no. And that happens when history again takes a turn, 1989, the end of the Cold War, here in Poland, Hungary, the fall of the Berlin Wall. And in those years there is a transformation of Europe. The old market community becomes the European Union of today. It moves eastward. The euro is made. Foreign affairs, defense, citizenship. And all this was happening with the old system, the backstage system. There was not a proper stage. And the public, the voters, smelled it. Get suspicious. Wait a minute, this is no longer a rule-making factory, this is real politics here. And what you then see is a series of referendums with no votes. People, the public, saying no, starting in Denmark in '92. And then in France was also a referendum in those years, 1992, which French President Mitterrand scraped through 50.5% of a yes vote. In France they call this le petit oui, the small yes. And other no votes back in 2005, and that time Poland had already joined. Now, political scientists call this old system where everybody, this magic of boredom, they call permissive consensus, meaning basically the people didn't care so much, citizens didn't care so much, they just let it go. They made jokes about silly rules from the bureaucratic machine, hold the technocratic space, about curves of cucumbers or bananas, about ridiculous administrative red tape, but overall it was okay. And then this second act, when the public starts suspicious, political scientists, very tellingly, they call this constraining dissensus. So they see that the public is not happy, but they reproach the public almost to pull on the brakes, because the public was not supposed to say no. But I think we should see it that the public wanted a say, wanted a visible stage. Now, we're going to Act 3, and there things start speeding up and getting more exciting. Again, it is history, it is events in the world around us driving the plot. From 2008 onward, we have a whole series of crises engulfing the European Union. There is economic and financial crisis after Lehman Brothers, Euro crisis. There is a migration crisis, 2015-16. There is war between Russia and its neighbors, also starting in 2008 with Georgia, Ukraine, 2014, and of course, now there is Brexit, there is Trump, a whole series of dangerous situations, threats. And European politicians, they had to act urgently. They could no longer rely on their rule-making capacities of building this web where political passions could be smothered and where they could take years to negotiate about food security or about VAT or about the price of wheat. No, these were crisis moments of immediate action, of improvisation. That's the key word of Act 3, of improvisation in times of danger. There's one moment which I remember very well. I am an academic, an observer, commentator, but I've also been inside the EU political system as an advisor to one of the EU presidents between 2010 and 2014. And in 2010, Greece was about to go bankrupt. I was working in those days for the chair of the European Council, the man chairing the EU summits, Herman Van Rompuy. And he was frustrated, and because there was nothing the EU could do. But then French President Nicolas Sarkozy said, "We have to act. Herman, il faut agir." Merkel, always the prudent German leader, said, well, there's not so much we can do. But it is true, we have to take responsibility. And there was a moment in May 2010 when leaders had just 3 days and nights to find 500 billion euros. So there was a matter of speed there, of immediate action which had to be taken. And I imagine, I'm just like you, I'm reading about this in the newspapers, but that such hectic weekends and decisions at summits between leaders and ministers and commissioners and parliamentarians have also taken place this year. in 2022, after the 24th of February and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and decisions on sanctions, on deliveries of weapons, on solidarity with refugees from Ukraine. There too, you cannot wait and spend months and years of negotiation. It was a matter of immediate action. And what we see in my analysis, as a result of these 10, 12, 15 years of improvisation, a profound metamorphosis of European politics. This old machine hall, the Brussels rule-making factory, is transforming into a political union also able to engage in events politics, in dealing with danger, with certain threats, to act more speedily, to improvise. And in those situations, there is no treaty, no scientific evidence you can point to, no script, no scenario. Leaders have to convince you, as it were, the public, of what they are doing. And when I say European leaders, I'm not only talking, or maybe not even in the first place, about the people in Brussels, in the Commission, in the Parliament, but I'm also talking about national leaders jointly. Presidents and prime ministers from our 28, 27 member states gathering at these EU summits and jointly taking responsibility for the situation. Now, what about the public? What about you? What about the voters, citizens in those crisis years? Yes, we also noticed that this crisis politics was no longer a matter for indifference or suspicion, but of passion, emotions, because the stakes were so high. It was about billions of euros or painful reforms in the euro crisis. It was decisions about identity, sovereignty, culture, religion even in the migration crisis, about war and peace, like now. And those matters, you can no longer use that old trick of the machine hole of depoliticization. They require political persuasion, and for the public, they also realize that there are real choices made and that you have to be able to influence these events. The public also took to the streets in those years. There were demonstrations against austerity policies, about the rule of law in many capitals of Europe, from Athens to sometimes Madrid, Rome, or Budapest. National leaders in these years also discover that there is such a thing as a European public sphere, that there is, at certain moments, a pan-European theater emerging. For instance, Angela Merkel, she is not then only was a German leader, but she was portrayed in the press in Southern Europe with nasty cartoons. There were also and held responsible by those public opinions as well. There were also cunning leaders using that new emerging European political sphere to find support abroad. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, he positions as a bulwark of European civilization in his fight against migration, not only as Hungarian, but also as nationalist European leader. Also leaders from Greece, like Varoufakis and Tsipras, they staged themselves as an alternative. So this is new, but the public was still mostly reactive to that, sometimes in opposition. And that changes, ladies and gentlemen, in Act 4. Act 4, you see there's a chronology here. Act 4, I would call pandemic solidarity. It is the moment of the COVID crisis, the COVID-19 moment. And there a lot of earlier developments come together. We could talk a long time about everything what happened in those 1-2 years of COVID within the European Union. I wrote a book about it even that has just been translated into Polish, Europejski Pandemonium. But here we just spend 1 minute on it. To say that, of course, this was a bleak moment, a moment of risk and danger for the European Union. But what interested me, that COVID first hit Southern Europe, Italy in particular. February 2020, remember those early days when we didn't really know what was going on? It went from China to Iran, somehow to northern Italy. And Italy asked for help. Italy wanted solidarity from the rest of Europe in terms of face masks and respirators, and later also financial help because of the impact of the crisis after the lockdowns. And then, interestingly, the Italian public, Italian local political leaders and politicians appealed to the rest of Europe directly. They even put an advertisement in a German newspaper to say, you need to help us. We are in this together. What is happening here in Italy should be a matter not just for us, but a matter of common European concern. And also in COVID, public opinions, and no doubt the same happened here in Poland, they started looking what their neighbors were doing. Because everything was so uncertain, no single government knew at the beginning what the best response was to this crisis. Should we wear face masks or not? What about vaccines? So people were watching their neighbors. But within the European Union, we also realized, damn, it matters what happens next door. The vaccine policies, as long as we have free traveling within the European Union, it matters if somewhere they take Chinese or Russian vaccines and we don't want them. And it matters if Germany gives a lot of state aid to its companies, and in Italy and Spain we cannot afford that. Just like today, by the way, with the energy package in Germany, which has been a major topic of discussion at this conference I noticed yesterday. So there is, again, this European public sphere emerging at that moment, a moment that we share. And political leaders also realized it, and in particular Angela Merkel, her again. She realized, ooh, what's the public outcry from Italy and Spain in particular. There is old resentment and frustration from the Euro crisis mounting to the surface, and we have to do something. We have to make a move. And to cut a very long story short, two very far-reaching decisions European leaders took are a response to that public outcry. One, to buy jointly vaccines, to purchase them jointly. Revolutionary decision, knowing that at the start of the crisis, public health was not even supposed to be an EU competence. But also the economic response, very ambitious, with the famous EU Recovery Fund and its also much discussed rule of law conditionality, was a direct response to that public outcry. So here we finally have a kind of bottom-up politics in the pandemic, thanks to a vibrant, at that moment, European public sphere. And it is a big difference with the previous crisis. If I think back, and I told you I was there, to the moment of the Euro crisis, this was really top-down affair. It was economists and central bankers talking to government leaders, to presidents and prime ministers, and saying, you have to take action, otherwise our economies will collapse. And these political leaders, they had to convince very reluctant parliaments in Berlin, in The Hague, in Helsinki, in Madrid, in Athens, to take very difficult measures. Really top-down. But here it was bottom-up. It was the public pushing for action. Now, and what I find interesting is that sometimes people say there cannot be a European public because we do not all speak the same language. We are all in our national public spaces, and of course we can have translation and interpretation and headsets. But I think this argument is nonsense. I think the public is more than people reading the newspaper or voting every 4 or 5 years. the public, the audience, is also us collectively who mutter and grumble and who weep and clap and applaud and hiss and say boo, and who can realize when things are going in the right or in the wrong direction, protesting, waving flags, etc. And this public asks a role on the stage. And that is new. And personally, I'm very much always inspired by reading John Dewey, the American philosopher. And those of you who are into philosophy, I highly recommend his book, The Public and Its Problems. It's 1927, but the first 3 chapters are just fascinating and help us to explain how it is possible that the action can come from the public, from you. Because, of course, Dewey knows very well that most theories about where the state comes from, it's about top-down, it's about founders, strong-willed men. Think about Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, founding a political order. But John Dewey says, well, that may be true in certain days, and certainly also at the early days of the European Union, I would add. But there are moments when the public forms itself as a response to shared events. When people realize, you in the room, and I could sit with you, that things that are happening, it can be a natural disaster, it can be decisions taken in the economic sphere, affect us all, that they are a matter of common concern, that they are in Latin a res publica, a common affair. And then we organize ourselves and send representatives into the field. And then John Dewey says something with the traits of a state comes into being, or a political order, maybe is a more neutral term. So that's Act 4, bottom-up politics. Pandemic solidarity as a result. Very fascinating, unpredicted by all the analysts. Because the public very often knows better than the politicians and the commentators. Now Act 5, and I will conclude briefly, so we do have some time for 2-3 questions. Act 5, today, a family during the war. The Ukraine war moment. Again, a moment of history on the run, a moment of drama, a watershed moment. The outcome, of course, is open. This 5th act is open. There is no curtain. But we have a few experiences here too. We all realize, not only here in Poland, that Ukraine is a neighbor. It's a neighboring country. Also people in the Netherlands, Belgium, France realize Ukraine is part of a European family. And actions have been taken to make that visible, opening the door of the European Union in the future to Ukraine, staging a meeting of the big European family of all European states last week in Prague, 44 European states. But also the European public at large voting for Ukraine at the Eurovision Song Festival. Well, that is also a sign of a public sphere and solidarity, and no doubt the discussion in the autumn and winter ahead will be about also solidarity among ourselves as Europeans in energy and cost of living. So to conclude, the European Union started as a machine hall, technocratic space. But after all these events and crises, ending in this war, we now have more and more often moments, of course not all the time, but moments where we in Europe realize that we share a stage, that we are a community of destiny. And I know many of you here at Liberté are of that same conviction that we can shape that outcome and that we have an impact on political decisions if we organize ourselves as public. And that's why I wanted to share with you that even for something as far away as Brussels politics, those moments exist. And I am convinced that there will be more and more of them. Thank you. Let me change the scene here. So there's space for 3 minutes of questions, if they can be brief. There's Alberto there, if I recognize you well. Alberto Alemano, let me introduce you, a professor of public policy based in Paris and in Spain. Please, Alberto.
Thank you, Luke, for depicting so clearly and in an evocative way, the different phases of European integration, how it has evolved, and how, in particular, under your phase number 4, we could see the emergence of a European public sphere that is somehow driving the political decisions taken in Brussels. And I agree with you, this is new and is a bit of a Pandora's box. We don't know exactly how much more this could lead. Contrary to you, I don't necessarily see all the conditions met to see this public sphere being able alone to drive the next stages of European integration, including the current one, the number 5. And in particular, I refer to some structural limitations of the way in which decisions are taken in Brussels and how they can respond to citizens' input. I'm referring here to the lack of a European political space, meaning the ability of European citizens to read what their European leaders are doing in Brussels as compared to what they do at the national level. Do you see hope for an acceleration of the politicization of European issues that might lead to Europeanization of the political conversation in Brussels so that citizens can really understand where their leaders stand on? Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto Alemano. Yes, I see hope, I see movement. Of course, I see the glass half full. Huh? You can also say it is still half empty. But I think there is movement, for instance, because of the press, the media, who are more and more also in Brussels looking what the others are doing and asking questions also across borders and holding leaders to account. So that, I mean, you're right to make the distinction between the European public sphere, which emerges from time to time, and the political sphere, which needs maybe further consolidation. There are no straightforward answers, there are no magic bullets, but I do think that with events unfolding and the pressure of public scrutiny and democratic accountability will continue to increase and will have, as during the pandemic, may have unexpected consequences that you and I had not foreseen and yet that emerge. Very brief last question.
I want to ask you to move from a speechwriter to the scriptwriter role and how you imagine the act number 6 of this tragedy or drama.
Well, that's not from speechwriter to scriptwriter, but from historian to the crystal ball, right? Well, I think act number 6 will be more and more about how we Europeans deal with the outside world. Not just Russia, which is, of course, very high in our minds today, but also the global great power game between China and the United States. That will have an impact very soon also, not just on our security, but on our industries, on our jobs, about our privacy. And I think in that global context, again, there will be moments where we Europeans realize that we are in this together, on this small continent, that we share something, that we are a community of destiny. And again, I think it will be history, that of act number 6, which will drive home this realization. I'm afraid we have to stop here, because there are other great speakers eager to take the floor. I will be available at 12, still for a little bit, in the coffee area if you want to further discuss informally. But I now hand over to the next speaker. And again, thank you for the questions and for your presence here this morning. Thank you.
There is like one and
Hi everybody, it's great to be here with you this morning. I'm Stav Shafir and I came to talk about the future of democracy as it can happen through our cities. And I'll start with a story. Exactly 10 years ago, something happened in my city, Tel Aviv, that felt like a miracle. I saw my city wake up into the biggest protest movement we had ever known, bringing the entire country to action. It started with just a bunch of tents we placed in a central boulevard of Tel Aviv. We were university students who worked very hard, but still were struggling to pay our rent. And we demanded a change for sane living conditions. Within a month on the street, the protest grew to nearly 1 million Israelis in a country of 9 million people who together protested for social justice. From a protest that was focused on housing prices, it grew to become a protest about our home and what our home, our beloved country, is supposed to be. We demanded to get our country back on track, to get it back from corrupt leaders, a country based on democratic values. For many of us, it was the biggest spark of hope we had ever seen. Finally, citizens all over the country were rising and demanding to take back power. They wanted to get involved. They organized community gatherings and brought in experts and discussed solutions. They organized. The spirit of change is what pushed me to run for politics when I was only 26 years old. I jumped into the elections with no money, no resources, no political experience, but with hundreds of volunteers to back me. Our combined power won me a seat in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. I was the youngest woman to ever get elected, and part of a generation that usually distances itself from politics, feeling it's too corrupt, too disconnected, impossible to really influence. I wanted to prove otherwise, but when I finally entered politics, I realized the situation was much worse than I imagined. On my first day, I sat on the Finance Committee, the place where the most important decisions are made about our state budget. I wanted to find out what our government was actually doing with our money. And there I discovered that the entire budget that the parliament passed annually, democratically, was fake. In my country, we were constantly being told that there was just no money for education services, for healthcare services, but we didn't know that just after the budget was passed, politicians were moving billions in public funds from the approved budget to special interest projects, often ones that benefited them politically and not the public. I discovered all of that almost by chance. Just days after the annual state budget was passed in Parliament, the Finance Committee was called for an urgent secret meeting. It was in the middle of summer recess, so half the members were not even there. We received a big pile of papers that we never saw before, and the chair of the committee asked us to vote immediately. Just imagine yourself getting this pile of papers with a lot of budgetary tables and being asked to vote immediately without reading the numbers before. Would you vote on that? So that's what politicians were doing for decades. I asked the chair of the committee, I told him we didn't see the numbers, can we just have a look at them before we get to the vote? And he looked at me and just waved with his hand and said, it's just a technical thing. Don't worry about it. We vote and we go home. I looked at the papers. There were budgetary tables, with the first one showing a cut of 250 million shekel cut in public education. The second one was about cutting 300 million shekels in public transportation. And it went on and on. Till the last page, there were over 10 billion shekels cut in the budget, and the public had no idea that all of this was happening at the committee. Most of the politicians didn't know about it either. And even those in the committee, those who needed to vote and approve it, were ready to raise their hands without knowing what they were voting on. I asked the chair to give us a few more days to just read through the numbers and understand the vote. A bunch of older members of the committee, the more experienced ones, told me, what do you not understand? That's what we've been doing here for decades. Just vote and shut up. What I needed was an army of investigators. So I did what any sane person would do. I just uploaded all the information we received to my Facebook page. And I asked people to come and help me. Not surprisingly, People were actually really curious about those little figures. So many young people out there are just hungry for a way to do valuable political work, but they don't get the access to it. When I started fighting against this corruption, more experienced politicians kept telling me that I just don't understand how it really works. Tried to convince me to cooperate with what they were doing. When I kept going, they started to tell me that this is going to end my political career very early on. If you touch it, it will just destroy you. And after that, when I finally exposed the real corruption behind those numbers, real and scarier threats started to come. I decided not to listen to them. What I had discovered was just too disturbing to ignore. I recruited hundreds of volunteers, and together we built what we called transparency troops. We investigated every figure in the budget, forced the finance ministry to give answers to undocumented transfers, and created online platforms for the public to see what our government was really doing with our money. What we discovered was that the government was using this corrupt system for two main reasons. One of them was to transfer funds illegally to their political cronies. The second one, to hide the real priorities from the public eye. Using that system, they could tell the public that they invest as much money as they can in improving education, for example. But in reality, they would move that money from the education system the minute they could and send it to groups that support them politically, abandoning the needs of the majority of the public. With that system, they could avoid public discussion on the most crucial issues we have to deal with and just transfer money to whoever helps their political survival. It took us a long year, but we managed to make the Israeli budget transparent for the first time in history, fully transparent. We changed the rules of the committee. We made sure members had to learn the information before they vote and not avoid questions from the public. Today, some of those politicians who sat in the committee in the beginning are under police investigation. We made crucial steps to ensure that in the future, our money will be invested in schools, in hospitals, in public transportation, and the welfare system. All of that happened only thanks to one thing. The public got involved. I, as a member of parliament from the opposition, could not have done anything without the public participation. When I had to filibuster for hours in the committee, yes, sometimes it was even 13 hours straight, to prevent anti-democratic legislation, I only succeeded because people, real people, were there with me, spreading the facts, demanding the other politicians to answer questions, showing they have a vote and that they are going to use it. Democracy is completely dependent upon our participation and ongoing engagement. It's not about voting once in 4 years. That's if you're lucky. In my country, it's becoming once in 6 months. But it's about constantly participating, constantly being part of the democratic process. Sadly, most stories are not like the one that I just told you. We're facing today, all around the world, an unprecedented democratic crisis. It's happening slowly and taking away our freedoms, with our hands approving it. Democracies don't generally go out with a bang. When they fail, they tend to do it very, very slowly. Slowly but surely, we see our personal rights disappearing. We see corruption rising as a government culture. More and more freedoms are being taken from us. Our privacy, our freedom of expression. We stop discussing politics publicly. We start thinking more before we talk about our political views at work. Our media systems try to entertain instead of giving us the real news and facts. Artists are afraid to speak up. Times of crisis, like terror, like global pandemic, are used manipulatively for taking even more of our freedoms. We saw this just recently with COVID-19, where many governments curbed the power of parliaments on the pretext of efficient and speedy decision-making, and widened surveillance powers of security services to monitor the population. Bureaucracy increased, and transparency in decision-making evaporated. Even at times of crisis, that's not how it's supposed to be. Moreover, in a time where technology was supposed to show us the path into greater freedom, we're actually going backwards with that kind of leadership we choose. Populist groups are on the rise. Democracy is based on the idea that even while disagreeing with each other, we all play by the rules of the same game. We all respect the rules of the game. But those populist groups don't care about the game at all. They want to tear it apart. And for the others, from left or right, it's very hard to play against a candidate that doesn't accept the rules at all, that doesn't have any moral limitations. Democracy also lost its power because it didn't progress fast enough to cope with the pace of our advanced technology. While we grew up as a generation that believes that all knowledge and information is in our hands, our democratic systems stayed very much behind, not transparent enough, not communicative enough. They behave like they still belong in another century, while we, the people, already expect something completely new. When the public discourse becomes focused only on creating internal enemies, on fake news, and very simplistic answers to the world's most complicated questions, it is very hard for the democratic forces to create a meaningful discourse. They begin to lack the vision and the confidence to see what lies ahead and to find out the best ways to deal with it. The public becomes tired and falls into despair. Look at the numbers. Just recently in the elections in Italy, where a far-right wing party won, only 63% of voters actually voted. Where were the others? What are they thinking about the future? What are their intentions and political views? Same thing happened in Britain a few years ago. The Brexit referendum that was decided on a 52 to 48% margin. Only after the polls closed, many people started to understand what they were really voting on. Do you know that the second top question in the UK on Google the day after Brexit was, what is the EU? If our democracies aren't tempting enough for us to even participate, or not based on real facts, knowledge, and education, we're in a very big problem. A few years ago, I got to see a completely different story, and it happened far away in Medellin, Colombia, a city that was occupied with crime and fear for years. Every year, thousands of murder cases on the streets occurred. You can imagine what kind of society it creates. Society surrounded with walls and security guards. Out of that chaos, a new municipal leadership began to act. One of the beautiful ideas they implemented was participatory budget. 10% of the municipal budget annually was moved into public hands when the poorest neighborhood got the majority of that budget. That neighborhood in Medellin was Comuna 13, the neighborhood which in the past was used for drug dealers, where kids didn't finish high school and joined crime gangs instead, was built on a high hill. When the municipality came and claimed that that neighborhood will get money to spend on projects that they choose, you can imagine that nobody believed them, nobody trusted them. But slowly, they started to gather in small, organized communities. They agreed to sit for circles and share ideas. They could choose whatever project they liked, improving housing conditions, creating a new kindergarten or a music hall. But what they decided after a long democratic process was to build escalators. The neighborhood was built on a high hill, and for the old people in the neighborhood, it was very hard to climb every day in the hot Colombian sun, all those stairs. So they wanted escalators to be built in the middle of the neighborhood. The municipality brought the money and made the project happen, but they didn't finish it there. After a while, they announced to the neighborhood that the escalators were so expensive that they needed guards. They brought young people in red uniform to guard the escalators. But those young people were not actually trained as guards. They were trained as social workers. And what they did was not to watch the escalators. They were watching and looking after the kids. They were looking what kid needed help, in getting back to school, in avoiding joining a crime gang, in anything that happened inside the neighborhood. And those kids fell in love with the guards of the escalators. After months of making friends with them, the neighborhood changed completely. Many young people got back to school. Crime levels declined tremendously. They built a new library. All the neighbors decided to put music in the escalators and vote on what kind of music is going to be played every week. The place became happy. Sustainability was created. All the houses were painted in different colors. Trust in the municipality grew and crime levels declined. More and more young people stayed in school and received education. And these guards were their model figures. All of that happened through participation and creativity, through real engagement with real success and real hope. That's how democracy should work if it wants to succeed. Democracies thrive when they're positive, hopeful, and assured. While so many nations are slower to progress, stuck in political chaos, cities today can do so much more. Being closer to the people and to people's most basic needs, day-to-day needs, cities are the hope for democracy today. We saw different examples to that already under populist governments. When President Trump left the Paris Agreements, 2,000 American cities, upon their residents' demand, joined and committed to climate responsibility. And it can go farther. If cities implement new democratic systems, technologies, and ways of thinking, they will reactivate people's minds and passion for democracy. By being experimental and creative, they can increase the most important aspect in making our world better: political imagination. Without political imagination, there will be no change. We need to imagine in order to create solutions. By making people see the results on their streets, in their neighborhoods, in their air quality and water, in roads and schools, they will start believing again that they have real power to influence, and they will use it. The ways to do it are endless. A real participatory budget made through a process of ongoing participation, learning the facts and the conditions, and engaging the public in building the projects they created in their imagination. Liquid democracy platforms, citizens' assemblies and block clubs, democratizing education in the city space to allow all students from an early age to be active participants in selecting their education programs, and allow communities to take part in defining priorities and progress in education faster than today's schools. There is no reason why those solutions should be dependent only on motivation of financial success. They can flourish and be built with public interest and support in collaborating with the tech sector for new solutions. And blockchain technology, for example, has so much to offer to the participation of the public in democratic process. But most politicians, if you ask them today, have no idea what blockchain is, if they even heard the word. Community currencies, planning collaboration, allowing citizens to help define their preferred city planning through technological engagement ongoingly. It is just insane that residents of the vast majority of cities have today no say in defining the planning of their neighborhoods, in affecting which bus lines are going to pass in their street. Because residents, citizens, know the best about the places that they live in. Imagine what would happen if they have more input and ability to take part in deciding on public transportation routes, on gardens, on infrastructure, and more. And of course, transparency in decision-making, full transparency of the budget, of municipal meetings, of political money and political donations. The only way to fight fake news and misinformation is by being open, fully transparent, not hiding, not thinking what today too many politicians think or even say, that the public is just not ready for all this information. It cannot understand all the data. That's nonsense. Democracy should start early, in schools, on our streets, in our everyday lives. The only way to make it part of our lives in a way that would make us really attached to it, emotionally and pragmatically. And it must exist in all economic levels and throughout all ages, including in the less tech-savvy communities. It must be based on the idea that it is our heterogeneity, our differences in a society that make our society better, more progressive and more creative. That heterogeneity is one of the things people actually look for in a city and what makes our cities better. Democracy must be made exciting again, fulfilling, and it must be empowering. With the new rise of populism that takes our societies backwards, back into darker times, many governments have lost touch with what really matters, with our day-to-day problems and fears and dreams. It is time for our cities to step forward, to take more responsibilities and demand more power, to collaborate with other cities globally, especially on the global challenges that cities have the most power to confront, like climate change, like democracy. We need to act like the leaders of our generation, in every city, in every country, in our world. We need to activate our democracies for their survival, but for our own lives. I'm sure that in this room there are many, many more ideas for how we can fix the world and make it better. Just imagine what would have happened if this room and the rest of these people in this interesting conference would come together to imagine the new ways for democracy in a city to be built and what it can make to our entire world. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions or ideas. Yes?
Thanks. Hi, Steph. Thank you so much for the fascinating speech. You spoke a lot about public participation and about how democracy should be rooted in data and like real information. So I was wondering what you think about this thing called participatory research. I'm not sure if like people in the room know what that is. I think it's a pretty new idea. And the idea is basically to include people we would usually study in making of that research. So for example, they would also like gather data about themselves. Sometimes they would also analyze the data about themselves. So that's a step further in how the public can be engaged. And it's debated to what extent should it be the public making that data. So I was wondering what you might think about that.
I think it's a really interesting idea. And what I'm talking about is basically about being very experimental. In order for democracy to be exciting, if we want people to participate, we need to experiment. It's very hard for politicians to experiment. Politicians are constantly looking for the fixed rules, proven rules. They imitate each other. Sadly, they imitate sometimes the worst of each other. And being experimental is scary because it shows our vulnerability. It shows that we don't know everything and that we sometimes make mistakes. And there is this fear amongst politicians that making a mistake or admitting vulnerability will immediately kick them out of politics and get them to leave their seat. But that's the kind of understanding and democratic education that we need to create. I think what's happening today, sometimes the good aspects of social media, there are many aspects to discuss, but the good aspects of it is that we do see more vulnerability. We have a much more immediate way to communicate with voters. It would be incredible when social media would be actually open source and allow us to do it more efficiently and not while being occupied with a spread of fake news. But even as it is today, we can still use it more, to use the public voice in research, in data creating, to involve it all the time while the data is created takes a lot of trust. But only by giving trust, as probably many of you know as parents to young kids, only when you give them trust, they grow. And it's part of what we need to do as a society. Yes?
Hello. Here.
Right here.
Okay. You were talking about public participation. There was a lot of imagine if, a lot of hope, and even, getting exciting about the future. But coming back to your story that you start from, as far as I know, in Israel, still the housing prices is a really big problem. And 10 years passed, and these new solutions that you are explaining here are very fascinating, but are we have time for proving this idea and really solving the social problem that we are faced with right now? Because coming back to the Israel and housing prices, the problem is still not solved.
Yes, I agree. The problem is not solved, and that's because we constantly practice the same solutions for the same mistakes for the old problems. Policy hasn't changed. The same ideological beliefs remained in the government. We had, for most of this decade, the same very right-wing government that now took us in the last few years into a long democratic crisis where we had 5 consequent general elections in 3 years. And that prevents from real solutions to arrive. It's not even discussed in the public discourse. The public discourse is mostly about finding internal enemies and creating fear. It's not a solution-based discourse. And that's why I personally developed the feeling that we need to turn our energy into city democratic building. I feel that during this chaos in many of our nations and in my society too, cities have the stability and the level of closeness to the citizens that could allow change. Today, they don't take the power into their hands. They're too afraid. In many of the cases, the same leaders have been there for over 20 or 25 years. They need a renewal. And yes, these procedures can happen for the cities. The housing crisis would be the first if municipalities take into their hands the power to implement new policies of affordable housing, in rent, in social housing, of public involvement in planning. If municipalities would take this power into their hands, they could start implementing the solutions that the government is too afraid of. We have a minute, so a quick question? Yes?
I wanted to ask you more about your tools. You mentioned Facebook, and do you have any experience with other digital-based tools that helped you to realize your projects?
Yeah, so in the beginning, when I just started, Facebook was a real important tool for me politically because I could use it to spread information that the media was uninterested in. Like everything I told you about the budget in the very beginning was just not interesting for the media. They assumed that the public has no interest in learning the gray details of the state budget. We proved through social media that the public had a lot of interest in that and wanted to get involved. They were just looking for the right tools to do it. But sadly, social media through that decade had changed a lot. The algorithms are not today free and truthful information, but otherwise. And so we started to develop other tools, like an open budget tool that opens the budget completely. We're constantly looking for new tools. That's part of the reasons, actually, I came here and why I really love the Radical Exchange organization, because I really feel we need to develop these tools in collaboration with the tech community that sometimes distances itself from politics too much, not believing in it, but instead of not believing, it is possible to get engaged in creating the change through political involvement. And I really work and want it to happen. I think our future depends on it. It can only happen through collaboration with the private sector and the public sector, with citizens that will get involved, that will not separate what they do in their work from how they behave in reality and from their values, moral values and beliefs. So our time finished, but I will be here around. If you want to share tools or hear about other tools, I'm open for the conversation. And thank you very much. Thank you for listening and sharing.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Nie, dobrze, ten do boczku troszkę, do boczku. Okej. Ten jest okej. No, do przodu do przodu. Nie, przesuń do przodu. Okej. I jeszcze jedno. I tutaj ten stolik trzeba przesunąć tak pomiędzy ten i tam też pomiędzy ten. I słuchajcie, stolik trzeba przesunąć.
Jeszcze jedno krzesło. Jest prośba od Państwa sprzątających, żeby myć szklanki w toalecie po prawej stronie, ok? I nie myć w innej, bo chyba wiecie, ile roboty. Ale to nie jest one w ogóle, wszystko wytierane. Czas, dokładnie. Gdzie my tu mamy? Dwie mają zostać? Dwie zostają. Ma Pan też dwie. Tam jest dwie. I karawka i jedno krzesło. Dajcie krzesło dziewczyny.
Krzesło dziewczyny. Okej, i dam jeszcze jedno krzesło, dobra?
Tylko żeby nie potrącić.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Good morning, Małgorzata Bonikowska. I work for the Center for International
And
Relations.
with you, those who need translations, please just take hands-free. They are available in the corridor. We will have 1 hour just to discuss a very, very, very interesting topic, which is an influence of the green transformation on the world, on the economy, on the capitalism, on the free market we know, we are used to. And we would like to see how much change, how deeply the change will be, and in what way it will change our life, the green transformation we are trying to implement. I represent a think tank, and with me we have 2 colleagues from think tanks as well. I am from Poland, the Center for International Relations. One of the topics we cover is also green transformation. And let me introduce the panelists. Let me start with my colleagues from the think tank. We have Maciej Bukowski from Poland. Hello, Maciej.
Hello.
Maciej is the economist. It's a president of a think tank, very, very famous one, really dedicated to the economy, which is called WISE Europa, or WISE Europe. I don't know how you pronounce it.
It's an abbreviation, actually. So.
WISE, known because of many political and especially economic analysis they are doing. And Tom Palmer, who is actually a complicated mixture, but he's working from Thailand. Hello, Tom. Good morning.
Pleasure to be here.
And Tom is representing the partner of today's panel. Could you just elaborate a little bit more about the think tank you are representing, the organization?
I work with Atlas Network, which is a network of about 503 think tanks in 102 different countries. And so looking at public policy improvements in all of their local contexts.
And very impressive, because that's really a network with a lot of partner organizations all over the world, all the continents, I guess. Yep. You represent. Great. And last but not least, definitely, we have a very well-known person in Poland, a member of the European Parliament, Madame Róża Thun. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Róża is representing, well, she's very well known because she used to be an activist. She was for many years the president of Schuman Foundation, and known because of her absolutely passionate involvement in the European affairs even before Poland joined the European Union. And now she is a member of parliament representing Renew Europe, the fraction of liberal parties in the European Parliament, and well known also for her activity concerning certain fragments of our market, especially I remember your efforts. You dedicated a lot of attention to reducing roaming payments. We are all benefiting out of this action, so congratulations and thanks a lot for that. So, my question just to start with would be, maybe I will start with Maciej as an economist. How do you see really the change in our model, in our economic model? We are in Poland particularly curious because we were fighting for a long time to switch from socialism into capitalism and free market. And now after 30 years, we are having in front of us another huge change. So how would you describe this moment, and how would you describe this change for the free market, which comes with the green development?
Well, actually, I don't believe that this change is so tremendous as it is normally described. Yes, actually, when you look at the economic history, you understand that the economy is changing constantly. So this is nothing new. Over the last 150 years, since the start of the second industrial revolution in 1870, we see this rapid technological change that every generation witnesses important turnovers in the lifestyle, in technology.
Yeah, but you are looking, from the historic point of view, but we people, our lifetime is much shorter than 150 years, and we are worried. So for us, This will be a change.
Well, maybe, but if somebody was born in 1870, it was before the cars were there, before the planes, before even the trains were not so widely spread. You didn't have telephones, you didn't have central heating, you didn't even have electricity and running water. And then after 80 years, if somebody lived for 80 years, then this is 1950s or 1970s, and then you see
let's put it this way. We have mostly young people on the audience.
So actually,
they don't remember really the life without telephones
but
and
therefore
central heating.
I would say, I would like to underline that if you are talking and thinking about green transformation, this is something much less radical, much less radical. This is basically fuel shift. Yes, so we will have electricity, but this electricity will be produced from something else with different technology than we used to make electricity over the last 50, 70 years. Yeah? So we will have cars, but these cars will be, of course, they will be better. Yes, they will
Are you
be
sure?
cleaner.
I
But
think
these
we are
cars will
convinced
be
to
not-
take bicycles now and not to use
But
cars.
introduction of car as a vehicle was much more radical than replacing one engine with another.
With him, it's difficult to discuss it because he just doesn't want to answer to my question. But is it really so simple?
Yes.
He says nothing changes. And we are all convinced, like Chinese times, many times ago,
at the end
to
of the
use
day,
bicycles.
this is about relative prices. And we already see that technologies that we call green or clean, they are in many cases much cheaper than traditional one. And this, as it is, will introduce the change. Yes, because the prices will win eventually, technologies will win. Of course, other things also do matter. Incumbents, they approach the institutions, how the government approaches the change, the societal, not in my backyard problem, all of the problems that are always there, because we have economics, we have technology, we have also politics, we have also social changes, and they are always in clash. So no change is very easy, but I would argue that this transformation is much less radical than was observed 50 years ago with the introduction of feminism.
Oh, that's an interesting argument.
So, because we are living, this is,
I think,
pretty easy. That's my claim.
He does answer the question. He just doesn't say what you would like to hear.
No, I think for him, it's much more problematic of feminism than a green transition. That's what I got. I don't know about you. So, okay, I buy this point of view. Róża will wait a little because I would like to go to Tom to widen our perspective, because if you have all these, chapters and partners all over the world, how do you see these consequences of this green change?
Well, let me start by agreeing 82% with what was just said, but there is an 18%. There will be a net reduction in output if this is not addressed. So prices are the guide. This is absolutely right. There's disruptive transformation, so we don't have to go back to the internal combustion engine. Think of just the digital transformation. Even the young people can remember before TikTok and how the world has been changed in a pretty short period of time. The difference here is there's going to need to be a lot of net investment. Mm-hmm. And so I think what we need to look at, just look at Poland compared to other countries. So it has the second least efficient or ratio of greenhouse gas to economic output in the European Union, after Bulgaria. So this is not a great situation. Most of the power generation is coal, which is not that clean. So there needs to be investment in replacing that. It also, Poland has low-hanging fruit to address this. So we talk about carbon offsets, for example, it's a common part of the discussion. There needs to be an economic growth offset, and it's possible. Poland ranks 75th among all 165 countries in the world in economic freedom, so behind Mexico. I mean, seriously, Poles, you can do better than Mexico. There are opportunities in several areas that really impinge on energy. Number one, no surprise to this audience, reduction in performance of judicial institutions because of the attack on judicial independence. And that corresponds to relatively weak, compared to other European countries, contract enforcement and property protection compared to your neighbors. The other area, though, if you look at doing business report of the World Bank, Poland does very poorly in cost of installing electricity. Well, this is directly relevant. It's 113 days average time to get onto the grid. It's effectively illegal to have direct transmission. Cogeneration, which is local production, is limited in Poland. Construction permits, the record there is just dismal. It's 147 days average. 12 different administrative procedures. Poland has a complicated, cumbersome, costly administrative state. And now if you want to offset the costs of the new investments, start going there. There needs to be an economic growth offset. And I think it's eminently feasible when you look at how Poland ranks against its neighbors. It's the worst among all of its European neighbors, 75, Slovakia is 47, Czech Republic's 27, and then the Baltics, 20 for Latvia, 7 for Estonia, or Lithuania, and 12 for Estonia. You can do better in these areas.
Okay, it's interesting, you know, without even asking him to convince us, he is really trying to really convince us to do that, and he's also showing a very good understanding of Poland. I was hoping for this, you know, general global perspective, and Maciej is more global now, and you are trying to do the analysis of our own country. And I agree, we all agree, I think especially most of the young people would agree that that's a huge chance, but let's talk also about some challenges, something which maybe in the European Parliament, Róża, you are also facing. The microphone is there. The microphone is in front of you. I would like to ask you about also these negative aspects, because there are some. When we discuss it in Poland, and maybe when you discuss it also in Thailand and many other places, people worry. There are also many people who are afraid of this transformation. For example, labor market. They say, okay, maybe, you know, there are sectors that it will be completely, you know, shut down and they will lose jobs. That's what people say. What is the discussion in Brussels around that? How you handle these fears of people?
Yeah, fear is never positive. This is not a positive factor ever, but should we build on fears? I don't think that this would be the proper policy. So we do not build on fears, quite simply. There must be a discussion, information campaign based on facts, on perspectives. But I would disagree as first one with Mr. Bukowski.
I knew that you will comment on what Maciej said.
That this change is not faster and not more significant than ever before, because I'm a member of Polska 2050, and never in history, at least I don't know of such, there were such deadlines until this and this time we must stop emitting, or we must become climate neutral. This already in the mentality is a revolution. We must change everything in order to achieve this. And that means, of course, huge influence on the market, on the labor market, etc. From my point of view, that means more regulations. And I often ask myself how far we can regulate, but we must regulate. Yesterday, I had a fierce discussion with people about waste. Should we regulate the size of jam jars so that we can give them back and not destroy every time bottles? This is an old discussion. But what about all others? You know, what about those people who are employed in traditional production of packaging, etc., etc.? We will change all this. We will have to change all this. We will probably, I remember a discussion ages ago that this green wave, green mentality, green thinking, green policy, etc., will lead us to a dictatorship, because we will not be allowed to heat with certain materials, to wrap in a certain way. The products will have to be designed differently, you know, electrical products, for example.
So your point is basically
and
that...
I was opposing this very much. It's not a dictatorship, but I see from my own perspective that I myself personally regulate more and more. This eco-design, for example, for all possible fridges, radios, washing machines, etc., that is coming, we will oblige well, I have just finished working and it will be now implemented, this famous one, charger, USB-C. Not true. This is also a regulation in order to reduce waste and have less influence on the climate change. So, of course, it has a huge influence on the market, but I wouldn't call it negative, because I find it so exciting how fast knowledge, science, etc., innovation, genius ideas develop. I disagree with you. We never
Róża,
witnessed such a speed in
let me
history.
just test our audience. I would like to ask you, we don't see clearly, but I hope you will be able to at least raise your hand, because we have two opposite point of view here. One panelist is saying that it's really nothing big. I mean, the change is important, but it's not so radical. In history, you know, there were changes which were more deep. And the other one is saying it's really a huge change, at least for us at our lifetime. Who is thinking it's really a massive change for us? Who is thinking this way? Okay, great. I will test you if you really do this exercise with us. Who is against this point of view? Who thinks it's not really a major change? So the audience is also divided. The audience is also divided. So let me dig into...
And who doesn't think anything?
That's a secret. That's a secret. Okay, listen, we, of course, always think about everything because we have certain memories, certain, you know, life. If people are a little bit older, they can, you know, compare it to some other times. So maybe, you know, taking into consideration Poland, we already had a huge change during our lifetime. In the 90s, we were able to, you know, switch from socialism into capitalism. Now another change is in front of us. So my question would be to Tom, who would represent for me rather other countries, not Poland, and especially, you know, the comparison between the West, when you really come from, and the Asian countries where you work, in Thailand. What do you think is really the discussion now? What is the difference in approach between the rich West, who is for this radical transformation, but who has resources, who is wealthy enough to do it quickly maybe, or quicker and deeper, and countries like Thailand you are based in, or other countries of Asia who say, well, we are not ready to pay for it. We want to live like you live now. So we don't want really this green transformation to happen so fast.
Well, I can say in Thailand, I just installed a solar system, and I did the calculations, and depending on how much sunshine, it'll be between 4 and 5 years to recoup the investment. But that's a pretty good rate of return. So even just in economic terms, this I think was definitely worth it, and I get an app so I can see how much solar power.
But they have a lot of sun, you know, for Polish people, you don't need to tell us. Thailand is #1 maybe destination to go for holidays.
Oh, well, but
what about normal life?
Also, solar farming is increasing, and I think they have a better regulatory system than Poland on this. Spatial planning limitations in Poland are among the worst in Europe. It's very difficult to locate wind turbines, so the average between 500 and 1,000 meters distance. In Europe, it's 2,000. In Poland, I don't see any reason for that. Why make it so difficult to put up turbines? And similarly, there are a lot of obstacles to solar farming in this country.
We don't have so much sun, you know?
No, but it is a good point. It's not a reliable, it's a variable energy source. So you don't want to put all of your emphasis on that. But why put obstacles in the way of implementing it? And that's what the Polish government does. You have a very cumbersome, clunky, outmoded regulatory system. Sorry if anyone is offended by that, but it's a fact. And now I mentioned 86% disagreement with the statement before. Poland does not need more regulations. This is a fantasy. What you need is to clear away the obstacles to people fixing this. Why is it difficult to engage in direct transmission? Why do you have state monopoly power companies? Other countries don't have that. Why do you have a state monopoly grid that is in collusion with those to keep out alternative energy? And the answer here, break up this power monopoly, allow private firms to generate either for direct transmission or on-site generation, which is currently very restricted in Poland. There is no ecological or economic justification for that, period. You should get rid of it. And you will go a long way, maybe not 100%, but a long way toward generating this economic growth offset for the capital costs that you're going to endure for the transformation. So I don't think you need more regulation. I think you need smarter, leaner, more conducive to rule of law. And also, there's an assumption that regulations have zero compliance costs. Anyone in business will tell you this is not true. So it's easy for a parliamentarian to say, well, we'll regulate you and assume it costs zero to comply. But compliance costs are quite high, especially in Poland, where you have one of the highest administrative cost burdens in the European Union. So every regulation should be measured against the cost and the benefit, and not only look to the potential benefit.
But that's what you are saying is interesting also for the whole, West, because that's what we are discussing, and Róża mentioned this as well, because European Union is seen as a regulator, as a regulation power. That's our actually soft power. That's what we associate with the EU, that we create in the EU some standards, some norms, but too much regulation can be bad as well. So how, Róża, would you see, where is really the balance? Where is the balance for people like you, European parliamentarians?
I don't know if there is a balance. Depends, because you also say that this energy grid shouldn't be regulated by the state, but etc. This is also a change in regulation. So, call it what you like, you regulate, and you also demand regulation so that it works better in Poland. But if we want to be energy safe, for example, on this continent, we need a European energy grid, and then we must agree on standards. And this is not additional regulation, but we need common standards. This is one, and this you can call whatever you like, it is regulation. Second thing is those huge emissions that we still produce on this continent. In order to change this, we must agree on certain standards. And in order to achieve those standards, you regulate. I'm sorry, but you give proposals, what to do with waste, what to do, how to transport energy, etc., how to produce also energy. And now for production of energy, I find it extremely exciting, really, and this financing of innovation, of education, of finding new ways. Of course, budget also is a regulation, how much we pay together to a common budget. Should we do it together or should we do it state by state, etc., etc. I believe very much in this togetherness. We have here on this continent a much better chance to be not only energy safe, but emit less and find better solutions if we do it together. But in order to achieve this, we also need common financing, because storage of energy is now the main challenge, and we may need a breakthrough, and it will be expensive. But I also believe when I see the progress, despite the fact that you don't see this, but I see a huge progress, like...
Maciej, don't be so sad.
Hydrogen, etc. This, of course, cars were cars, but they are very much different today, and this needs also financing. And here also, this is also a challenge to be able to think in a little bit a broader perspective and have a higher European financing for innovation, and also to find a way for storage. And then you can also use sun energy in darkest parts of Europe, etc. This is a huge issue. But just one more sentence as far as those changes, if they are fast or not. I remember those discussions remember, because my family was always very involved in those issues, so we sort of transmit them from grandfather, father, grandchildren, about during the Industrial Revolution, what really changes and how it changes the human being when the contact of the hand with the materia. I don't know if you were ever interested in Ruskin Morris. With hand and materia, how it changes the mentality of the human being. So this distance is growing. We are changing much faster than ever. And when you look at the generation that was born in the beginning of the 20th century, my mother is still alive, she's 97 years old, and she stays with me. And there was never such a fast change. Sorry, I witness it. And this is fascinating, and it's not a threat. We must use it as a challenge that brings to positive.
So we come back to this change, but before I get back to you, maybe there are some people who want to contribute to our discussion or maybe put some question that will be possible. Yes, please, there's a lady over there, and please introduce yourself also.
Yes, my name is Eva Rogalska. This doesn't say anything to you because I am nobody. When I used to be a student, I was really very good at energy and mass calculations, balances. And I must say that I am horrified. Here we are discussing something like, let's say, open heart surgery. None of us, none of you is an expert in energy, mass calculations, and so on. You are discussing at the level of, let's say, philosophical aspects. The age of Mrs. Thun mother, and so on and so on and so on. Green transformation, just like that.
So
I would like to ask you, yes, this is my question. How do you see your role, a doctor in economics, humanists, in judging upon something that doesn't belong to your domains? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are not hearing very well, but I repeat, the question is about the evidence, how much convinced we should be about this transformation without being really experts in the matter. That's what I get from your question, right? So maybe, Róża, before I get to you, maybe also to Maciej, because Maciej represents really, you are an economist, you can calculate, you are saying the transformation is not that big. So please convince us. What is the proof? Where is the evidence?
Excuse me. So, of course, there are so many misunderstandings here in the room. So, of course, first start me with agreeing with Tom that the regulation would be helpful to make the transformation faster, because the prices will then act faster and better with, let's say, reallocating the resources, because this is basically reallocation. So from less capital-intensive technologies to more capital-intensive technologies, from more resource-intensive technologies to less resource-intensive technologies, etc. And so there are different, let's say, layers of this transformation. I'm dealing with this for 15, 17 years already. So I am pretty convinced I understand it, also physics of it pretty well. And let me say it like that. The transformation is cheap. Yes, it costs about 2% of the global GDP per year, which is a lot if we count in billions, of course. But it's also 2%, only 2%. It is, let's say, like a 1 year GDP growth, yes, or something like that. Yes? So this is not much. Yes? So this is basically like abandoning.
But that is 2% where?
But let me speak, because if you interrupt it so too often that I am not.
2% where? In the EU? countries?
No, globally, but in the EU, this is
average.
Everywhere more or less the same, because the relation between capital and product is basically constant across countries. So therefore, it is basically the same. The same is about the energy density of capital, etc. So you have to, there must be some kind of incentive, market incentive or non-market incentive from regulation in order to convince people to invest in different type of capital, yes, and of course, in reality, you always have both, yes, because there are always politicians and businessmen, yes, and they are always in cooperation and also in conflict. So when Tom said that we are over-regulated, at least, for instance, in the power sector, also in other places in Poland, that's right, we are, yes, because historically in Poland, but not only in Poland, in most of the OECD countries, with exception of the United States, the power sector was basically state-owned from the very beginning. That was the state activity, state electrified, state built power plants, built electricity grid, etc. European Union started to regulate the market in the late 1990s, and then the process went on until very recently, when the war in Ukraine started, and the crisis situation, we don't know yet, yes, but maybe it can at least stop the process of the regulation, or maybe even put it backwards, yes, because this is at risk as well. In Poland, we are not very advanced with it. We are, at least on the political side, people are much, I would say, reluctant to accept that we should deregulate the power sector. And the state monopoly in the power generation is protected by political class, but many different ways of protection, yes? So you can really talk about longer, but they do protect. Let's say, for instance, the regulation, the landscape regulation that doesn't allow to build the windmill too close to in the vicinity of the houses is also a way to protect the state-owned enterprises. There is a regulation that stopped the institutional regulation that stopped the very rapid development of photovoltaics in Poland. That was driven basically by the prices. In the last few years, Poland was second market globally after China with respect to the dynamics in investment in photovoltaics. Yeah? So we built very quickly almost 10 gigawatts of solar power, not yet 10. And why is it so? Because people are pragmatic, they react. But if they are not allowed, if state, for instance, if there is an issue of certification of offshore wind power generation, yes, and this is very regulated part, and everything what the Polish state does is to favor state-owned companies, not to introduce market competition. Yeah, so, and this is a problem. This is actually slowing down the change, and because the change can really be quite quick, because technologies are there. They are not abstract.
So I understand that there is this issue between, regulate, but you can regulate in different ways. You can have regulations which are favorable, and you can stop also certain process by regulating. But I want also Róża to answer to this question, because I think it was basically addressed also to you.
I would say, you have regulation, you have destruction, because of course those consumers and those people who live and use, there is industry on one side and the producers of energy and whatever, and you have those consumers and users, and they must be protected. So that's why you regulate prices, etc. This embargo on Russia now, for example, this is also a regulation. And now, prices don't regulate everything, I am sorry. We've been waiting for a long time on this roaming to come to the level 0. We can discuss very much about it, is it positive or not, but finally the results are very positive and the users have to be protected. we are criticized, I come back to the charger, common charger, we are criticized that it lasted too long. It's exactly because we didn't want to regulate, because we waited for the market, for the producers to agree, and they never did. So finally, we had to regulate it, etc. So this balance, I don't know where it is, but the same for energy. What we need is stop climate change and give security to the users, from my perspective, on the whole continent, that peace runs Law and Justice, the ruling party in Poland, a destructive policy. This is a completely different issue. We cannot give it as an example of regulation because it is destruction and not regulation, so let us be clear. Secondly, in every domain, wherever we regulate and make laws, of course there are millions of experts and the politicians are there, or the final decisions are there to take the sum of the knowledge and balance it so that it serves the citizens and serves the industry, which is extremely difficult. But if you speak, for example, now about energy, you have millions of specialists in various domains, because energy is not one specialist for the whole spectrum of energy, but there are many elements, and here you have people who try to gather them so that we are able to see the big picture. So I'm very happy that you are here, I must admit.
Okay, Tom, you wanted to add something, and then I will get back to you if there is any more comments or questions.
Two points that I think are worthwhile. The lady asked a very intelligent and clear question, I thought, and I'm going to disagree with the lady. There's an engineering problem and there's an economic problem. We have to be very careful not to confuse the two. Well, political we'll set aside for the moment. When I had solar power installed, it was an engineer and a group of electricians who did the work. I didn't hire economists to come install my solar power. But the engineer is a business person operating within a market where she has to price labor, the aluminum for the installation, the machinery, and everything else. The engineer can tell me what's the best conductor of electricity, but I didn't use gold wiring. It's copper, because there's more copper. That's the economic dimension, supply and demand. So we can't say, let's have engineers run everything. That was tried, actually, in the past and didn't turn out so well. We need prices and the economic input. But then there's a clear, it's dawned on me, a distinction of what we understand by regulation. And I think we might agree. You talked about regulations as, well, we need standards. We need to make them regular. That's what regulate does. You regulate by making something regular, like a regulator on an engine. But the example you gave was members of the European Parliament designing the compulsory mandatory jam jar. That's not regulation. That's a command. That's direction. I agree we need regulation. That's called the rule of law. What we don't need is members of Parliament telling us how big our jam jars have to be. Well, but this is what you gave as the example. When regulation came up, you said, we're going to tell you how big your jam jar has to be. I think we have too much of that, too much of these orders, commands, do this, do that. You get an electrical shock or a sugar cube if you do what we tell you to do. What we need is real regulation by rule of law, which is to say, equal for everyone, easy to understand, and here's what parliamentarians usually don't understand, with all respect, low compliance costs. If I tell you, here's the rule, but the compliance cost is greater than any conceivable benefit of following it, you won't do it. And you're going to go under the table, around, do the business in the back alley. Adding more directions actually means less real regulation. And this is where we should be looking. And these simple examples I gave. Why is it almost illegal in Poland to engage in direct transmission rather than having to go through the compulsory grid? Is there any reason for that? I can't think of a good one, except it protects the monopoly of the state power companies and their managers and families and friends. Well, the hell with them. allow people to produce electricity for the market without having to be blocked by these smothering commands.
Yes, excuse me. Of course, I always try to bring everything to the simplest example. I take the jar again. But regulation says we must produce less packaging, or we must recycle more. And the regulation says you can recycle so and so much, or this material must be recycled, the other, etc. You must use so and so much energy, which stops you from producing constantly new glasses, but recycle them, etc. It doesn't go into the details, but still it is the regulation. Still the result is that you have the system of giving back bottles, segregating rubbish, etc., etc. So all these are results of a well-understood and well-designed regulation. If this regulation is well-designed, it comes exactly to what you say, that we produce less rubbish, less jars, we use less energy for producing them and for getting rid of them, etc., etc. So I think that here is the key to see how, and the last sentence, I also use, if there is no participation of the society in this production of energy and also using energy, if there is no participation of society, that means constant education. That's why the example of a generation before me, this will not function. I always believe that, you know, on one side you regulate, on the other side there must be, and here I also agree, an understanding and participation of those who either produce or consume it. Otherwise it will not
I don't
work.
know about you, but I can have my own summary to the discussion until now, that, you know, whatever we do, the free market will be definitely impacted by this revolution by regulations, because whatever you do, the regulations have to be there, smart, but still, without regulations, we will not do this transformation. So it's definitely having an impact on a concept of free market. Any other question from the audience, or maybe somebody? Yes, there is a lady.
Dzień dobry.
Sorry.
To ja tutaj z tej strony jestem. Tutaj, halo? Tutaj jestem. Dzień dobry.
Hello, there are 3 polls on the stage, so can I ask a question in Polish? We are talking about economics, transformation. So I will tell you about the Oder River situation and try to tell you how complex this process is. So different sectors generate electricity from coal, from gas, wind energy is also produced, or solar energy. There are also other types of energy, but we have the 4 pillars. So how the final price is derived? This price is the price of the most expensive producer. So if we are producing electricity from gas, the gas that is most expensive dictates the price. So all the stakeholders that produce green energy, wind energy, it's very cheap right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't change the market too much because you have to adapt to the highest price. Why is it happening? We all know very well that the market would only be supplied by wind energy, and there would be no entities producing energy from coal. And your question is? No, it's just my comment to your discussion. It's not a question. We are talking about economics and economy. There are producers who deliver electricity for cheap, others productions is expensive. We do not have too much green energy. Maybe in 50 years' time it will be predominant. I understand your commentary. Oh, thank you. That's all from me. Please pass the mic to this lady.
Prices really will be higher and higher. Let me come back to you, but first the question over there.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to ask what...
Could you just introduce yourself? Sorry, I didn't.
My name is Marta Chocianowska. What do you think about putting extra taxes on meat production?
On meat, just to reduce the consumption of energy,
Yes.
right? I don't know who wants to take it.
Just maybe, I can address both questions very quickly. Yes, I didn't understand very well the second one, but the first one was a lot about the power market. Power market is a very complicated beast, as every market that probably exists right now, because we are living in a pretty advanced civilization. But what you have described, the marginal pricing, this is true only for the day-ahead market. So I am selling today the contract for the delivery for the power tomorrow, or for the certain hour. But at the same time, you have many different arrangements. That it can be, for instance, direct sale for a different date. That can be pre-arranged on the constant, on the long-term arrangement between me and you. Yes, so deliver the power for a year. Yes, and this is not priced like that. It can be directly agreed and not go through the stock exchange. Yes, so this is an extremely complicated market with very different arrangements. So you cannot equalize it to the one contract. Yes, I understand. But to say you can say that some players on the market in certain market conditions earn a lot of money. The others are earning much less. Yes, and it does happen. Yes, if you made the right bet, of course, you will be remunerated for it. If you made a wrong bet, you can lose a lot. And the problem of the transformation, not only so-called green transformation, but any in an advanced industrial economy or even in the pre-industrial economy, is that if you have certain social division of labor, social division of capital, certain division of power, and the technological change comes and destroys the status quo, then you have the certain group that disagrees and very, very, very loudly disagrees, because the change is always problematic. Yes, it can destroy the landscape. It can destroy your social position. It can destroy your wage. Yes, your employment conditions, etc. Or if it creates the chances for somebody else, you don't like it. Yeah, so it is not something that reassures you in your problems. Yeah, so you have to and this is problematic from the perspective of the green transformation, because you have to, at the same time, you have incumbents in the mining sector, in the power sector, in the politics, in science that are very good in construction, traditional combustion engine, whatever, engineers, yes, and then you have newcomers, and those newcomers are promising, of course, a lot. They are risking their money, they are risking their reputation, they are believing that they may be wrong, they may be right. And this is when you need so-called free market or liberal arrangements. You need space for people to experiment, to make mistakes, to fail. Yes, because this will bring the real change. And regulation, very often, can destroy it at the very beginning. Of course, we need some kind of regulation. Yes? So even informal regulation do exist between one and another. Yes? And so we are polite, yes, in a certain way, which is accepted in the era we are living in. And this is also kind of a social regulation.
So we understand that, I don't want to discuss about regulations only, because that's a very important thing, but it's not the only one. I understand your comments and as a worry about the scale of change and also financing all this transformation.
But financing is cheap, as I said. This is only 2% of GDP. It's not much.
That's the perspective of countries. It's microeconomics. But what about the simple person or company? We haven't discussed the business perspective. So maybe we have to go back to my initial question concerning also people. People who are not seeing this big picture, who are seeing it in the rhetoric of their own life and decisions concerning jobs, concerning, like in business, or to continue production, or to change, or to invest. So Tom, what would be your answer to the question on meat? Because that's also a very important change.
Yeah, and I think I hear other issues involved in the meat question. I also avoid cruelty to animals, so I don't eat meat and so on. But I think that the approach is just wrong. It's fundamentally wrong. If the concern is the externality in the form of greenhouse gases, and you want to address that through a tax policy, tax the externality, not what's produced. This is a fundamental mistake. In the US, they did this with the sulfur emissions from power plants. Instead of saying you have to have below this level or be taxed, they mandated a very expensive device. The consequence was this was promoted by the brown coal industry because it made brown coal less expensive relative to hard coal. This is pure what we call rent-seeking or corruption, if you will, and this approach lends itself to that. If the concern is the externality, greenhouse gases or pollution, then address it there. I'll give you one example of how this could come around and bite you in the back. There's a big move now for lab-grown meat. I'm very excited about this because people could have a steak without a cow having to suffer. That will be much less carbon intensive, right? You don't have to deal with methane emissions and so on. But if you tax meat, and that's considered meat, now you're putting a burden on that. So go directly to the externality rather than to the product per se, which I think would be a better approach. I'm skeptical generally about these kind of taxes, but if that's the approach, tax the externality directly.
Thanks. An interesting comment. Any other comment from the audience, just to give a chance? Okay. And maybe, on this side, anyone? Because I'm not seeing very well. Oh, there is a gentleman. Okay, please, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Palmer, yes, you interpreted my words as, favoring engineering sciences. No, this is not at all the case. We need three things: regulation, laws, markets, and so on and so on. This is true. Engineering, this is clear. But the most important thing is basic knowledge. Basic knowledge. Everything starts at the level of basic knowledge. None of you has any experience with basic knowledge needed in whatever you call it, green or pink or blue transformation, any kind of transformation concerning energy and things related to it. So for me, this is really kind of shocking, the easiness, the lightness with which you treat those subjects.
Okay, let us handle that. But before, let us have another question from this side.
Hello, my name is Sasha Volok. I'm a law professor from the United States. It seems to me when we ask the question, is the green transformation going to be very disruptive or very expensive, either from the perspective of economies as a whole, or businesses, or even individuals? I'm not sure that that question is well posed or well formulated, because you could imagine green transformations that are very expensive and others that are very inexpensive. So for example, if you had a green transformation that was based on having an environment that is conducive to innovation, to innovators entering markets, and where regulation is needed, if it's a general, neutral regulation like tradable emission permits or taxation, regulations that are consistent with liberal neutrality, then you can have a green transformation which costs very little, where you and I might barely notice that anything is going on and our living standards are not very much affected. On the other hand, you could imagine a very different green transformation that rejects the premise of markets, that wants to micromanage everything, and that's a kind of transformation which is going to be enormously disruptive, both, disruptive for countries as a whole, and for businesses, and for individuals, especially since there are some people who think green transformation doesn't really count unless we suffer, unless our ethics and our very lifestyle is radically transformed. So it seems there are many kinds of green transformations. The good kind is the one that is very inexpensive, that is consistent with liberal neutrality. So the question is, what kind of a green transformation should we want?
Thank you. Thank you for this clarification. I think it's a very important one. Of course, we are mostly dedicated, our attention is on Europe and on our situation. We have also a comment there. That will be maybe the last one, and then we'll get back to the panelists.
Thank you. My name's Christopher Gleadle from the Paddy Ashdown Forum. I'd like to actually bring a couple of these questions together and just make a point, and it's about technologies and integration of technologies, because as much as we hear the bigger picture being mentioned, all I'm hearing is silos, not the bigger picture, because we're not talking about technological integration. So there are ways, for example, of being able to provide solar power, being able to provide energy, and be able to tackle multiple issues across agriculture, wastewater, and various other multiple issues of biosphere service level reductions. So my real main question is, and like, for example, with a reflection back onto the solar panel on the roof, you knew what your financial return on investment was going to be. But do you know what your environmental return on investment was going to be? For example, if you're looking at large fields of solar panels, the engineers aren't going to flog you something, sell you something else. They're only interested in selling you solar panels. But interestingly, in about 25 to 30 years' time, when you understand mass balances, you will know that the production of those panels is going to have dropped off, and then they're going to need replacing. But that's a lot of toxic cleanup to be done, and which is beyond the investment time horizon. So you've got to look at also decision sequencing as well as integration.
Chris, thank you very much. We have to stop there because we have really just 3 minutes left. So each panelist 1 minute. Róża?
Yeah, about the costs. We haven't spoken about inaction. The world is changing faster than 100 years ago. The world is changing.
Not faster. No. Completely not.
Okay.
Okay, you will clarify you both
later on. The world is changing, that we agree.
Always.
The climate is changing. The costs of inaction, and that's what we constantly stress, will be much more expensive than the costs of action. I mean, not discussing now the situation with the war in Ukraine, which we have, and which will cause that the next time, this winter, will be expensive and difficult. But we must act anyhow. And now the issue is how to do it in a most economic, human, effective way, so that the climate change is not as rapid as it is, or it stops in 2050, the emission neutrality, and an agreement on at least this continent, and from this continent rayon on the world, how to cooperate in order to achieve the goals and let the next generation survive.
So I understand the gentleman's point. It's really important to decide what kind of transformation we want to have, not to do it just because we want to do it, but to think about the effects in a very complex way. Maciej and then Tom.
Well, of course, I appreciate that we would like to live in some pivotal times. Maybe that will really be revolutionary, but I don't think we do. Yes, we'll, at least in this perspective. I think that we will struggle with achieving the, let's say, goals from Paris, and this fixed date, 2050, probably will not be met. But the progress will be tremendous. Yes, in the meantime. We will see a lot of photovoltaics. We will see the solutions to the problem of the industrial waste, because the market will price it. Yes, there will be market for it created. We will see probably electric cars in the future. Yes, but this will be not that radical as an introduction of car as such. Yes, and we will see more energy, much more energy efficient appliances in households. But first appliances were very radical and very transformative for the households, and more energy efficient appliances are not. They are simply more energy efficient. And therefore, please don't exaggerate. But this should be encouraging, what I say, because it means that it is easy. Easy, which is a lot about not that much. And it will happen.
We got your point. Thank you. Tom, last word goes to you.
Two things. One, we haven't mentioned nuclear, and I think we should be focused on private investment in nuclear, and the new mini reactors, I think, makes sense. I was anti-nuclear decades ago. It is so much safer now. It's safer than coal-powered in terms of the impact on human life. But if it's a big state enterprise, it's not going to work so well. Go towards private, decentralized investment. I think that's part of the mix. And then the last point, the law professor raised a very good point. If you are committed that green transformation must be painful and terrible, we must wear our hair shirts and be miserable, that's green transformation, then it will be like that. But instead, if you say, let's try to find a way to achieve the outcome at the least cost, you can have a green transformation that is not costly and will not impoverish the nation. You can continue to grow. And the last point, the investment that will be needed can be offset with an economic growth offset by opening up the economy more to produce value to pay for the investments.
Thank you so much. So a lot of positive energy and, positive message. I would just say at the end, I just wish to all of us that the word nuclear will be associated only with the green transformation, not with any other issue. Thank you very much. Róża Thun, European Parliament, Maciej Bukowski, Wize Europa, and Ton Palmer. Sorry, say again.
Oh, Atlas Network.
Atlas Network, I forgot. Małgorzata Bonikowska, the Center for International Relations. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Noon, everyone. I'm Laurens van Ginneke from the European Liberal Forum, the official think tank and political foundation of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, and therefore also we work closely together with the Renew Europe group in the European Parliament. Today we bring you a panel about LGBTIQ rights as human rights, because we will also look closer to the link. Throughout several media campaigns throughout Europe, we see narratives that actually try to divide LGBTIQ rights and LGBTIQ people as a separate group, trying to actually not look at them as not look at all the people as people, human beings, but trying to make an ideology out of that, an ideology that would threaten the European culture, that would threaten families, threaten children, and they're trying actually to criminalize people for being themselves. And during this, during these periods, we actually see also a radicalization on many occasions with violence and even murder, as we have witnessed this week in Slovakia. During this panel, we'll actually also look closer on the questions on how should the LGBTIQ community and their allies counter these kinds of narratives and tactics? What can we learn from best and worst practices? And why are LGBTIQ rights human rights, and why should we fight for these? But before we go to the panel, I would also like to invite Karen Melchior to the screen, who has provided us with a video. She is a member of the European Parliament for Renew Europe from Denmark. So now we can go to Karen.
Dear friends of Freedom Games, my name is Karen Melchior, and it's my pleasure to participate in the event, even if online. Many thanks to Olga and everyone in the organization team for making sure that I can be with you today. As a member of the European Parliament, I will share some worrying data provided by the European institutions on discrimination against the LGBTI community in Poland. The European Union Agency of Fundamental Rights show that in Poland, almost 60% of same-sex couples avoid holding hands in public for fear of being assaulted, threatened, or directly harassed. This is the double of the EU average. The increase of prejudice and intolerance against the LGBTI community in the last 5 years triples the EU standard. The same survey shows that this is due to a combination of a negative stance and discourse by political parties and negative changes in laws and policies. And the government is definitely not doing anything to combat it. We also can see that there is a reaction from the community and from the Polish society that goes against the Polish government. It was my pleasure when I was at the Pride 2 years ago to see, 1 year ago, to see that there was great support for Pride in Warsaw and that the community feels more accepted and tolerated by their close family and friends and neighbors. This goes against the discourse of the government and the political parties in the Polish parliament, and gives me hope for the future of tolerance and equal rights in Poland. In 2021, the European Commission launched an infringement procedure against Poland because of a lack of cooperation on its request for information about the municipalities and regions having declared themselves LGBTI ideologue-free zones. Due to all of this, and especially in the light of the intense anti-LGBTIQ campaign led by PIS party, Poland got a poor mark on the equal treatment of various segments of the population by the organization Freedom House. Other organizations, such as Human Rights Watch, also have reported on this issue. But the European institutions are responding. Here in the European Parliament, we have long been calling for an infringement procedures to be launched against Poland. Moreover, we adopted a resolution that declares all of the European Union as an LGBTIQ freedom zone, where you can be free to be whoever you are and love who you love. And what is more important, as I said before, is that the Polish civil society is responding to public support for the LGBTI community and equal rights, including the same-sex civil partnerships, has risen in recent years. Indeed, initiatives like the Freedom Games, organized by the Liberty Foundation, are a precious bottom-up boost in this fight. So I thank you for having this, and I am so happy to help participate in the Freedom Games, just as I'm happy to have participated in recent years in 2 Prides in Warsaw. At the European institutions, we will keep on working to eradicate all kinds of discriminations, especially against the LGBTIQ community. But we count on your strength, your energy, and your love. Uściski, and see you again soon. Karen.
Thank you very much, Karen Melchior. So now we can start with the panel. And my first question actually would be towards also Slava Mernik. He is the director of the campaign against homophobia. So actually, also like when it comes from civil society, what are actually the main arguments, strategies, and actions that you witness against equal rights for LGBTIQ people?
Right. I'll switch to Polish. Tak, będę po polsku odpowiadał. Więc
what we have seen for the last years, we hear the arguments that are mainly used by the law and justice activists, the current government that is trying to take away our rights. It is dictated by the political calculations, as we have just heard from Karen. Starting LGBT freedom zones was an example of a political game that was trying to frighten us as the civic society activists were supposed to be threatened and to cause an effect that would be frightening to people who live in these communities or work in these communities. It is also important in this context. Poland is ranked as the last country when it comes to the rights of the LGBT people. The only place where the legislation provides them with rights, it's the rights in the workplace. So it is hard to talk about taking away the rights from us. We haven't had such rights. Some strategies are used by the government right now or by the extreme right wing. These strategies are focused not only against individuals and LGBTIQ people, they are also against the human rights. So referring to the human rights, I must say that we as individuals in Poland, we cannot count for any support, state support. And it is also hard to say about any rights at the times when the state of law simply doesn't work.
Well, and then actually we can continue to Krzysztof Śmiszek. He's a member of the Polish parliament, the same, for the New Left, Nowa Lewica. And well, what we have just heard here as well from Slava, how does this translate itself into the political fight that you're having within the parliament? How is it actually to be in the opposition at this point regarding LGBTIQ rights?
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Thank you very much for the invitation. This is a very important discussion because we are at a very important moment in Poland, Europe, and in the world when we are discussing the human rights and the rights of LGBT+. A while ago, we thought that homophobia is no longer fashionable, that being intolerant and hateful towards LGBT people is not trendy, and that politicians will not gain any advantages due to this. So we are now very disappointed. We thought we are on the right way, but all of a sudden we've discovered that in a big country of the European Union, or in many European states, the populist strategy of the right wing. This strategy includes disrespect and hatred. So this rhetoric is still trendy, and in my opinion, there is like a renaissance of this strategy. We can see a clash of two civilizations, the civilization of disrespect and respect. So all the time we are witnessing the battle of these two civilizations. From the Polish perspective, we can see that the period until 2015 was the period of stagnation. So LGBT people were receiving some promises that have not been kept, and the politicians were just opening the door a little bit for the LGBT community. So until 2015, Poland did not really introduce any regulations apart from the regulations mentioned by Slava, so the ban of discriminating in the workplace. It was actually introduced by the left-wing politicians. Before, the state did not consider LGBT community as the community that should be included in the political mainstream. In 2015, this is nothing new for Polish audience, but in 2015, homophobia, transphobia, and disrespect became the key elements of the strategy of the government. So it's not just that this door is closed, that they pretend. Hatred has become an officially used element. You are asking me about the situation in the Polish parliament. Well, homophobia and transphobia is all the time present in the speaker's box in the Polish parliament. It's also disseminated through the Polish public media. It's disgusting, and it results in very specific consequences. There are lots of tragic stories we have all heard of, which we hear on daily basis. On the other hand, in this chaos, in this homophobic hell, there are also beautiful stories that have been developed by the civic society. The civic society has decided the rights of LGBT plus people as an imminent element of the fight for democracy. It's a very symbolical situation for me when in 2015 we had huge protests, and also in 2015, to defend the constitutional tribunal, to defend courts, Polish courts, and I remember the activists. I used to be an activist then because I started being a politician in 2019. So I remember when LGBT activists were coming to the protest and they were bringing rainbow flags. So at the very beginning, when the rule of law was destroyed, they were asked to leave the protests because they were saying that because they were told that it was the fight for the Polish constitution. But very quickly it was understood that their involvement was necessary. So those who didn't want previously to see the rainbow flags, they very quickly understood that they cannot separate all the aspects of the fight for independence. You cannot fight for free courts if you express homophobia. You cannot fight for LGBT rights if you do not fight for free courts, for the rule of law, for independent high court. The human rights are also the rights of the LGBT people. So all these different circles, which maybe before 2015 didn't have close collaboration, they understood that they have to combine their efforts. So on the one hand, there is so much homophobia. We hear about difficult situation of young people of these communities. But on the other hand, now nobody is brave enough to say that if you want to fight for democracy, you have to fight for LGBT
We'll actually come back
rights.
to the linkage between all the different activist groups and all the different rights that actually come by together to with a fight for freedom and the fight for your rights. And actually, I'm going to return very quickly quickly also to my first question, also towards Anna Wiatrowska. She's like a well-known trainer, an influencer, also on social media, and she's also the founder of Queerowy Feminism on Instagram. Also a profile really worth checking out for the public. And also like towards you, when you're actually looking to it as an influencer, how do you actually see the struggle happening now? Like, do you also feel like the strategies to really push against LGBTIQ people, do you feel those on social media as well? And what are the recurring strategies you see at this moment?
Dla mnie, tak jeszcze nawiązując do tego, co już zostało.
I would just like to refer to something that has already been said. It's important initially to say that why after 2015 this homophobic narrative has worked. If the society is not homophobic, it wouldn't work. So it worked because it found its audience, target audience. I was born in 1995. Now I am 26, I am young, and when I was a pupil in Polish school, I have never spoken about about sexuality and other things of this type. I didn't know that these themes have existed. I knew they existed in general, but I didn't have the experience that actually I could be one of them. So to me, it's very important to stress it that in 2015 this narration did work because we didn't have this discourse before. We didn't talk that being homophobic is no good. That we didn't know that it could translate, it could affect the lives of millions of Poles. When it comes to social media and what happened in the last few years, a lot has been happening. And these are mainly young people who are activists in this sphere. The feature that is very special when I compare Polish social media to German or American social media, and when I make these comparisons, I can see that in Poland we very quickly became radical. In a sense that the protests which started in 2016, women's strike and other protests, the Rainbow Night in 2020, all these protests made the Polish society as the society that quickly learned how to talk about LGBT rights, human rights, so on and so forth. And in a way, we were not asking, we were not requesting, we were demanding. So, to me, it's one of the most revolutionary things that took place. Everything else that was before was too kind, too polite. So no breakthrough changes took place. And now, in the past few years, we have noticed that we are witnessing events that are witnessed by all citizens of Poland. So something incredible happened. So if we take the long-term perspective, it will actually take us to the real changes. I am from the city of Białystok, so I can actually experience that the way people speak about LGBT group, they speak differently. So, for example, they don't ask me, where is your boyfriend, girlfriend? So this is a major change. It just shows that a specific, certain area is not invisible. It does not remain in this sphere nobody wants to talk about. But this is present in the daily interactions, and to me this is a revolutionary change.
As well. Well, actually, continue what was just said, because as you said, back in the day, I grew up in Belgium myself, and I remember when I was in elementary school, we did not hear anything also about about gay relationships, about lesbian relationships. It was just a non-existent topic, especially in the Catholic schools where I went to. And we never were actually really taught about also about human rights. Like those were notions that we didn't really know back in elementary school. We were aware of some forms of discrimination. We were aware of some forms of violence within society, but maybe also for the rest of the public, because if you're politically active, it is why. Why violence against LGBTIQ people, etc., are infringe, against also like human rights. So when actually, Slava, if we actually also look at what we see today here in Poland, or what we see with the LGBTI free zones, as they call them, how exactly are those elements violating the human rights of LGBTIQ people? What human rights are being violated against?
No, generalnie najprościej byłoby...
Well, generally speaking, we could answer that just the very fact of creation of such zones, LGBTIQ free or ideology free zones, or family friendly zones, as they are sometimes called. So it's really hard to mention any specific rights that people are deprived of, but the very fact of their existence is unacceptable. Even if the infringement procedure is initiated not because human rights in specific areas are violated, because Poland doesn't want to collaborate with the European Union and explain what these zones really do mean, what they involve, and the fact that courts do not do anything about the decisions. It's only a political game, actually, but referring to the change in the civic society and in young people, I will definitely agree. We have entered a new period of activism. 2015, several years ago, we had several strong organizations fighting for LGBTIQ people's rights, and now we have plenty of such organizations. In 2012-2013, in 4 cities in Poland, we had equal rights parades. Now we have them every weekend in 2 or 3 places. Every local group has its strategy to involve in the activism. Young people take more radical forms of activism because they are tired of this situation, and they are tired of explaining constantly what rights they have and why it is important to perceive the rights of LGBTIQ people as human rights. We, young, older people, senior people, should not be discriminated or subject to violence because of who we are. We should have the opportunity to get married abroad or in Poland. These are the things that should not be discussed at all.
Also what we see today in the debates, because how they infringe the human rights, because also a little bit maybe to paraphrase Ralph Dahrendorf, a German sociologist, he actually also always argued that when you alienate, for example, your sexual rights, your rights of love, etc., from your citizen rights, that you actually also create a space and a field for polarization, for the right to fill in, and to actually start to attack certain points. Shouldn't we actually be talking more about indeed about human rights and as indeed as an as a total package, as you already have touched upon, Krzysztof? Could you maybe elaborate a little on that? What should our strategy further be to really make sure and to really bring out that it's a total package and not just a certain group of rights for a certain group of people?
No, z pewnością jest tak, że mamy do czynienia.
Well, definitely this is a kind of discourse on the place of LGBTIQ people's rights in the entire package of rights. The discussion was initiated by feminists in the 1970s. The discussion has been ongoing ever since, whether female rights are the rights of women and not a part of broader human rights, or perhaps we should bring these two streams together. The same applies to LGBTIQ people's freedoms. Should we stick to this narrative of identity of the group, or perhaps include our, because I belong to LGBTIQ society, should include our rights and responsibilities into the broader group of human rights? I do not have the answer to your question. There are different strategies that work in a different way. The only thing I know, based on my experience and observing what has been happening in Poland and in other countries, I can say that first and foremost, visibility of LGBTIQ society community matters, and then we can consider whether we fight for LGBTIQ people's rights or in a broader sense of civic rights. What we deal with now, and I do agree with Ania, who represents the region of Białystok. I represent the region of Podkarpacie, so I absolutely know what you have to face when you are a young person growing up and discovering yourself. First, we are invisible. First, everybody remains silent about us. Even if we do not face hatred, we as young LGBTIQ people are invisible and surrounded by silence. If we make a step forward and talk about the strategy of fighting for our basic rights, the freedom of association, the freedom of assembly, the possibility to enter into relationships approved by the state, it seems we need to reach a critical mass of visibility. For many years, I was frustrated as LGBTIQ and human rights defender that we were taking all possible efforts before 2015, and the number of people supporting the basic postulates of LGBTI community was quite low. I remember my joy and enthusiasm in 2003 and 2004, 20 years ago, when the first draft act on partnership relations occurred, and it was approved by the Polish Senate. 20 years ago, Polish Senate adopted the act on partner relationships. Where are we today? 200 years backwards. The problem was that the progressive parliament suggested something which was frustrating from the point of view of activists, that the society was not ready for, and politicians were not able to prepare the grounds for the society to accept it. According to surveys, 16% accepted or supported it. 16% of Poles. Nowadays, a similar act, not about equality in marriage, but about partner relationships, is supported by 60% of the society. It shows that we succeeded in one thing. It's still frustrating because activists and human rights defenders want everything here, now, and immediately, which is a good strategy. It took 20 years to reach the critical mass of visibility. What Slava has just mentioned is extremely significant. The visibility is visible not only in the Warsaw Parade or Łódź Parade with a huge number of participants, but it's also Milicz near Wrocław with a population of 10,000 people. For the first time in its history, there was a parade consisting of 400 people, and it was the parade of equal rights. And this is now more important than the fear, which in 2002 and 2003, when the parades were organized in Warsaw, I didn't have the courage to participate in it. I was walking along the pavement as a neutral passerby. It shows we are in a completely different place now. From the political point of view, from a legislative point of view, we are far behind the rest of the world. But Polish society is now ready to have a gay neighbor, a lesbian physician, or a transsexual politician. Society is no longer a problem, as Anya mentioned. Politicians are a problem because they are more conservative. They sit in the parliament and block everything that the society is ready for and that the society expects.
One of the most important topics that you touched upon is indeed that point of visibility. Of repetition, visibility. And Anna, what should the next steps actually be when it comes towards visibility? Like, I think if we actually watch at the past years, that we already see many changes. Also because streaming platforms, as Netflix, for example, that actually normalize same-sex relationships, that normalize also people in transition, that normalize actually also different forms of queerness. Like looking actually also from a point of action. What actions should be taken now from civil society, and also from actually the people here today in the hall as well? What can they do to make this cause more visible, like on social media and also in daily life, for example? Like for this question for Anna.
Tak się zastanawiam.
I'm just wondering, the first thing that always comes to my mind when it comes to what we can do is not to be afraid of some radical actions. Even if they scare us, we should approach them with curiosity and not reject them. In my opinion, this is something we can do. It helps us understand and see the potential of the non-standard, non-obvious issues. Perhaps now we think they are too much, but but we can become their part. We should talk about them, we should discuss them. We should simply try to become a part of the radical change. We should listen to young people. From my perspective, when it comes to LGBTIQ people's rights, young people in Poland did the most. They triggered massive change. They did non-standard, non-obvious things. And within no time, owing to them, we started discussing queer and LGBTIQ. So I would say believe in a radical approach and give it a chance, offer trust. I know if it's difficult, approach it with curiosity and listen to young people. Give them a chance and the credit of trust, because they know what they do.
When we look at the current fight that is happening, it is also because, as you rightfully said, because of the young people, because of the youth who are standing up for their rights. And actually, Krzysztof, if we look at this, indeed, as you have pointed out yourself, with the older generation of politics that are having like this conservative backlash, if the youth would keep on the hard work they're doing today for the civil rights they have, demanding for the rights to love who people want to love, do you think this problem would be solved between this and, let's say, 25 years here in Central Europe?
Ja wierzę głęboko, że zmiana
I believe that the change will come in a shorter period than 25 years. However, looking at how long it took to the Polish LGBTIQ to enter the mainstream of the public debate about democracy and about where we are as the state, we can have certain doubts whether it's going to come in short time. I do believe that it's not possible to force millions of people back into their comfort zone, into the wardrobe. I don't want to talk to conservative. The dream of every person who is a homophobe and who hates other people is to push all these people back into the wardrobe who came out, who made the biggest effort in their lives. Homophobes and those who hate don't know one thing. Once you make a coming out, you never want to come back to this wardrobe which you left. You want to breathe the fresh air. You want to breathe with freedom. Consequently, we gain respect for our decisions and we become more self-confident. It's easier to play with fear and to manipulate fear if we know that the people whom we disregard are afraid to talk about them. But once they make coming out, once they regain their dignity and trust in their own value, such efforts of all homophobes will go pear-shaped. I am absolutely convinced that all these efforts done by those who established LGBTIQ organizations at the end of 1990s, a bit of history, but those who fell victim of hyacinth action and those who are fighting for it with the right-wing party to include lack of discrimination because of sexual orientation in the constitution, and they failed because of the strong position of the church. Those who established organizations at the beginning of 2000 and these brilliant young people who don't talk about any compromises, who go full steam and do things that are considered radical, form the critical mass I mentioned before. The request for change or the effect of the request of change will come within a shorter period of time than 25 years. We had to reprocess our history. We became a part of transformations which were a part of a major social transformation. I am fully convinced that it's not possible for both young and older people fighting for their dignity and freedom to convince that they need to wait 25 more years to become humans in the light of law, to be treated equally by their state. It is not about any special privileges. Special privileges for LGBTIQ would be if they demanded not paying taxes. But LGBTIQ only want to be treated as humans, as regular people, regular citizens who have their freedoms and responsibilities. I am convinced that this change is at hand. These are not dozens of years, but it's only a few years away from the moment when the outbreak of freedom, the outbreak of respect and understanding for LGBTIQ dignity to happen. We are not different than Slovenians or Croatians who accept single-sex marriages. We are not different than Hungarians who have partnership relations. We are no different, but there are also countries like Bulgaria, Lithuania, Latvia and Romania, who want to push these people back to their wardrobes from which they came out, who disregard LGBTIQ people. What we succeeded in throughout the last 20 years is that the Polish society knows we exist, that currently hundreds, thousands, millions of LGBTIQ might coming out and they want to come back to their wardrobes.
Share this feel of optimism that we have heard here, because if we indeed keep on the radicalism, and people would not be afraid of coming out for the rights, and who are coming out of the closets don't want to be pushed back in. Do you also see, do you also feel this kind of optimism that's actually just a matter of a few years before this explosion of of liberty, of freedom and human rights will come to Poland as well, and maybe also to the rest of the region and of the countries that were just called, that are also trying to push people back into the closets? Do you feel also this optimism?
Zdecydowanie tak. I też się zgadzam, że to nie
Definitely yes, and I don't think it's a matter of decades or it will happen in weeks or months, years. We can see that these changes take place very quickly. There are countries where these changes were taking place very slowly. So if we use an example of a small Catholic Malta, they've made a gigantic step 10 years ago. It was a society where single-sex marriages could not occur, and then the reform was introduced. And in Poland, it's the reverse tendency. Krzysztof mentioned some statistical data. He mentioned the number of people who use different equality-related solutions. So in Poland, we have this acceptance, but we need this last element, so we need the change in policies. So I do agree what we have just heard. Visibility is very important, but it is also important that LGBT communities fight for the faith. We know that there are some people in the Polish parliament who are LGBT people, so it shows that we are responsible. We feel completely accountable for this. We could have more LGBT representatives in the Polish parliament. So when the legislation is adopted, they should be there, but they should also work in the local municipalities. In our campaign, we have been working a lot with activists who work in the LGBT-free zones. We know that they leave this cabinet, this closet, and they are taking measures in their small fatherlands to counteract the LGBT-free zones. So we can see that the social change has already taken place, and we are just missing one piece of the puzzle.
Let's also look at the broader level, towards Europe. How can actually other Europeans, and I'm not just talking about politics, but also people, how could they actually help to accelerate the process and to actually give that final push, so that we can actually also help them to establish this kind of equality also in Poland? How can the rest of Europe help with this?
Well, the EU is doing a lot when it implements different equality-based relations in Poland, and it also counteracts all these bad things that are taking place. So there's a multi-year strategy adopted by the EU. If not the strategy, we will still have this problem of the LGBT-free zones and these laws that are against us. So the Union helps us to impact the politicians both at the central, regional and local level, and of course EU MPs are helping a lot.
Krzysztof, so what could we actually do throughout Europe, to help Poland with the struggle?
No, przede wszystkim nie bać się mówić o
First
tym,
of
że jest
all, you shouldn't be afraid that we are a part of Europe, that we are a country in Europe, and we shouldn't be afraid of the solutions adopted by the EU. Slava was talking about some pressures. These pressures are very important because when we feel we are isolated here in Poland, and then we feel that it's only up to us. I mean, the people who care for human rights. So we think that we are single-handed, and then we receive support of the EU. Good example. So if our government is not convinced by us, maybe the finance-related, funding-related arguments maybe are meaningful. So some municipalities that adopted resolutions against LGBT, actually they lost EU funding to deliver municipal projects. Then Zbigniew Ziobro, the prosecutor general, actually gave some funding to reimburse such municipalities, but we can see that that next municipalities and districts actually cancel such resolutions. We know that there was a counter-resolution adopted by the EU, and the EU has decided that the EU is the zone which treats equally LGBT people. I also suggested such a resolution in Poland, but unfortunately it was not published. The government, the majority, actually decided to get rid of my proposal, but we have to maintain the issue. We cannot win all the cases. European Commission, EU bodies are watching us and communicate the message that if a country is homophobic, if it's persecuting its citizens, no money will be awarded to such countries, because this is what we consented to when we joined the EU. EU is the values, it's not just the money. So if you want to be a part of the European project, take the money, but observe
if you don't want to listen, then you feel the consequences. If you want to cooperate and you want to become also part of the values that we all want to share within the European Union, then we can have a great and prosperous future together. And then maybe like my last question, and then I'll open the floor as well for some questions from the audience. And also, like Anna, if you could maybe give one message or like one call for action towards also European audiences, on how we can also help from activistic sides, from influence, from social media, from from bottom up. What can we do? Like one call for action that you would like to see from the rest of Europe to help the cause here in Poland.
Dostaję zawsze najtrudniejsze pytania, mam wrażenie.
Under the impression that I always receive the most difficult questions. So when I'm thinking of the bottom-up actions at the European scale, I'm thinking of solidarity, expressing gestures of solidarity. You can do it through social media, you can do it differently. But please express your support, talk about this, communicate it loud. When I'm thinking about this, I mainly think of the women's strike. So when it was taking place in Poland, I thought there were lots of expressions of solidarity from all over the world. Solidarity with the Polish activists. I read many books that were published after 2016. And in their introductions, they were referring to our protests and to the actions taken by Poles. It's a great support. It motivates us. People start seeing us. They admire us. And I think that such gestures of solidarity are very helpful, very important to queer society in Poland.
Excellent answer. Solidarity and actually indeed seeing the battle that is being fought here, because in the end it's not just a fight for freedom and liberties here in Poland, it's for all of Europe. So I would already thank the panel very much. And then I would open the floor for questions. I see already one question here in the front. Please do state your name first, and then of course also as a general remark, a question starts with a capital letter and ends with a question mark.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie.
Thank you for the great panel at the Federation of Polish NGOs. I would like to refer to what you have been saying about values, that you said that EU is taking care of its value, and no money will go to the country which discriminates, that does not observe the values. And there is also one condition to receive the funding, is that these rules are not violated. The question: what did you have to face as the campaign against homophobia? Apart from the NGOs that fight for some rights, there are also some governmental organizations that state that they also have some rights, and their access to information would be infringed. So, for example, minister invites some organizations to the committee which monitors implementations of the reconstruction fund. So probably we will not be members of this committee. Probably the governmental organizations that mainly want to support the government will be the members.
Another question in the back. Two questions in the back. We'll take both of them, and then we'll go to a coordinator to answer from the speakers.
Dziękuję. Dominika Łysień. Bardzo miło.
Dominika Łysień. Two anecdotes. I was honored. I had a placement in the Director General for Regional Policy in the European Commission, and I took part in the debates, discussions with Polish authorities when they were endorsing and drafting agreement on partnership, and the Polish partner in the Commission, in the European Commission, really wanted to generate pressure for the Polish government to provide the funding to organizations as yours. I do admire the members of this committee. They really want to help us. And the second story, my mom is a teacher, and she delivers the family, the preparation for family life, and Minister Czarnek doesn't like this subject. And one of the lessons for 14-year-old, she had a discussion on family, children, values, and one of the girls said, I don't want to have a husband, I want to have a wife. So my mom was waiting whether there will be some opinions from her colleagues, whether my mom will have to intervene. And the children didn't react. So I hope that it's not the only situation in this school. I hope that there is such an attitude, and it is well-rooted attitude. So children know about equal rights. So my mom could see that the children's for the children it was quite normal to talk about a girl wanting to have a wife.
Indeed, a very hopeful sign. And then we have the last question there. To ask to keep it short and focused, because I have a red timer going up here, and we have to keep watch on the time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Marcel Stępniak-Góra,
I would like to observe. I would like to introduce to my question. This is a very inspiring panel. In the meantime, I have received a picture. I will read. It's a picture of a poster from Lublin. So during our conference, it's about LGBT, what they want to teach children. 14, masturbation. 9-year-old to agree to have sex. 6-year-old is that they have right to experience orgasm. So I do hope that there will be equal rights and that this situation will improve. There are rights, but on the other hand, people want to live in the utopia. People want to have rights, but still some people will not respect these rights. So we should disseminate, we should raise the awareness. So how can we influence? I don't want to say to fight such prejudices, because fight is a difficult, it's a hard word. So how to open such people's minds to make sure that we all live in this utopia, proverbial utopia.
Ernst would like to answer first to both questions. Okay, Krzysztof? Yeah.
To ja pierwszy.
The first question. I think we are dealing with the situation where the government is trying to develop its alternative civic society. And we have been facing it since 2015. There are organizations that are set up very quickly. They have no experience, no resources, and all of a sudden they receive millions of zlotys to deliver their activities. It's not a part of the healthy civic society. They are just agents of the government. And we, the politicians and the civic society, we need to inform the Commission, we need to signal, warn the European Commission and other bodies that we have agents, government agents in these committees. It's nothing new. This is how Law and Justice Party operates. All authoritarian governments work in this way. They want to become credible. How can you be credible? You have your own media and your own organizations that support the governmental policy. So we have to be present, we have to alarm, we have to warn, signal to all the bodies. It works very well in the European Parliament, the Council of Europe. I'm a representative of the Polish Sejm Parliament in the European Commission, and very often I see those who pretend that they represent NGOs, and I also see those who I know that they fight for human rights, and they've been doing it for years. Secondly, how to do this? Somebody was asking how to achieve this, that people will start understanding. These examples of public people, artists, politicians, social activists, people who influence reality. We can witness it to a greater extent. Many public people talk about their lives and about their identities. They are not afraid. So it's easy to fight with a cliche, lesbian or gay, and say that he or she is a threat to our children. But it's more difficult to fight against the real person who goes to a TV station, takes part in the interview with an extreme righty, with the luggage of hatred and stereotypes. So, when there's the confrontation with the real human being, it's much more difficult. I would like to tell you about myself. It's not easy for me to go to these TV programs, take part in interviews with men. Usually these are men who have homophobias. They are full of homophobia's venom. So on internet, you know, they are very brave to write things. So when they are in the parliament, they say disgusting things. But when this person comes to the studio, I sit next to him. It's harder for him to convince the society that someone like me has Polish children for breakfast. So in my opinion, we need more public people, artists, politicians, representing different layers who will be able to tell their own story, to say who they are, show their accomplishments, and who will be able to overcome these walls of hatred built by the right-wing politicians.
Tak, ja też bym chciała na to
I would like to add something to this last question. Discrimination will not disappear. Even when the legislation is different, there will be single-sex marriages will be legal. Discrimination will remain. People will often express different attitudes towards LGBT communities. So historically speaking, I would like to tell you what has been done in terms of different projects. Stop rubbish. At the beginning of our activities, we developed a website. So we fragmented all this rubbish they are writing, that 4-year-old child has orgasm, has the right to referring to World Health Organization. So we analyzed it and we showed why this information is rubbish, and it didn't work. So when we were taking these posters in our vans, they physically were opposed. Now in Poland, there are different meetings. Young people have to go to the court. So if young people stop such vans, they have to go to the court. So what we can do, we can go in front of the court to protest. And I would like to highlight this. This is an action we can do.
Maybe even from my side, coming from Belgium myself, because Belgium is being also on the Rainbow Index is one of the better countries when it comes to equal rights, when it comes to freedom for LGBTIQ people. But even there, we see those voices. Even there, we see on social media populists and people actually making those remarks and trying to discredit people. And it will always be a fight, because it's not that you only have the law behind you, that therefore you have society supporting this. So it will be a fight, like it will be a fight today. But we always have to remain fighting for freedom, because the price of liberty is internal vigilance. And on this final note, I would like to thank you all very much. And now I can switch to my little, to the basic Polish that I do know. Bym chciał podziękować wszystkich panelistów tutaj.
I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you very much. Krzysztof Śmiszek, Slawa Melnyk, Anna Wiatrowska. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of Freedom Games. Goodbye.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Państwu. Dzień dobry, witam po przerwie lunchowej.
Good afternoon, welcome after lunch break. Welcome to the second part of the Day 3 of Freedom Games. When you have good company, the time is flying. And when you have valuable, intelligent conversations, the time is flying even faster. The hope is that next year we will meet again, and by the time we will be able to think and maybe start some actions concerning the topics we have addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, this final afternoon is starting with a very important meeting on the future of judiciary system after the disaster of the Law and Justice Party. Adam Bodnar, lawyer from Ombudsman, who is the visiting professor in the Cologne University. He is sitting on many advisory boards that deal with law. Adam Bodnar, welcome to you, sir. Sylwia Gregorczyk-Abram, an attorney, social activist. The Three Courts Initiative is another panelist. I would also like to welcome Professor Krystian Markiewicz, who is a lawyer and a judge. Doctor and professor of the Silesian University. Since 2016, he was the chair of the Association of the Polish Judges Justitia. So the dialogue of our wonderful, outstanding panelist will be Zuzanna Nowicka, who is the lawyer of the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. Thank you very much, Olga. Good afternoon. I'm very honored that I will moderate this meeting. The main axis of the discussion is the civic rights, the rights that are governed by the jurisdiction of the Polish courts. So we have to have the three courts to have good reform of the judiciary system. The main difficulty is that maybe because sometimes the processes are very harmful, because if we think of the rights of the creditors who took their credits in francs. So Sylwia, how should we ensure the balance in the right to court with the justice of judicial rulings? Thank you for the invitation. Our main challenge is how to communicate the state that everything that concerns independence of courts, and also in the context of us trying to fix this, strong word, disaster. Well, actually I agree, it's a disaster. But the main challenge is how to explain that it will serve the good of the citizens, that it's not that all of a sudden Krystian Markiewicz and other judges will come and they will take revenge and they will introduce their own order. As a commentary concerning these creditors who took credits in francs, it's a big drama of our citizens. So when we are thinking of the reform of the three courts, we as lawyers have very long discussions. We are looking at hundreds of drafts, but at the very end there is the citizens who took a credit in francs. So it's just like a normal problem, ordinary problem. I would like to share a story I was thinking of when I was driving to the game. So I was thinking about the tragedy of some people and about the problems of attorneys. How should we behave? As you're probably guessing, most of the cases we deal with as the three courts, we mainly deal with such cases for judges, so we have to submit some proceedings, we should renew the submissions, and of course we have to be impartial. And if Judge Żurek is my client, I know why I'm going to the court, but we had a very difficult situation recently. It was very difficult. It was about a Ukrainian girl. It was before the aggression. So she was a victim. The persecutor was accused for rapes. She was made to work as a prostitute. So we were like implementing the slogan, "You will never walk alone." So she was accompanied in the court by 3 lawyers. So the hearing was very difficult, but the persecutor was jailed. So there is a client who suffered a real trauma. We, as her lawyers, informed her what had happened. It's very difficult to explain to her why this, whether the judge is the judge or not. She is most interested to have this case done with. If the client is not in jail, he will be submitting different requests. But my client, she went through trauma, she's got a baby, and she wants to have her case closed. What to do in such a situation? It's a real human tragedy. We talked to her and she made the decision, so it was easier. I didn't have to submit the request to exclude the neo judge. Whether I like it or not, I can become familiar with all the verdicts, I can take part in all the proceedings, but my client's will is of key importance. So I am in this situation. So I'm dealing with a real tragedy. So we were in front of this judge, female judge. She made her verdict on behalf of the Republic of Poland. My client accepted the verdict. So it was the real tragedy, and it was hard to explain to our client and to average citizens. But back to your question. Each construct that assumed the tripartite division, well, citizens have to have a guarantee that the justice shall be made. So if this division, this tripartite division is meant, everything is observed. Thank you. Professor, do you think that this problem can be resolved by a law? Resolved for good? Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Freedom Games for inviting me, for being here again. Sometimes in our public debate we hear that there will be one act, one law, and it will fix everything. Grzegorz Schetyna in the past proposed something like that. He was saying that one law will be passed and a rule of law will be provided. Sometimes, people think that it's a question of just one solution, but it's not so simple. Actually, many amendments had to be introduced. The courts, council, administrative courts, and all the supporting institutions such as special services. So all these entities should be reformed. For example, we should have special surveillance over special services. So we have to remember that there is the so-called constitutional trap to all of us. So even if we introduce some amendments that would approximate the courts to the compliance of their functionings with the functional standards, so the right of each citizen to the independent court, the trap is that the President and the Constitutional Tribunal can question it. And if the President implements this preventive mode, then we will not be able to do anything for months. I hope it will not happen. But it shows that maybe we will need a strategy focused on many months of very intensive work. So if we cannot manage with one good solution, then we will have to search for another solution, and we will have to pressurize entities not to make sure that the rule of law is returned. So the EU pressures are very important, as well as the pressures of such bodies as European High Court for Human Rights. We are meeting here today in the Freedom Games between 14 and 16 October, and on the 12th of October, the European High Court of Human Rights talked about the case Lech Wałęsa against Poland. It's about the contents of the dispute with. So if we read the rulings, we can see how the Polish courts work. We can actually see all the infringements, these new judges, neo-judges, abusing procedures in the European High Court of Human Rights, the court in Strasbourg. We are that many changes have happened both at the symbolical, political and emotional level, as well as the level of the number of people who are involved in the process of changes. The neo-judges themselves, it's not a small group. It depends how you count. If we include the graduates of law schools, of young prosecutors who had no choice. They graduated from the school for prosecutors and they had to become prosecutors or judges. So we are looking at the thousands of verdicts. So to fix all this, we have to be prepared for long-term intensive process. At the same time, does it mean that we have to start thinking about it right now, after the election? This work has to be prepared. We have to have many options in terms of functioning of these institutions. Even if this constitutional trap is set, then we have to adopt the laws that will repair specific judiciary bodies. Let's get back to the thesis by Mrs. Gregorczyk-Abram. As you have said, we have to tell the citizens, and at the same time we have to convince them that we also want to improve efficiency of the functioning of the judiciary system. In Gazeta Wyborcza weekend edition, there is my article, and I'm writing that in Poland we've got this gap in access to courts. So even if citizens would like to can go to the courts, they don't see that the courts are really for them. So people do not believe that they can deal with small things, and people need to plan. Well, if I go to the court, maybe the process will take 2 or 3 years, so it's not worth it. So we have to make sure that the citizens can see that there is no dispute, that it's not about the judges fighting, being in conflict. Now the level of comprehension is already quite weak, and now we have to be prepared that it will take several years. So it's important to prepare to draft reforms on the general functioning of the judiciary system in Poland. I would like to provide you with one figure. It's important to me because I was very involved in this. The consequences of the Repression Act of the December I can't. Sorry, I didn't hear the years. So it's of 2006. So after 6 years, after adopting this law, and then the decisions were issued by the pension offices, 25% are at the age of the first instance court ruling, and a very few of them have the legally binding decisions. It's due to the fact that Minister Ziobro is not very keen to provide extra human resources to process these cases. It shows how difficult these problems are. So not only institutional problems, but also the problems of efficiency of courts functioning. Christian, I have this feeling that many citizens are afraid that the lawyers want to move everybody away. So how to balance what Professor said, to make sure that the system is functioning on daily basis. Thank you for the first invitation. Adam was thanking for the next one. I'm very happy. All these three questions are interrelated. There is this long-going discussion for several dozens of days. Where is the stability of the verdict, and where there is the space to address the problems that have been mentioned, for example, the problem of appointment of judges. Stability of the verdicts. We as judges, we are responsible for this. This is the issue of stability of the state. When I go to a court, I expect that my case will be settled. I will receive my verdict. That is why we were saying several years ago how dangerous it is to use this special, extraordinary complaint. So we had to wait for President Wałęsa to attract the attention, to highlight such problems. And if we pretend, as we used to pretend for 5 years, that the Chamber of Audit is not a problem, the disciplinary chamber is a problem. The Chamber of Audit is not a problem, although it really threatens the functioning of state more than this disciplinary chamber. So this problem is identified, this extraordinary complaint, when the politicians have to approach the political chamber and they can question any decision, they can question proper nature of the election result. Also, such bodies as the Council for Public TV and Radio, it can all violate the stability of verdicts. So Sylvia was saying about her client who was facing a problem, and she decides that she doesn't want to exercise her right. Then we say, okay, we respect her decision. We treat the fault of appointing some judges as the right to question the verdict, not as a duty, obligation, something like this law when the pensions of the former services have been questioned. So we need the law for those who want to exercise it, not for the people who found some situations that allow for some abuses. The problem on questioning verdicts, because, for example, the judges have not been appointed appropriately. This problem has been known for the past 200 years when we think of the 200-year-old law. So if a lawyer wanted to question the verdict, he could have done it 5 years ago, 1 year ago, or even tomorrow. But he or she has to be brave enough. It's not that he is in the court and says, yeah, it's great. He or she has to work. If somebody doesn't want to exercise this right, I think such an option is lost.
So we have to be sure, we have to make sure that the verdicts are stable, and we have to take care of this stability. But in a moment, hopefully as soon as possible, we will have the rule that we will be taking care for the stability of appointment of judges. So we do not want to have the situation that in 5 or 10 years time in the processes participated by such judges, all of a sudden people start questioning such verdicts, because people have this right all the time. So we either do it right now, and we will ensure the functioning of the serious state, not the state who has been using the Strasbourg court and Luxembourg court verdicts to establish the standard. We need to introduce the standard. We need to learn how to execute the verdicts, the rulings. This is when it will be good situation. It's important to everyone. So it's not only what we can get from the rulings, verdicts at the initiative of Polish judges, Polish lawyers, at the initiative of the European Commission, but there is the question whether we will be determined enough to implement this and say we are a mature EU member state. And we don't want the situation that we will be like the 4-league player.
Thank you. Professor, you reverberated society's trust to courts. I'm afraid it affects general system of justice. We talk about reforms. It won't mean we'll win the trust immediately. How can we do it? I fully agree that this trust cannot be regained within a day, but we can change the vector of thinking. Through changing the vector of thinking, I mean that every politician from the opposition every day must emphasize why it's important to observe the law, legalism, and tripartition of power. It must not be the case, as used to be during the opposition's party rule, that on one day we observe it and the other day we make shortcuts because we want to force an act within a week. It used to happen, rarely, but it did. In my opinion, this is one of the most important lessons we learned throughout the last 7 years. The ruling politicians, even if it's difficult for them, even if it extends the efficacy of making political decisions, they have to shape the sense in the society that law is above all and that they are servants of citizens. If we follow such an approach, soon we will see a different attitude of citizens to the system of justice and to politicians. But it will also mean responsibility on the judges' side. What my colleague from Ombudsman's office proposed in 2017, that judges have a debt to pay towards citizens, will be even more valid. I am aware that for some judges it will mean not necessarily being convinced. Some will claim that they were appointed by the National Council of National Courts Council, but we are doing our duties in the right way. But they have to be well conceived and they need to be clear, because our role is not only to build and to regain the trust or regain the energy we observed in the 1990s and later, but this is also the task to show, just as Christian said, that we are a serious country, a serious player, not only in Poland but internationally when it comes to shaping the future of the European Union, that we are an example to follow for Ukraine and for other candidates. However, this applies to legislative changes and engagement of all politicians, and that's something I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that democratic opposition will not stand united. On the one hand, there will be parties which will say, right, we are on this side and we implement it, but there will be another person saying, we've got excellent solutions just to enjoy a moment of fame on the political stage. So yet again, if they try to compete and rediscover the wheel, it will immediately go into vain. Another aspect is related to settlements. They have to take place, but they need to comply the rules of law and the guarantees of procedure and the right to defense. It needs to be repeated, though it's obvious. Again, if we take shortcuts, we'll give the fuel to those who will challenge this. That's another aspect to take into account, namely how to prepare the mechanism of settlements which are of conciliation nature, or which are conciliatory or amicable. Then you will say, all right, you admitted you had done wrong, that you had not proceeded according to the code of ethics, and such a mechanism needs to exist. We'll come back to settlement, but I would like to come back to the opposition's proposal related to the system of justice. Where do citizens belong in the process of change? We often hear that lawyers should be removed from the room where all these discussions take place because they are the ones responsible for the disaster. How to take into account the citizens' voice? I will answer the question, but I want to say I do agree with Adam that this is the most significant trap, not to be captured into fatigue, that we should take everybody to action, to say how to build a state which operates according to the highest democratic standards. That's the major challenge for us. Citizens' opinions and voice. It is not that we only talk about it during conferences, how we can reverse certain things. These works are ongoing with huge engagement of Justitia organization. Apart from doing their everyday duties, and apart from being subject to endless disciplinary procedures, lawyers are engaged in actions carried out with citizens and NGOs to reverse, to order and to remedy the problems. One of them is the project of memorandum for the rule of law. It was initiated by Justitia, taken over by NGOs such as Wolne Sądy, Free Courts. And they invited all politicians of the opposition to cooperation. Is it easy? Christian is smiling. Paulina Kieszkowska-Knapik is the patient person who runs the conversations with the opposition politicians, but it's indispensable. We are at a point where we have to speak openly. As Adam said, it might happen that an opposition party member will come with a great idea just to have a moment of fame. We struggle with lots of such ideas, but we are persistent in operating on shared values, and we try to convince them. You have to remember that we do this job, we as free courts, as citizens, as the societies and NGOs. We work under the project submitted to the parliament, but it has not been popular. It assumes a number of solutions related to neo-judges. It responds to the question how to activate the process to verify the new neo-judges, and the other one is related to Constitutional Tribunal, and it was established by the Batoré Foundation. That was the project subject to the broadest consultations. The Batoré Foundation does their best to show this project to everybody. Their meetings with politicians are not easy, but they propose specific solutions related to the Constitutional Tribunal and its functioning in the future. Legitimacy for organizations, for NGOs, disciplinary jurisdiction, and also activating judges, Justice Emeritus, to come back to work if necessary. If you feel it does not suffice, and you might have such a feeling, I can only imagine what an average citizen feels hearing about it all. I also feel you can become indifferent. But if you feel that citizens' voices are not well exposed, please write to us, write to Wolne Sądy. We try to answer every message. The same is true for every organization dealing with the rule of law. We want to enter the dialogue because we are concerned about establishing the dialogue and bridging the gap to build the nice democratic state together. We mentioned draft acts and how to implement a reform of the system of justice, but how to ensure society's participation? Christian, over to you. There are several related issues. I don't know, Sylvia, if you feel the same, but the major problem is not related to the flow of information between us and citizens, but between the citizens, NGOs, and the world of politics. This is the lesson related to the project for the rule of law. It has been a traumatic experience for me. What is it like? We live in a state with a population of about 40 million people, with universities, mature political parties, and after 7 years, we have 2 draft acts. One was conceived by Justitia, consulted by several lawyers from the Batoré Foundation. Some could say, well, that's still positive, but even if there are only the 2, there are people mentioned by Adam and Sylvia who have to spoil it. And that's something I cannot understand. I like Warsaw, but there are some moments when I'm happy that I live in Katowice, not in Warsaw. The future will depend on the best collaboration between citizens and system of justice. That's our opportunity. In my opinion, there is no tripartite power, but bipartite. Are we aware where the draft act or the project comes from? Nobody differentiates it. The MP's initiative is submitted by people who know nothing about it. We've got bipartite power, political and court. If it wants to operate as a separate power, it needs to have a legitimacy. Regulations are dead themselves if they are isolated. Has anybody changed the constitution for 7 years? No, they are simply violated rules. We need to be aware that in 2022 we're talking freely about independent courts, about the future of the system of justice. 2 weeks ago, I came back from Israel, where judges from all over the world gathered, and I learned that the situation was completely different there. Murat Arslan, my counterpart in Turkey, has been in prison for 6 years. One day after unfavorable sentence, a bomb explodes in front of the judge's house. We must not forget what we succeeded in throughout the years. This is our shared success. We did it all together. If we want to have real control over what politicians do, because this is what they want. They want to feel they will never be punished. But the remedy is to stand together. There is the Social Council at the National Justice Board, common discussions in Łódź, in Katowice, about the system of justice locally, so that in their towns, in their villages, they know the judges, and the judges know their citizens. It's like mutual opening. We showed over the period of 7 years that we can be the last barricade, but this is the one you cannot cross, and that's what I'm certain of.
Bardzo dziękuję. Zanim wypełniając
Thank you very much. When we talk about other things, I would still like to talk about accounting. I started delivering classes to the students of first year of the law studies, so I was asking them, when we were talking about the independence of judges, so I asked them whether they imagine a situation where the judge is the husband of the person who's going to be sentenced, and they were thinking that yes, the judge can be married to a woman who has made a mistake. So, how to distinguish the people who are true judges from those who are not? If we believe in someone's intellectual independence, it doesn't mean that we should allow this person to issue ruling, because it depends how such people are perceived by external observers. You have used a case which should provide the foundation to exclude such a judge from this kind of ruling. So appearance of justice is not met. This condition is not met. So in the context of the neo-judges, we will have a big problem, because even if among these people we will have a lot of judges, serious people who are well known from their research work, but in 2018 decided to hop on this train to hurry up with the career, to progress faster. So they ignored everything that was happening and all the threats to the independence of justice resulting from the constitutions or international agreements, including Poland's memberships in the EU. All these people should be verified using the criterion mentioned by Christian. So what to do to secure stability of the judiciary system and the safety of citizens? It will be difficult, but it can be done. There are mechanisms that will help us to implement such process. I have 1 minute to go, so let's get back to the theme already mentioned. I don't think it's enough just to say we want to speak to citizens. Citizens have a range of organizations, institutions that help them in providing their voice, their opinion on prosecutors. There's a government of notaries, local governments in entities. At the level of the local entities, you can also hold debates to approximate the knowledge on courts and their functioning. And I would like to appeal to you. A day before yesterday, something important happened. A court disagreed to arrest for Maciej Witocki and 3 other men. So they were stopped daytime. The head of the most important organization of employers on the day when EFNI Congress started. It's scandalous. So I would like to appeal to the Polish business. Wake up! This isn't funny. This is the future of Poland. So now it's too late. We mustn't consider whether we can try to have a position worked out with the central government. All the entities, lawyers, justicia, entrepreneurs need to demand to have the state that will work according to the rules of law. Sylwia, Professor Górski calls the National Justice Board illegitimate children. Do you think they all should be prevented from giving verdicts? How to distinguish? It's not so complicated as it may seem when you listen to politicians or media. I will start by saying, just like Adam said, it's not just the Chamber of Audit, of Control, but definitely there are people who are valuable, and to some of them it was like a tragedy. So giving verdicts in district courts for many years, maybe it was quite frustrating, so they could progress faster. So they hopped on this train. So it doesn't matter how smart they are, how many universities they have graduated from. We have to deal with this. We can't take shortcuts. And there is no mechanism. Are we going to deliver an exam on morality, on the rule of the law? There are Strasbourg Luxembourg and Polish courts determined that they are not constitutional judges. The National Justice Board is not credible. So we have to have the judges chosen in the right way. So we were talking about some projects. There are some procedures that can be implemented and they will not destabilize the judiciary system or the work of the courts. So we do not want to stop the proceedings only because we can see new judge coming into the court. Of course, such procedure is available, but there are different processes. So the judges will have to be verified whether they have been constitutionally chosen, and we'll have to make sure that these people will not want to take revenge. So this project, the draft of the agreement for the rule of law actually includes such tools. Christian, do you think is this the right moment for the judiciary system to reformulate its structure based on the mistakes made by the Law and Justice Party? Yes, Justicia is an association which is 31 years old, and it's not that we started our work 7 years ago, although some people may think that's the case. You mentioned children.
Żeby każdy miał prawo do sędziego nieskazitelnego.
So it's not that somebody who is working as a judge for a long time, he is a good judge. So everybody should have access to the impartial judges. I do not understand what is going on in the High Court.
O tę niezależność jest to, że nie ma mieszanych składów.
We hear that there are no mixed compositions of the courts. So what does it mean? So if I'm lucky enough, I go to the good judges, the fair judges. But if I'm unlucky, I will have to deal with the three neo-judges. This is not the state should work. So if you're lucky and if you go to buy a car, if you're lucky, the brakes of the new car will be working. If you're unlucky, the brakes will not be working. And as soon as you leave the shop with the car, you will get killed because the brakes will not work. I agree with Adam. The problem is that we have to set priorities. What should be done first? In my opinion, we have wasted a lot of time during these 7 days. There is a special committee founded during the first Congress of Polish Lawyers. Of course, I would love this committee to do more, but show me other committees that have worked more than this committee. At the very end, ultimately, when the time comes, we will have to have some instruments ready. So we will see who will have the drafts of the law about the judges. Now they are talking about the judges of peace. It's the tradition dating back to the 19th century, and in most countries you can use specific programs and they are free of charge. So we can use just clerks. So we need to have a vision. What has been happening for the past years shows one thing. The concept of the supervision of the Minister of Justice, who also is the Prosecutor General. This has not worked. If it's so great, why is it so bad? Why Poland is dropping in all the rankings when we're talking about the dynamics of the cases, when there is no prosecutors' enforcement to defend everyone according to the civil code or criminal code. Why? Because the minister is dealing with politics. He wants to harm judges, prosecutors, lawyers. So we also need discussion on the new way of functioning of Polish courts. In the 21st century, in the 2020s, now this formula is outdated. It doesn't work. It's like a ship that will sink anyway. So we have to propose something new and modern, which will make us the leader of Europe, or our courts will be just like a scrap.
Dziękuję. Do końca zostało nam 9 minut.
We have 9 minutes left, so I would like to ask the audience to take part in our discussion. So the lady from the front row. Thank you for this important discussion. I wanted to ask about a different topic, the issue of the Constitutional Tribunal. When we look at its competition, implementation of any law can be blocked. So what to do with this tribunal? On the one hand, we've got the theory of Professor Matczak. We could remove only the doubler judges. Then Professor Sadurski says that the tribunal has to be got rid of. We have to get rid of it. I can answer this question. When our panel ends, Professor Sadurski will actually take part in it. It will be an online connection. He will be here at 4:45. I know this dispute and the concept of Professor Sadurski is very attractive, but I don't know how he's going to execute this. How does he want to have the situation where the offices will be taken away from the judges who have been appointed in accordance with the Constitution? I prefer Batory's foundation. So Professor Matczak is for it. So he wants to take the office away from the 3 judges. So some legislative initiatives have to be implemented. Maybe these judges should start the retirement earlier, and in this way we will fix the tribunal, but it can take several years. It won't happen all at once. So we are in this constitutional trap and we will stay in it for quite a while. It may also happen that the tribunal will not be so keen on making fast verdicts. And just to defend Professor Sadurski's concept, he often says there is the other part in my concept, dispersed control of constitutionality. So each court will take a bigger burden by making verdicts on the basis of the constitutions. We can see the courts more and more often use the Constitution as the basis. So in these new times, hopefully there will be more such instances. There's someone from the 3rd row. Karol Konrad, you didn't say anything about the prosecutor's office. The future of the judiciary system is the prosecutor's office, especially when we will have to summarize all the things that have been happening within the past years. We will also have to decide what to do with the people who are offenders representing the Catholic Church. So do you have any ideas? How should they be selected? Of course, the separation of the prosecutors have to be done, so the minister will not be able to be the prosecutor general. So any ideas on this? We didn't talk about it because of our topic. Also, I don't feel competent enough. We have many friends from Lex Super Omnia, and just like Batory Foundation was working on the draft on the Constitutional Tribunal, we were working on the draft of the judiciary system. Prosecutors are developing their own drafts. Of course, this is obvious. Of course, the Minister of Justice cannot be a Prosecutor General, so we need some systemic actions. It's not the draft at the stage of the assumptions. Now some details are elaborated, so hopefully quite soon there will be a publication by Lex Super Omnia. Yes, they want to speak to the politicians to consult this draft. This draft has been drafted, they are still working on it. When we talking about what you have, you were very right. The situation nowadays is as follows. Nobody counts for the prosecutors, so no proceedings are initiated by judges where we are dealing that actually the rights of the lawyers have been violated many times. We do not see sense in taking actions. That is why this Lex Super Omnia has to finalize this document to make sure that the prosecutor's office is not controlled politically. So some international PR and promoting specific people, we all know about this. So we have to make this bold line. I know you all expect this. Some harms, some crimes, let's be open about it, they will be governed and they will be processed, and we collect and archive this information to make sure that when the time comes, they are revealed and these people will be held accountable for these deeds. So undoubtedly this will have to be done. One more question. The lady on my right. I have a question. Do you think that the repair of the court system will result in the bigger, higher awareness on the importance of the law? It is all interlinked. Of course, education is necessary, starting from the nurseries. It should be a bottom-up initiative, and hopefully people will start understanding the process, because the projects introducing such classes at schools, actually we were proposing it 7-8 years ago, and there was no interest in these topics. But I do agree that we have to educate at schools, nurseries, during Freedom Games. It will improve the situation. One more thing. What we are doing right now in the context of the civil education, I mean the free courts, congresses through the constitution, meetings, discussions. So we are also trying to develop new educational methods. We are experimenting with different concepts to check whether they work or not. And these are our accomplishments and contributions to the democracy development, not only in Poland but worldwide. We are talking all the time about the increase of populism in Poland and in the world. People are very much interested in this topic. So once we regain democracy in Poland, and when we enter the path of fixing judiciary system, then we will be sharing ideas and good practices. Christian said that in 2022 we can talk about the judiciary system, we can organize meetings, trainings, we can reach to school children, and actually there are threats waiting. So education is very important, and this will be our contribution to democracy. Your question. Our assumptions are very optimistic. I want to believe that this awareness is rising and that there will be the respect for the law, it will win. But also there is a risk that the society will be so discouraged that they will ignore these values. So I hope that our postulates will be implemented. 10 seconds for me, can I? No, we have to go ahead with the rule of law and democracy. So even if you have some more questions, you will be able to ask us after the panel. We are at your disposal. So this is what I would like to encourage the audience to. Thank you very much for this discussion. And let's have a discussion in the margins.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
Dzień dobry
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel called Ukraine is a Woman. We are going to talk with our fantastic panelists on how to help wisely and effectively. I invited Jolanta Kwaśniewska, the First Lady of the Republic of Poland between 1995 and 2005, the founder and president of Porozumienie Bez Barier Foundation, positively engaged in helping Ukraine. The next guest is Zhanna Lizan, a psychologist from Kiev, now living in Warsaw. We also have with us Marta Małecka, entrepreneur, founder, and the head of the Be Hero Foundation, actively helping in Ukraine. And we have with us Elizaveta Pikalova from the Crazy People Foundation in Zaporizhia, who came to us to share the story of the reality of war. I'm Anna Dudek, I'm a journalist of Gazeta Wyborcza and Wysokie Obcasy. I have the great privilege to chair this meeting for you. War has been lasting for several terrible months now. We can see it on the media, but now the help which is offered and which attracted dozens or hundreds of Polish citizens goes both ways. On the one hand, the First Lady's Foundation helps here. We've got 3 million women who came here with children. On the other hand, foundations like Crazy People or Be Hero help directly in Ukraine, and we'll be talking about it in a moment. The first question goes to the First Lady. From the very beginning, since the outbreak of the Russian aggression, your foundation engaged in helping. The program of relocation was established. What challenges did you have to face when all forces of the foundation were sent for helping Ukraine, and why this relocation program is so important? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for inviting me to this very important meeting in Łódź. Why did we decide to get engaged in helping Ukraine? It's natural, like breathing. It is amazing because the entire Poland, all Poles, went to the border. Our foundation brought all our acquaintances from Ukraine as a result of my husband's work in Ukraine and for Ukraine. We have had a number of acquaintances, so all wives, sisters, mothers and grandmothers came to Poland. Some continued their journey farther to the west. But since so many people from Ukraine arrived in Poland and we could see what was happening at the border, we learned that it wouldn't be easy to use the efforts of volunteers taking Ukrainians to their families. A fantastic partner from the United States called me whether we would like to become a partner as a foundation for the group called Global Empowerment Mission. The fantastic Michael Caponi said he was looking for people with clean hands. I was very happy to mention that, and this is the relocation program. After 25 years of running the foundation, I didn't expect I would join such a huge assistance program. We employed 40 Ukrainian women who gained the money and possibility to work with us. So far, $50 million was the assistance granted. This is the value of help in 2 big warehouses in Rzeszów and near Warsaw. This way we can distribute the help for Marta and her organization, but also for a number of other organizations. Relocation was important for us. I was quite surprised hearing Mr. Kaczyński, who said, "We are not going to talk about relocation. There is room for everybody in Poland." That's true. There is room for everybody in Poland. We showed it. Now we have nearly 7 million people from Ukraine. But when our foundation could relocate people, we were in different centers, railway centers. In Expo Center, we had 7,000 people at a certain point in time. Bad, near bad, people with disabilities, children, elderly people, dogs, cats, hamsters. And when you look at the wave of people, because when you say 6 million people cross the border, this is only a number, but each of these people is a human being with their own problem. Our girls from Ukraine participated in a training. Many applied to the foundation, but they were going to these places, sat on the beds, and they convinced these women in Ukrainian that that was not the right place. Our foundation was responsible for organizing departures to different places all over the world. We used the help of a big travel agency to send these people to different destinations. Owing to our American partners, we spent $3 million, and recently we have learned that 40,000 people have left. Every week we organize another bus leaving Poland. Yesterday there was a group that left to Austria. It doesn't make sense for the people who cross the border to stay in the dark, stiff rooms. These facilities look like this place. Mothers with children, people with disabilities, spend entire days without any light. They can go out the door, but well, it is organized in a good way. They got breakfasts, dinners, lunches. We can offer lots of things. We can provide lots of assistance, but this is not the place to live. So if somebody can go to Finland, the Netherlands, Germany, France, Italy, Canada, USA, you should go. We tell them, leave. And they say, all right, but how are we going to come back? And we always say, if you leave, you will always come back if you want. I'm just worried by one thing. We often heard information from the women. We saw they didn't feel well, that it was hard for them to function in such a huge facility. There was no sense of intimacy in any sense. And when we said, we've got a great possibility to depart to Finland, we'll show videos, we'll show the conditions. There is an organization which takes responsibility for you. We participate in the governmental project of departures to Austria. So these people know very well what the country offers. But all of them said, I won't go because my husband doesn't allow. That's a problem. If I were in a similar situation, if I were to live with my children for a month, I would do it. to see how you can live in a different country. Because if you go one way, when you can return, you will always return. From the very beginning, the care over women and children is very important. We heard from La Strada warning about the cases of kidnapping and human trafficking. That's why some women were traumatized, not only with the war, but they were also scared. For a woman with a child, it is a very stressful situation. So relocation programs are profitable and valuable. Thank you for telling the story. I would like to tell you where it comes from. The voivode told us, because the voivode is responsible for all these large centers. When a bus arrived, women were getting on and they saw 3 male drivers. They were going somewhere, not knowing where to, so they decided they had been kidnapped, and taking them, they didn't know to. After 1 hour, they said, take us back to the place from which we left. That's why it's so important to guarantee safety here, and we know exactly who arrived where. Everything is recorded. If somebody asks, where is Żanna Biczewska, we always know where she is. That's valuable information, and the care is invaluable. They don't disappear. Before I ask you, Marta, about what you do, how fantastic work you do in Poland and in Ukraine, offering different kinds of help. We know the reality only from the screens, and we are lucky because we know it only from the screen, not hands-on. We can't imagine what is happening on site. You came from Zaporizhia, so I would like to ask you about the war reality. Now we greet from the time of peace. I would like to thank you for inviting me here. Honestly speaking, everything is well, everything is okay, and I wouldn't like any of you to feel and experience what people in Zaporizhia do. That's a very difficult and complex question. Why am I staying in Zaporizhia? That's my personal choice. I run a foundation. I've got my employees and I've got people who need me back there. Not everybody can leave their home. Not everybody can leave elderly people, their grandfathers, grandmothers, and live somewhere. The majority of Ukrainians think that we need to build a kind of foundation. Under the current conditions, it's difficult to survive, but at a certain point of time, it becomes the reality. I don't want to say you become used to it. Initially, you are afraid, you are scared, you think this is the last day of your life, but then you are no longer scared. Today, Marta said that you are no longer afraid on the outside. The fear is inside. You don't let it go. Yesterday, I was in Ukraine, traveling from Zaporizhia to Lviv. Then the volunteers took me from Lviv. When we were traveling from Zaporizhia to Lviv at 5 a.m., There were 4 drones exploding in Zaporizhia. They destroyed a house, a car park, and 300 S-300 missiles were released. It's not the fear, but it's painful. You stand on debris, on ruins of people's lives. Children lose their kins, their parents, and the most valuable thing we have there is the life. You cannot describe all these things. Once you are there, everything is perceived in a different way. When you are here, you can talk about it, you can smile, but in reality, deep inside, you experience the pain of everybody staying there. Nobody forces them. Everybody has their choice. When volunteers were arriving from Poland to Zaporizhia, we were saying we want to stay here. But we said it was a dangerous place, and they were saying, since we arrived here, I'm ready for this danger. That's the way it looks like.
Bardzo dziękuję za tę poruszającą i bolesną opowieść o wycinku tej wojennej rzeczywistości i codzienności. Marto, jak to się stało? Ty prowadziłaś firmę, byłaś bardzo zajętą, jesteś bardzo zajętą przedsiębiorczynią, wybuchła wojna i nagle okazało się, że po prostu wróciłaś z Lizbony, jak rozmawiałyśmy, i natychmiast zaczęłaś działać. Pierwszy samochód pojechał drugiego dnia?
Pierwszy samochód, wtedy jeszcze nie Fundacji Be a Hero, tylko nazwaliśmy się Spontaniczna Grupa Pomocowa. Taka grupa powstała na Messengerze i każdy tam dodawał kolejne osoby. Faktycznie wojna zastała mnie na takim króciutkim wypadzie i jak usłyszeliśmy, co się dzieje, to było takie odrealnione. Byliśmy w pięknym słońcu, niebieskim niebie i my słyszymy, że właśnie trwa atak z terenu Białorusi. I bardzo szybko zadzwonił do mnie mój brat, który pracuje w firmie logistycznej, bo tak, jestem seryjną przedsiębiorczynią, jak to się mówi, robię w biznesie. Ale gdzieś tam te działania pomocowe są mi zawsze bliskie i moja siostra się śmieje, że jak raz na rok nie zmuszę wszystkich dookoła i siebie do wydania pieniędzy na coś dobrego i zrobienia czegoś dobrego, to jestem chora. I miałam takie marzenie, że przed 40 założę fundację i będę... Wtedy pomysł był taki, że chcę wspierać kobiety, które miały mniej szczęścia niż ja. Były może urodzone w innym miejscu i w innym czasie. Mam 38 lat i Be a Hero powstało w końcu lutego. Więc pierwszy konwój pojechał od razu drugiego dnia wojny, dlatego że zadzwonił do mnie mój brat i powiedział, wiesz, mam tutaj dziewczynę, Linę, i ona cały czas płacze, nie wiem o co chodzi, ale mówię, no to idź się dowiedz o co chodzi, no bo wiem, że jest wojna w Ukrainie.
Prawda? Waszą pracownicę.
Tak, ona pracowała u nas w jednej z firm i właśnie mój brat mówi, siedzi przy stole i płacze. No to się dowiedz, czemu płacze. I się okazało, że jej 17-letnia córka, która miała po maturze do niej dołączyć do Polski, jest w Ukrainie i wiecie, no pierwsze dni wojny były absolutnie stresem, szokiem, przerażeniem dla wszystkich, dla niej jako matki również, tym bardziej. I okazało się, że ta córka jest tam niejako uwięziona z dziadkami 89-letnimi. Ona nie wie, jak do niej pojechać. Taka wielka bezradność. I znalazł się śmiałek, który powiedział, to ja pojadę. Summa summarum Lina zdecydowała, że po córkę to ona pojedzie parę dni później i zrobi to sama, ale myśmy już mieli zebrane pierwszą pomoc humanitarną, gotowego pierwszego śmiałka, pierwszy samochód, więc pierwszy człowiek wjechał w Ukrainę, no i właśnie wrócił tam po 2 dniach i mówi, dzwoni do mnie i mówi, to nie wygląda dobrze, tam jest bardzo dużo tej pomocy potrzebnej, te kolejki kobiet z dziećmi stojące do granicy. Panika w Lwowie jako tym pierwszym mieście takim najbliżej nas, więc wylądowałam w niedzielę 28 o 16, a o 20 wsiedliśmy z moim ukochanym do jednego busa, mój przyjaciel do drugiego busa, bo tej pomocy humanitarnej pozbieraliśmy strasznie dużo, leki, opatrunki, oktanisepty, bandaże uciskowe i tak dalej i zapakowaliśmy 2 samochody, pojechaliśmy w Ukrainę i ja poczułam, że jak już usiedliśmy w tym samochodzie i mój kochany prowadził, ja sobie po raz pierwszy przestałam się wtedy bać. bo się skoncentrowałam na tym, że jedziemy na misję. Mieliśmy termosy z ciepłą herbatą, mieliśmy kanapki dla tych kobiet, co z tymi dziećmi stały w tych kolejkach do tej granicy, żeby już po drodze im tam jakoś pomóc. I na moment odszedł ode mnie lęk, no bo lęk jest naturalny. Atakują naszego sąsiada, my jesteśmy drudzy w kolejce. Nasze położenie geopolityczne jest tragiczne, uświadommy to sobie. I Unia Europejska i NATO są naszym jedynym ratunkiem długoterminowym. I polubiłam to uczucie, żeby się nie bać. Więc zobaczyliśmy skalę potrzeb, która jest olbrzymia. I zobaczyłam też, jak łatwo nam to poszło. 4. dzień wojny, a my wypuszczamy drugi konwój, który załadowany jest towarem o wartości kilkudziesięciu tysięcy złotych. Docieramy na miejsce, znajdujemy od razu wolontariuszy, którzy wspierają tych, którzy są zmobilizowani na front. Od razu trafiliśmy do jakiegoś szpitala, który powiedział, mamy braki takie i takie, bo spodziewamy się, że będziemy mieli tutaj zaraz rannych z frontu. Pomyślałam sobie, że te same reguły, które działają mi w pracy na co dzień, w biznesie, oszczędzanie czasu, oszczędzanie pieniędzy, oszczędzanie ludzi, podejmowanie decyzji mądrych, a nie zdeterminowanych przez jakieś ego
Not decisions determined by the ego and the unnecessary motivation. So the same aspects contributed to the fact that we were efficient in delivering our humanitarian aid. And this is how it started. And then I don't know how it all followed, but I don't know that I didn't give my telephone number to anyone. And then I discovered that so many people had it and they were asking me, Marta, my name is Alexi, I received your telephone number from Taras. So I started writing the details in my notebook. We started operating in 3 areas: support for medics, hospitals, civilians, and initially we decided to support the army because providing bandages and ultrasound machines is not sufficient for Ukraine to win. In a moment we will talk about the efficient aid, but we have to talk about these atrocities. We remember these dreadful images from Bucha and other places, but we only watch them on our television screens. Mrs. Kwaśniewska was saying about these women who were rescued but imprisoned in these huge halls without any privacy, the fear, the concern for their families. Żanna, you are a psychologist, you work with patients in Ukraine and also with refugees in Poland. So how to support them wisely? We meet them, they are everywhere, at school, in offices, at the doctors, they are our sisters and neighbors. How can we help them? Hello. I work with clients and I must say that now the problems can be divided into psychological and social. Psychological sometimes result from social issues or the other way around. When I'm talking to my clients, I'm quite shocked because they came to Poland. These are only not the people who lost their homes, but they also lost opportunity to work. But they didn't lose energy to survive. It is clear. My clients include experts who used to be very popular in Ukraine, and now they work physically. They are not afraid of hard physical work. And to be honest, it's a huge dissonance because yesterday they had everything, super gadgets, clothes, and today you waking up in a beautiful, not so beautiful European city, and it is all meaningless because you don't know who you are. So all these existential questions. Take their will to live. And the clients say that we get huge support from Poland and other European countries, but I don't want to get up from bed in the morning. I don't want this. I don't want to accept this support. There are also Ukrainians who behave like children. They are not ready to do anything. They do not want to share responsibility. They do not want to get up in the morning. I can do this. I can tell you about my needs, but they don't want to do it. There is another category of clients. They do so many things every day, so they can block emotions. But this is very hard. Psychological religion dictates what we should do, and my experience, my colleagues' experience shows that group processes are very helpful. I'm grateful to organizations, foundations, experts that organize such group processes, group therapies, group reflections. So these are very creative actions where they can be with their peers and they can work through their traumas. Resolving, meeting their needs. Many months have passed, so the initial needs have been met. Now there are different needs. So, for example, they can be deprived of information. I know that the foundations want to help, but some tools are missing, tools that would allow to combine and explain which needs people may have. I should also add that in Ukraine, we have used social media. If you want to read the news, you just access Telegram communicator, and then you can open bank account very quickly. And I think this is the answer. When I join a group in social media, for example, Ukraińcy w Warszawie, Ukrainians in Warsaw, you can read about all the needs. People want very specific things. So maybe experts and leaders can interpret it for specific people. So everybody needs relations. Relations are helpful. I'm very grateful to all the Poles and to you personally. I'm grateful to the ladies for all you have done. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and sharing your observation from your practice, from your office with us. Mrs. Kwaśniewska, several weeks ago we had an interview, and then you told me an anecdote. This panel is entitled Ukraine is a Woman, so it's the women who are responsible for maintaining children, providing them with everything. So I speak with these women very often. Yekaterina from Kharkiv was one of my interlocutors, so I asked her why she's not leaving. She said, I'm not leaving because if everybody leaves, there will be no one to bake bread for the militaries, for seniors. So some things just have to be done, and I have to do that. I remember that you participated in hundreds of such meetings. Actually, each of the panelists did it. I think that the strength of these women is unique. So if you could tell us about this meeting at the border crossing, the woman who was walking with her son. That was the time. I think in future, Ukrainian girls, you will have to benefit from it, and I think you will be wiser when the women after the World War II behaved. So when the war starts, men go to fight, and everything else has to be done by women. During the Second World War, even Queen Elizabeth II was a mechanic. She was driving a truck So that was the time that in all factories there were female workers. They were doing all the jobs that previously her husbands and sons did. So during the war, that was the gender time, let's put it this way, although it may sound funny. After the war, when the men could come back to their previous roles, they did it. And then they told women, they sent them away and they said, just deal with your women's business, that is having children. Of course, women are born to have children. It's natural. And the women who wanted to work in those jobs, they couldn't do this. So you make sure you benefit from this benefit and use the experience of your older friends who were in similar situation. Do not allow the men to get rid of you from the places you are in during this armed conflict. It's very important. I think now the story. We went with my foundation director Ania Drabik. I love Ania. Ania, please show your face. Great round of applause for Ania. So from the very first day of the war, Ania coordinated all the actions. At 8 a.m. she was already in the foundation. She finished work at midnight. So we went to the border crossing in Medyka. I wanted to support an organization, Katowice, Wolne Miejsce, empty, free space. So they asked me whether I could promote this foundation work. So from the first day of the war, they are making warm meals in the no one's land. So it's a roofed place and there is a huge pot, and every day 300 liters of soup is cooked. So they
ze strony Ukrainy tamtędy.
So anybody can go there and ask for help. I gave the recipe and we cooked a soup with some meat. Then a woman approached me. It was a beautiful blonde holding her child. When she turned towards me, I saw that child had cerebral palsy. I asked where she was coming from. She said she came from Dnieper with my son. It was 8 or 9 year old. He must have been heavy with a dummy in his mouth. She was smiling, she was like radiating. After a dozen or so hours, she reached the border and she said, "It's no burden, it's my beloved child." And she kept on smiling. I asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Bosko." "Do you have any meetings and appointments there?" "No, I read that that was the place where my son can get help." And that's true, because there are many spas there. You can imagine she was traveling with her son that had full limb cerebral palsy, and she was going nowhere, didn't know where. It's different when you cross the border knowing where to go. They were coming to us, they stayed with us, they got work and home. But for me, they are heroines. The fact that they can get over such situations and they never give up on their dreams. She said she was fully convinced she could help her son, that he would be rehabilitated and his condition would be much better when they come back to Ukraine. This is one of the amazing stories. Sometimes we had more difficult situations to handle. As Marta said, the phone was ringing all the time and people were asking for help. The help I was asked for to find a home for a baby that came with a mom dying of cancer. That's a challenge. The fact that we managed to find a house for a 14-year-old girl, a loving home, that was one of the most difficult challenges. That's taking responsibility for the child. We knew that that her mom wouldn't stay with her in Poland, wouldn't accompany her. These are the most difficult decisions we have to make because we make them on behalf of the mother who cannot make such decisions on her own. The stories you share are painful and moving. When I talk to activists, to volunteers, I learned that many of them are engaged in their work, often on the expense of their professional and private life. They often mention burnout. Helping is difficult, it is exhausting, especially when you deal with such stories. How do you handle that? It must be really difficult, Marta. When we were having breakfast today, Lisa told me that after some time you don't hear bombs, you don't think about fear because it's something that is simply going on. It's not that if somebody comes to you and asks for help, your emotions are not moved, but it becomes your everyday thing. We'll pay this cost sooner or later. Yesterday, a great woman, Jagoda Pasko, came back from Ukraine. She evacuates civilians from the so-called gray zones. They are next to the military zones. Wherever there are civilians, Jagoda reaches this place. We purchased a car for her to evacuate people effectively and quickly. Jagoda acts quickly, but we need to sleep. The biochemistry of the brain combined with stress will simply won't let you carry on. Naturally, the people who we contact every day become our nearest and dearest. They become our family. When the bridge was attacked, I started every day from texting Lisa, "Are you alive? Are you okay?" I simply have a bigger group of brothers and sisters. I used to have one sister, now I have more of them. So I try to get the best of it. The war made online relationships as real as the ones face-to-face. I take as much from them as possible. The fact that I have my animals, my pets, and my significant other, this is what I derive energy from. When I come back home in the evening, these are the moments of silence and finding energy. Elizaveta, when we were talking informally, you mentioned humor, which is often black humor, that there is no other way to handle it. How does it work? Honestly speaking, laughter helps you live longer. However, I concluded that if we don't smile, if we don't laugh and live our lives here and now, of course, there is war, lots of problems, and lots of things that simply change. Sometimes not all of them can be solved, but if we don't live our lives here and now, we'll burn out. We won't be able to function as personalities. We are all personalities and we've got our missions. I always tell it to volunteers. Each of us has our front in the battle and we have to fight bravely, fight for our position and have our contribution to this world, to this war. Some help evacuate, some help psychologically, others deliver things and add. At the beginning of the war, there were 1 or 2 vehicles. Now the Be Hero volunteers come in 10 vehicles. Jagoda is a brave woman. She covers a long way through Poland, then she goes to Ukraine. She sleeps over in Lviv and then drives to Kiev. Then she goes to Dnipro, sleeps there, and then to Mykolaiv, which is constantly bombarded. And in between, she visits me in Zaporizhia to bring some humanitarian aid. She is the power. Nobody is going to win over us. We are strong. But the most important thing is not to lose the will to live. Sometimes you need to work slowly, you need to slow down. Take a deep breath again and find the new force to come back to work. Animals, pets cure. I also have a dog. When I come back home, I'm very happy. There is the obligation to stay home after a certain hour. But at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. you come back home and there is a dog waiting for you. It doesn't care whether there is war or there is no war. They simply want to go for a walk, eat something and sleep. So you switch to a different mode because you're responsible for your dog. You smile to your dog and you keep calm and carry on. Right, so there's lots of joy in what you're talking about. Jana, I know you had your own front. You didn't know whether to come back to Kiev or to stay in Warsaw. What was it like in your case? When did you accept the tremendous change in your life? I would like to say that I am also a human. Even though I understand some psychological processes, it is still deep inside me. When I was renting my first room in Warsaw, it's only 3 months because then I'm going to come back home. It was like negating the status quo and unwillingness to accept it. I needed time to feel offended with these changes. I went to Kiev twice to understand whether I can come back and function in the same way and help others. Because when I know that when I don't have resources, I'm not able to help others. After this visit, I understood I have a deal with myself that I would stay in Warsaw until spring. These physical symptoms I experienced made me take such decision. I was watching a video. People were walking through the park. The 6 seconds, a missile struck and there was nothing. Once you become aware that your life can end like that, you make a different decision. I do admire such people like Lisa, who works and is involved in such processes. I discussed it with her that I've got an idea how we can help volunteers. They do a lot, but they also have their needs. They must know how to regulate the processes. Many months have passed and now psychosomatic symptoms occur. It means you can separate yourself from your feelings, but your body will have to respond or vent somehow. When I was in Kiev, I understood it would be better for me to stay in Warsaw because I would do more for the people who need help. That was a difficult moment for me as well. When you were sharing your stories, I thought about the will to live. When you lose the will to live, I met a woman who didn't handle her emotions and she came back to Mykolaiv, and it's a very dangerous place. For her, it was an easy way to understand what to do every day when you wake up, how to absorb the new reality. That's why reflection is what can help people in their post-traumatic stress disorders. They can do many things here. There are many talented people. I've got a colleague who is a director and she says, I want to do something, but I don't know how. Sometimes people need time to accept the new reality and to help Poles and to help their citizens. I would like to mention one more aspect. I asked the question to myself, how come that I'm in Poland for 234 days, but I go to Ukraine, I'm the worst driver in our team of volunteers. What is it like to be 234 days to answer the calls, when you experience the trauma, to find the energy? We handle it, and very often we use sense of humor. Paweł, who is with us, distributed the famous toilet paper with Putin's images. He printed the t-shirts with Idi na chuj slogan, and we constantly laugh at one another that we are late, that customs officers cause problems. Wojtek, our volunteer, went to the border, and during the 41st crossing of the border, he said, the month is alright, the year is okay, but the day is not okay, so you won't go. And there were 2 American surgeons, neurosurgeons, and 8 suitcases full of equipment that was supposed to arrive in Lviv the following day. You can perceive it as a stressful situation, or you can call 4 a.m. in the morning and said, Hi, girl, wake up. You need to help me. There is a task to do something. How are you going to do that, to push that car without me having only 2 Americans on board? That's a very good solution, which sometimes works naturally, is feeling distanced, smiling and looking at the bright side. Let's be honest, never will we look at our Ukrainian brothers and sisters the same way without the war. We would never understand that they defend our world and our values. Our world has become richer, even though it's more difficult now. It is good to operate with this perspective. We remember what we have lost, how much time, how much comfort was lost, how high the inflation rate is. But what have we gained? Great defenders of contemporary world in the East.
Bardzo dziękuję za te piękne.
Thank you very much for your beautiful and true words. I think that we have all remembered the proportions in this difficult time. There is a topic that is equally important, maybe less emotional. Mrs. Kwaśniewska, I wanted to ask you about the challenges for these women, because they are mainly women with small children, school age, nursery age. So very often we talk about their vocational activation. So we've got a wave of outstanding experts, physicians, service providers. So this is the potential we can use. We can provide them space for them to be able to work. But there are also a lot of challenges. So how to cope with them? For the woman to go to work, she's on her own. She has no support, no husband who's probably fighting. She's got small children. So to go to work, she has to have childminders, and it's not so easy. So what are the challenges and how to cope with them and how to support these women to go to work? In our foundation, the girls from Ukraine organized it like this. Together, they rented some accommodation. Some of them work, others look after children. And this is a very reasonable formula. We do realize that it won't be easy for all the children who have come from Ukraine to find places in nurseries, in the playgroups or schools. So we have to support one another. This is the only way. I'm very happy listening to what Marta has said. It's a good summary. I think it's the conclusion how we should approach this tragedy that takes place in the east of Poland. So we mustn't get used to the war. It would be the worst thing possible that could happen. At the very beginning, you were saying that it's not easy. People have become quite fatigued. It's true. Many women who came, they had somewhere to live, but it's very expensive to live now. So Polish families are saying, okay, it's been a long time, we were providing you with accommodation, with food, but we cannot do this any longer, we cannot afford this. I admire such people. In our foundation, we held a big meeting. We invited former presidents, very important people from all over the world, from Europe. We also invited organizations from Poland. We met with great girls who came from Ukraine, and just in 1 month they set up an 11-year school for Ukrainian children in Warsaw. So this is an outstanding activity. We, as the foundation and other organizations, provide them with support in different ways. It's not easy to find one solution. Even if we look at the solutions provided by the state, because our budget is also limited, well, so people say, okay, 500 plus for children, or free public transport, free healthcare. There were actions undertaken. We cannot say that these Ukrainian refugees didn't receive anything, but these women still need mutual support to make sure that when they can go to work, we should help them to be able to do so. So you girls, you have to get used that it will not be easy for you to find the jobs for which you have been qualified. When I was looking for a job, when I am a lawyer, and when I had my child, I accepted the job that was very close to my home in Ursynów. So a secretary was searched, and I decided to submit my application, and the president of the company said, Jolanta, but your qualifications are much too high to be secretary. And I told him, well, I have to start working. And when the president and the personnel met me, after 3 months I became the director, and I worked there for 3 years. So you girls should not be afraid of such challenges. I have organized a meeting in our foundations. It was for the girls who stopped working, and we had to find another job for them. So, for example, there was an ad that there was a job in a kitchen, or in so that they said this is a job for which social insurance will be paid, and some of them refused. And I think that they should benefit from such opportunities. We should be responsible for our lives, because the state aid, the support of different organizations will be available. I am sure people who come to Poland will be supported. But definitely we will not manage to help those who have high aspirations. Sometimes there are people who come to Poland and they find they start working in their professions. So there are organizations that help Ukrainian women to obtain all the documentation to start employment. It's not easy, because many physicians came and now they work as nurses, because they still have to have the qualifications approved. So please don't resign. Don't try to use any opportunities. Just use the approach step by step. Try to benefit from these occasions that occur. After each corner, there is something waiting. One door is closing, but another one will open. We live in very difficult world. In Poland, this autumn will be very difficult. It will be a very difficult winter, and our foundation is also scared, is also worried about our beneficiaries. We were running many projects addressed to senior citizens, and now we are dealing with Ukrainians, so we have to balance the issues we address. But what is most important, we mustn't stop helping. I have a pleasure to meet with people who come from Ukraine, Deputy Minister for Help. I've met with her in the foundation, and they asked me to say something to cheer them up. So I tell them, each and every war comes to the end. So there will be time when we support you to rebuild Ukraine, the country, that it will be even more beautiful than before. So Slava Ukraine, to Ukraine. we must continue helping. We have to think of our sisters and brothers. And I think that the sisterhood, I don't know if you remember this beautiful image. So Polish mom left buggies for children of Ukrainian women, refugees. So we have this strand of empathy, tenderness, and let's hope it will remain and we will keep working this way. So thank you for the attention. Thank you to the panelists, the First Lady Jolanta Kwaśniewska, Żanna Lison, Marta Małecka, and Elizaveta Pikalowa. Thank you very much.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
dobry Państwu.
Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the panel entitled, the title you can see on the screen. I had a tricky plan for this conversation, but having a talk with Adam Bodnar, Michnik and Władysław Frasonik for 15 minutes, this talk has actually ruined my plan, so I will have to improvise. But I would like to start with an important quotation of President Zelensky, who said, Ukraine has already proved that it's strong, that it is like your country. Now you have to prove that you are true Europeans. Only then life will win over death and the light will win over darkness. So I wanted to start with this quote because it covers all elements that are taking place during the war in Ukraine. Murders. It's incredible. We do not see it, luckily, but we read, we listen to the relations. So the Russian nation is so cruel to the Ukrainian nations, to the neighbors. So they are so close. And now these atrocities take place. I would like to ask you, I'm not going to say to whom this question is addressed, but I wanted to ask you whether in this quote you see this, you can see that the Ukraine has really proved to be that it's strong. Did the Ukraine have to prove this? Because what I found very surprising was the first sentence. Did the Ukraine have to prove anything, especially in these tragic circumstances? Or maybe I will choose the speaker. Mrs. Staniszewska. Ukraine didn't have to prove it to Poland, but it had to prove it to the Western Europe, because Western Europe didn't have trust in Ukraine. I worked for very short time in the European Parliament together with Janusz Onyszkiewicz, and I heard that Ukraine became separated from Russia only for a while. It was the UK MPs who were saying that, and now they are one of the closest allies of Ukraine. And we were saying who Putin is, what Russia means, and then the Western Ukraine was telling us you have two phobias. So everything you are saying about Putin and Ukraine and about Germany, we must really take away the weight. So we were not believed until Putin didn't stop the gas for Ukraine coming. It was the first moment. So the Western Europe could not believe it. Western Europeans thought that gas is economy. It has nothing to do with politics. It's a different area, different field. So everybody knows that you cannot manipulate with the gas, and then we discovered that Russians can do this. So at the end of our term in the European Parliament, when the Orange Revolution started, actually started earlier, and then the situation evolves. Western Europeans started saying, well, let's listen to Poles, let's hear what they want to say, because they are closer, they have a better knowledge. So you shouldn't trust just yourself, you should also listen to new member states to know their perspective. So what we are witnessing now in Ukraine, and we can see that Ukraine is doing very well with this situation, and it's a bigger shock to the west of Western Europe than to us. That's what I think. The second part of this quote states that now you have to prove that you are Europeans. So this is the moment when there is this clash. So we discovered that gas can be a political tool, that Russia is the way it is, and it shows that now it's Europe, not just Poland. Mr. Frasyniuk, he picked up the phone, so let him speak. I will disagree with Grażyna because Polish people say we always saint, we always know what to do, we always all right. He speaks to us. He says, show that you are Europe, show that you are close to us and that you can take us to the EU. Show us that you are a loyal, predictable leader who will take us to the European Union. So, can we guarantee the stable accession of Ukraine to Europe? Isn't Poland delighted with the populism in Europe? I'm not sure, but this government, was organizing a big fraction when the war started, probably using funding of Putin. So we have to check. I don't know whether the government, which is now again flirting with Orban, who is hoping for the Italian fraction, who hopefully looks at the Scandinavian changes in their politics. I don't know whether these words are not also addressed to Poland. We can say, yeah, okay, Polish society approved the right society. Even the government has done the good job, although I do not like this government, and hopefully we won't have it for much longer. And I'm deeply convinced what I'm observing in the Polish government is falsehood. Now we need the European solidarity. Maybe now European Union needs Polish ears and eyes, but does this Polish government really represent us? Can they build and integrate the EU? Really? Can these politicians create strong, united Europe? No. In any area, also in our business, it says no to Europe, and they say it's German Europe, so we're not going to work with Europe. So when I'm listening to Zelensky, he is right. He's also talking to Ukrainian society. To be honest, he's like Ukrainian Wałęsa, because it's for the first time we hear this kind of language. We know the war. We know what Russian war looks like. We know how other wars look like. But let's witness the communication used during the war. I can't remember the war where words are more important than missiles. Zelensky's voice, the men who didn't have the US weapons were stronger than the missiles he received with delay. I think what is phenomenal in Ukraine is the way they communicate, how Zelensky talks to his own society and the rest of the world, and I really admire him. But let's not be disillusioned. He is building the civil society. He is searching for friends in the EU, friends who, like our friends who helped us 30 years ago with this process. That's true. That's true. But there is one characteristic information we must not forget in our discussion. He could have left Ukraine very early, but he decided to stay. We know that he was a well-known actor before the war, more popular in Russia than in Ukraine. He had his businesses in Russia, so he stayed in Ukraine. He showed what does it mean to be patriot, what does it mean to be a Ukrainian. So he really gave up a lot of assets. So I think that each word by Zelensky are millions of dollars. So his behaviors, his speeches are to great benefit of the Ukrainian nation. I wanted to add something to what Mr. Frasyniuk has said, how Polish government communicated with Ukraine several years ago. It attempted to propose ultimatum to Ukraine. We will talk to you if you apologize to us for vowing, kneeling in front of us. So there were different systemic solutions at that time. The situation of our relations with Ukraine was very bad. It was because of us. We were unable. Well, not us, because this is not my government, the people who were voting for this. Well, they do not represent me, but the Polish authorities at the time, they were really making the situation with Ukraine very extreme. We had Russia, Ukraine, and Germany, 3 enemies, and we have to remember this, and we must remember it. Although hopefully Ukrainians will not remember this. I do apologize. I'm calling you Adam. We've been friends for many years, so let's not hide it. Mr. Frasyniuk and Janusz Onyszkiewicz have already said everything about this topic. I do agree with what they have said. But there is a certain dispute with Grażyna. I think that the situation of Morawiecki government is based on a paradox. He is obsessed that in the domestic national policy, he represents Putin's model of the state. It's like plagiarism. He imitates the model. I was taking part in a debate in Moscow with Alexei Navalny, and during the debate said that our leader, at the time it was Kaczyński, not Morawiecki, that Kaczyński said that finally Poland stopped kneeling, it stood up, and everybody was laughing because it was the quote after Putin. So the historical policy harming free media, taking the independence from courts. It's the behavior of Putin's. I agree with Janusz, Grażyna and Władek said. The politics of this government there are 5 of us on the stage. And I think that this is the worst Polish government after 1985. It harms Poland all the time. It spoils, it poisons Poland. But in relation to Ukraine, it behaved differently than Viktor Orban. So in this context, we must say there is a small consensus. I agree with Mr. Frasyniuk. It's based on falsehood. But if they do something good, even if the motivation is wrong, here they did something good for noble motivations. The general problem is that the proposals by Kaczyński and Morawiecki is the Polish option of Putinism. They want to have the state as Putin has created, stupid people, frightened people. So this is what they are planning for us, what we have seen so far. 2 days ago, what we saw 2 days ago, we saw this imprisonment of the chair of the most important organization of entrepreneurs in Poland. It's a copy of what Putin has done with Chodorkowski, Berezowski, Krusyński. It's exactly the same. So we have to be very careful. We must not believe in any declaration of this government. Janusz is right. This government were anti-Ukrainian, and until today, it it remains silent when it's talking about its relations with Ukraine from the times before the war. So if we do not manage to get rid of this government as soon as possible, if we are not successful in changing the government during the next election, soon we will have the same country as Putin's Russia.
Ja jestem głęboko przekonany, że nie musisz absolutnie.
I am convinced you don't have to convince us that we need to change this government as soon as possible. I'm sure that everyone who is here during the Freedom Games, these people came here to listen to you, so I'm sure they agree with you. But this government behaved decently in one occasion. They knew how to behave at the time, but there is a question. Why did they behave like that? Because Polish people were behaving in a specific way without estimating whether it's good or not. So people were taking their private cars, they were going to the border crossing, they were taking food and other donations. So I don't know, maybe the government behaved like that because they had to. It was expected of the society. It was forced by the society. I thought that we would be talking less about Poland and the Polish government. I thought we would be talking more about Ukraine. I think that Polish society reacted like as if just like during the first solidarity movement. So it was identical behavior. Then there was the time that European Union started saying to Poland, you didn't really process your solidarity. You just used it as a bridge. That's why you have a better position and you are in the European Union. But you didn't process it. You forgot about solidarity. So we heard it when that subsequent events happened, when the protests in front of the courts were diminishing, and then we discovered that at this stage of the war, because I would like to say that the war started in 2014, and many Poles and many people have helped Ukraine since 2014, not since February 2022. So, after the 24th of February, it was our DNA, the gene of Polish solidarity, started working, and spontaneously people started to deliver aid. The first weekend after the 24th of February, everyone from Poland decided to go to the border crossing to rescue some refugees. So all the border crossings were blocked, and the border guards had to make a special security zone to make sure that the border crossings are patent. So it was incredible. I'm sure that the Polish government, when they saw it, and when they also saw the response of their followers, they reacted the way they reacted, and I'm really happy about this. I'm very happy that there's at least one moment where we can do some things together.
I just want to express my conviction that we keep on talking about Ukraine and the morality compass, everything related to the war and how Poles behaved is actually what matters, because we talk about Poles but also about Europe. It shows our morality, ethics and solidarity. But we keep on talking about Ukraine, not to mention the fact that in my previous conversation with Władysław, we learned that there is an Ukrainian component in every Pole. Our histories have been intertwined so strongly. One of the national songs, Hey Sokoły, this is the song we keep on singing. I want to say that my grandmother was Ukrainian. In my case, your statement is thus true. However, I want to say that it's not only about Hey Sokoły, but the national anthem of Ukraine was inspired by the Polish national anthem. It was written and composed by somebody living in Galicia and having strong relationships with Poles. There is plenty of it, but coming back to Zelensky, I want to say one thing. We've got a family from Ukraine living in our home, and I got a pen drive with the Nation's Servant show by Zelensky. He acts as a president who is honest but incidentally elected. I find him in this role that was so idealized, but now it's a true role because Zelensky does it in a much larger scale. What Starzyński did in Warsaw in 1939, he didn't leave Warsaw either. He is like a beacon, like a lighthouse for Ukraine, just like Walesa used to be for us. I'm getting old, and I think that whenever I wake up and hear about the solidarity gene, that it survived, that the Polish civic society was so excellent, that's not true. I don't agree with Janusz. It's our fault, it's my fault that the law and justice rules. Kaczynski didn't buy it in the street market. We made the mistake. When I look at the opposition, I have to say that I am fully convinced my grandchildren will suffer, but I will die soon. And it will be over. I can't hear the power and determination to resist the Putin's organization of the state. Yesterday, I heard that local governments are the hope of the Polish society. This is the local government that could not say no to Morawiecki because of coal. I'm worried every single day when I hear that Trzaskowski meets Morawiecki and there is no message about it. I would like to ask my colleagues, would we have accepted such behavior during the martial law? If there were conversations, there was public conversation, because it was obvious that our power lies in the ability to communicate and in telling the truth. Is Morawiecki really driven by the positive feelings of the Polish society? Previously, there was the other limit when non-Christians were entering. And how did Morawiecki behave and the others? Wasn't it Polish society? Yes, there was. How were the Polish citizens treated when they were helping the poor people whom we pushed out away from the border? Did the government respond? Let's not be naive. This government doesn't give a shit about the society. They try to build a totalitarian system which Adam remembers. His fury should be much stronger than the one I express now. The drama lies in the fact that because of helplessness, a part of the Polish society noticed that a window of being decent has opened. the pro-Ukrainians who were escaping towards the freedom, they were escaping the war. But that's not the way it is. Everybody I remember from protests about courts decided it was much better activity than standing in front of the courts. If the solidarity gene survived within 10%, Staniszewska wouldn't be standing with Frasyniuk at the courts. We, pensioners, have been still standing in the streets since August 1980, and that's our failure. Adam, I feel you wanted to say something. Right, you're right, that's a failure, but also a success. The success is related to the fact that contrary to other regions, this society is defending. It has been defending itself throughout the rule of the Law and Justice Coalition. We can see resistance in some places that we wouldn't expect. Lawyers, that was the group of servants during the communist times, and now they are flourishing, both lawyers, barristers, prosecutors. It seems very important to me. I have always considered that Putin's, Kaczynski's and Orban's successes was that they poisoned, intoxicated human brains and hearts. Both Putin, Kaczynski and Orban could hope for the real victory in election. And this is the success of the brainwash. But there is still strong resistance. And Trzaskowski won, but only a little. I'm far from being over-optimistic. But first we talked about people from Solidarity. Then the heroes from the Liberty Union. Will be taken responsible for not being able to win the war with people who cheat, who lie, who can't do anything, but still never has this model won in our place to such an extent to blame the West. We don't say that these are the French, the Germans to be blamed for the fact that Kaczynski has won. I agree with what Mirek and Grażyna said. Our opposition elites stand out with our decency. Eva Kopacz said, we won't say that the election was falsified. This is what divides Poland. Those who use cynical rhetorics, but we Janusz mentioned the example of Starzyński. There is another thing worth considering. We often say that in the Russian society, there is the gene of autocracy. It does not explain everything, but this is the factor worth considering. Hence the question, what historic gene do we have in our Polish DNA? Is it a gene of romantic uprisings or a gene of noble anarchy that led to partitions, or is it a gene of Galicia rebellion of 1936? And Wyspiański wrote that his grandfather was killed. Or is it the gene that is written in our traditions? Then the liberty and the first president murdered out of hatred our great writer Żeromski, then coup d'etat, yet then Piłsudski's dubious game with the parliament, Brest, imprisonment of Witos, who was fighting in a war with Bolsheviks. We've got a moment when we have to revise our history. It is even more important because we deal with the historical policy of the so-called positive change. These are the people who want to erase Lech Wałęsa from the history of solidarity. This is the achievement like the one of Stalin, who removed other leaders from photos. Shortly speaking, I am a bit more positive than Władek, but only a bit. And I think we've got all data as the society which decided to rebel, which doesn't want to be the servant of law and justice. And I don't know if Trzaskowski should meet Morawiecki or not. I don't know the context. You don't know the context either. Let's give up such attacks. Yesterday I was listening to Szymon Hołownia. I don't know whether it was simply populistic or just sharing his mindset. He said that we shouldn't bite one another. Only this way will we regain Poland, if we stand together. It is facilitator's dream not to have to ask questions and to let conversation go. It's like at home. I don't say a lot and the conversation is going, but ad rem, coming back to the essence, the moral compass, and Ukraine. I would like to come back to it. I will tell you an anecdote. I left the prison, and at my mom's home there was a note from Professor Geremek. Władek, remember not to comment anything before you meet me. I was flabbergasted. Martial law back then was different than nowadays, where you've got Facebook, TikToks, mobile phones. There was even no landline. After several months, I met Professor and I said, Bronek, I found the note. Right, you're absolutely right. Because in Western Europe there is a coalition of Ukrainians, Belarusians, Poles, and they are redefining the history. They are looking for some common features, and they try to build the community. Barańczak wrote, it was not true that we didn't like Ukrainians because in Wrocław there is a young Ukrainian that people love them, and he's called Władysław Frasyniuk. Don't deny it. But let me finish. The difference between us is that I manage a company. We are about to face a crisis. I have to think how to make my staff secure, and I have to make hard decisions. They are called cost reduction, or they are called downsizing, but it's simply about making people redundant, or perhaps one day I'll be able to re-employ them. But we don't have to be governed by illusions. How many of us were left? It was as always. Professor Dudek claims I exaggerated, and I said that it was from 3 to 5%, and he said it was around 300,000 people. Honestly speaking, I do remember that. I remember the elites, but our common court case is something that young people should remember. They had nothing against Michnik and nothing against Frasyniuk. They had Bogdan Lis, who was asked by Wałęsa to talk to government representatives and was recorded. The unfortunate tape was the element of accusing us. Were we furious? No, because we knew what he had been talking about, and Lech Wałęsa informed us about it. When Adam says, I don't know the context of the meeting, I don't know either, but I'm simply worried that the leader keeps silent about the meeting with Morawiecki. I'm worried that Polish representatives of local governments don't know the word no when it comes to coal. Experts say we'll miss 4 million tons of coal. Who'll be responsible for it? It would take long months to explain that the government is to blame. Who is our first point of contact? Mayors of cities. I don't understand this politics, soft politics. In our times, when you were soft, you had problems in prison. You have to be tough, you have to be strong. We've got a war for values in Poland, for democracy, for respect to another person. We've got racism. We've got imprisonment, like in a totalitarian regime. Communists were doing in a better way than the current government does. Such enchantments saying as, bite your tongue and wait for victory, I can't wait. The curse of my generation is the word hope. Today I hear the word hope reverberated. Perhaps the president will be decent. Hope. Perhaps the president's wife will behave in a decent way. She's a teacher. Hope. Perhaps will win the election. Hope. I'm waiting for somebody to do something for me. I don't rely on hope. In my opinion, the problem of contemporary Poland and the younger generation in politics is that we are victims of all rebellions that failed. When Frasyniuk says, don't be afraid, they say, no, we are the ones who are beaten and we are not the ones who beat. I don't pretend that it should be in a different way. there is war and you need to be tough.
Bardzo proszę.
Na wojnie trzeba być twardym.
You go to war, you have to be tough. But there is terminology, military terminology, that means friendly fire, that means your soldiers can kill you. It's better not to shoot at our people, even if they did something we didn't like. I do not want to continue talking about this theme. I would like to talk about a different theme, which in this situation should be addressed. We are talking about Poles, we were talking about Ukrainians. What about Russians? What about Belarusian Russians? What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of the relations between us, Russians and Ukrainians. Maybe the war will provide evil seeds, and later on it will be very hard to live, because Russians will not move to Madagascar, they will stay here. I'm really worried when I hear that we should ignore Russian culture. I know that Dostoevsky, when his attitude to Poles was not very good, the same about Pushkin, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't read Dostoevsky or listen to Tchaikovsky. So there is this moral problem, how to deal with Russians after the war, how to deal with the Belarusians who are behaving at least differently than Russians. So this is the problem we will have to face, and Ukrainians in particular, they will have to face it, and we will have to help them. We have to do it right now. We have to face the challenge already. So the topic which is very popular now is what Marta Lampert said recently. It's broadly commented. We can love Marta, but her behavior was not good. She was dividing. So we will have to face the word of forgiveness. So we will have to consider who we should forgive and what should be forgiven. I would like to address two themes. The second theme will refer Marta's behavior. But I would like to get back to the theme of hope. I'm not like Władek. I appreciate hope, I love hope, I was always hopeful, and it was always good for me. Władek, during the martial law, he was the icon of solidarity. Why? Because he was the beacon of hope. So if we lose hope, if you lose hope, you should start writing poems. So maybe Władek is right. Maybe Trzaskowski shouldn't meet with Morawiecki. Maybe he's right or not. I don't know the details, but I know it's not the war. Putin fights the war. You are right about Putin. He cannot win this war. Saying that Putin will win, it will be a loss to the world. We have to do anything to make sure that Putin will lose the war. If we talk about moral compass, I have a colleague, a journalist who is a lefty, and he thinks I'm a rotten Democrat, and he says, I had to tell him that my pacifism has to be, I have to get rid of it. We have to shoot to Putin. Janusz mentioned, and Mirek also mentioned it, we don't want Russophobia, nationalism. Solidarity used to be very patriotic, very national. The symbol of solidarity, is it me? Oh, it's not you, it's someone else who's calling you. Oh, this person who is calling me at this time of the night is not a serious person. Something in Russian, maybe it's KGB. What I mean is stirring Russophobia, hatred towards Russians who running away from the military army mobilization. Oh, maybe they did it for the convenience, for opportunism, but they didn't want to open fire to Ukrainians as the Russian army. They didn't want to take place in this dreadful aggression and invasion. So we mustn't tell them, fuck out. We have to help them the way it is possible. So people, those who are in the West, have media in our newspaper. We have this approach that the mainstream text published in independent Western media in Berlin, Riga, Vilnius, it should be translated and it should be shared through our newspaper to find out what they are thinking about Putin. Of course, we do not want to have anything in common with Putin supporters, because it's as if we were discussing with the Hitler that shooting people, murdering people in the streets is not the right thing, not the right behavior. At the beginning of the martial law, in the Mazowsze Weekly, there was an article published. My two colleagues wrote it, and they were writing whether we will be able to survive without hatred. And this is the question we should address today. Janusz is right. He scores bull's eye. Russians will not go to Madagascar, of course. Their future will be terrible. They will be threatened. And it's not a good idea to be Russian in Europe right now. But because we were minority and we had the power, we were at the right side, we were brave enough to be on the right side. I only wanted to remind you that we have invited audience to ask questions, and we only have 11 minutes. I do apologize that this panel is so short. So I will just conclude. Nationalism is poisoned. Any nationalism is poison. It makes people stupid. It teaches them to hate, not to think. So don't buy into this. Question time. So there are volunteers with mics. Little time has remained, so your questions will be short. Question to Adam. On Wednesday, there's the 5th anniversary of Szczęsny. Watch Committee for Democracy Defense. We will be in Rubinstein Passage, and we will be remembering him. Question to Adam. Do you think that maybe we need some more Szczęsny to make sure that the Polish politics wakes up? And the second question is for Mr. Frasyniuk. Władek. In 1980 in Poland, we organized a public transport strike. You were organizing in Wrocław. I was organizing it in Łódź. Do you think how to to stimulate Poles to go out to into the streets, and we will be leading them. And please keep to the topic of the panel with your questions. Szczęsny, his sacrifice will be always remembered by Poles, or they will actually the same as the sacrifice of Palach in the Czech Republic. It's the symbol of Poland that is being murdered or that has been murdered, or both. I fully respect Szczęsny's heroism. I took part in a meeting in Warsaw after his death. I wouldn't advise anyone to do this. This is a very heroic way, but we have to live and win, not to die. Suicide is something. My imagination is not wide enough, but I can imagine such situation if I do not kill myself, it will lead misfortune of many people. So it was an act of self-defense and defense of other people. But please remember, we have to live for Poland. Many people who felt insulted. We mustn't give Poland away to people who are irresponsible. Okay, I will answer the second question. I am speaking like this. I want to have all the leaders to communicate that there will be no joint list. Tusk, Czarzasty, Hołownia, Zandberg, they said that there won't be the joint list. To be honest, are we pretending? Do we pretend that we won't do this, that we will keep silent? Are we going to have the next term of office of the man who says that Polish universities should be like universities in the Middle Ages? So we are not taking the lead. A Dominican, Father Wiśniewski, I met him in Wrocław and he told me, come to the meeting. And I said, Ludwig, I'm not going with you because you will start a riot, the police will come, and again I will go to prison and I will be in prison like I used to be with Michnik. So it was a disease. It was the disease of youth. So we will not lead this rebellion. The only thing we can do, we can convince people about the values they should support publicly. We should convince people that it's not worth keeping silent. These two generations after World War II have left a simple last will. An elementary school student can learn it by heart. Don't be afraid. Don't be neutral. It's not enough. The history of solidarity showed don't be afraid. And then we can hope for success. It's a very important debate we are having. We are talking about all these threats, about these nationalisms. Are we able to be the voice of this solidarity and start the debate with Belarusians, Ukrainians, Russians, led by Jarosław Kaczynski? No, that's why I don't want to take part in an empty discussion. I want to say this is our duty towards Ukrainians. That is why you, the leaders, you have to, just like we did in 1989, you have to have the joint list, because only then we will be able to win. Next question. My compass, Janusz Nagiecki, Committee for Defense of Democracy. My compass is bombarded with information from Ukraine. I'm coping with this, but there is one place where I cannot cope. Adam has pundit has addressed this issue, but I would like the others to respond. How the democratic societies and states should behave towards these Russians that are fleeing from Russia to run away from the mobilization to the army. So how should we react? I agree with Adam. Any escape is a good idea in such situations. The fewer people are sent to fight in Ukraine, the less bloody this war will be. Fewer Ukrainians will be killed, fewer buildings, cities will be destroyed. So this is a good thing. I wouldn't like them to go back to Russia to join the army, to fight. What for? What's the reason? It will be easier if they do not come back. You have to also be aware that under the first wave, they are sending prisoners to the war. Prisoners who are subject to amnesty. And the professional military units follow them. So if the first lines will try to run away, the professional units will be shooting at them. Well, I would like to remind the first resolution of the first Congress of Solidarity, the message to European states. We have no doubts. For our generation, it's rather obvious. So this is the phenomenon of the Polish solidarity. It's not the hatred, it's not the revenge, it's the future. There is time only for one short question. Good evening, Committee for Democracy Defense. The topic of the panel is the moral compass. And as we know, recently in Poland we were saying that the depository of such compass is the Catholic Church. So I wanted to ask you whether Adam Michnik has changed his opinion on the vision of the role of the Church, especially in the context of Ukraine, or whether do you maintain your previous, earlier opinion? When I was coming here, a lady stopped me and said, please, in this Gazeta Wyborcza, please stop attacking Catholic Church. So I was a bit surprised, because in my company, in my editor's office, they call me a minister of Father Rydzyk. So I think in the following way, Church goes through probably the deepest crisis after the Reformation. This crisis is very intense. You can see it in every area of Church's activity. So this is the first part of my answer. Secondly, this relationship of hierarchs, of bishops, and the Law and Justice Party. And it makes people like me afraid. So this is what we're criticizing. Thirdly, all these scandals in terms of finance, in terms of life-related problems, we must write about it. This is true. And the last aspect, we are dealing with the situation. We live in the joint community home, so if there is a local rejection of everything that is eclectic and Catholic, it's unreasonable. So it's like having a cold civil war. So we have to learn how to live based on the equal, credible conditions. So our time is up. I promised that I will finish on time. So I wanted to thank you very cordially. So the last question. It's not a question, it's an appeal and a very strong request to Władysław. You are very strong and energetic and a tough man. Please stand as a leader and take these people and lead these people to victory. And what now? Thank you very much. Lead who? Thank you very much to our guests. I am sorry that I didn't manage my speakers, but the special services of communist era didn't manage to govern them, so it's not surprising. I haven't managed either.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now. And the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Good evening. I'm Beata Nowicka, and Barbara Kurtaj-Szatan is our guest. Artist, actress, mother, wife, woman, citizen, Pole. That's important in the context of the title of this meeting. Should artists keep silent? At 5 p.m. she was performing on stage in the theater. I came straight from the theater. We are traveling with Porwanie Kidnapping performance starring Antoni Pawlicki, and we were discussing different topics. I wanted to ask them what their opinions were. So I stepped out from the stage. I rushed here, and I'm very happy to be here. You said that your performance is very up to date. Well, it was up to date much before, and it will remain up to date. This is a story of my brother, played by Piotr Grabowski, or Marcin Perchuć, kidnaps the minister's son. They kidnap the boy because we and my husband, we siblings and my husband, have a stall in a street market, and the minister wants to sell this plot of land to build a shopping mall in this place. We rebel because the street market is 50 years old. People who work there are like a family, and we can't even imagine it will be sold so that a person gains millions in such a gorgeous place. And my brother comes across an idea to kidnap the minister's son, and a lot of things are happening. I do recommend watching this performance, this play. That's not the only one you star in. I also star in Chicago as Roxy in Krakow. Everything is so up to date. Chicago was like therapy for me after all these terrible situations I experienced. This musical dates back from 1950s, and it shows the absurd of show business, how strongly it can be manipulated, how court cases are performed and manipulated. When I entered the stage and played Roxy, I felt as if I had to overcome my fears. I was simply afraid to perform on stage. I'm a bit chaotic, but it was like therapy for me. When I was going to play, I learned that I had been shown in Belarusian television, so I got hysterical and I was afraid to perform. And Sztur's family tomb was sprayed with paint in Krakow, but I performed and it was like therapy for me. So let's put your professional activity away for a moment. You're an actress and a singer. Let's come back to the incident last year, but also let's take a step back. You supported Rafał Trzaskowski in the election. You were fighting for free courts. You participated in a women's strike. Right, I had been involved in such issues. I had always been expressing what I feel, and I don't understand why I shouldn't do so. Everybody thinks that now, after the situation when I wrote what I wrote, I was made redundant from Polish television, but I had been redundant 3 years before. I was dismissed with one phone call from Voice of Poland, Dance, 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 Opole Musical Festival, my family town. And the festival has always been very important for me. It was really sad for me. I was made redundant from work, which I did well. Producers were fighting for me, and I was dismissed from a job that I never criticized. I never criticized my employer. I did my job 1000%, but I was made redundant because I had my opinion and I voiced it as a citizen of this country. I posted some photos from marches. It was nothing as serious as it was treated. During the only private conversation I had with Mr. Kurski, that was the moment when Tomasz Kamal was also participating in marches, Mr. Kurski said, "Everybody tells me not to employ you, but I know you are professionals and I want to have professionals." And a year later, I was made redundant, so perhaps the pressure must have been very strong. Nearly 4 years ago, I was made redundant from being the face of Polish television, and I was starring in M for Love, M jak miłość, and I could play my role. I think somebody was looking for a good excuse. I responded emotionally to what was happening at the border, that nobody was helping these people, that we let innocent people die on our land. That's a nightmare. I feel like crying when I see these little children. How can you be made redundant in the era of new technologies? Were you texted? Got an email? 4 years ago, I answered a phone call from a Polish television production employee. And as for the TV series, I was made redundant through Twitter. Mr. Kurski wrote on Twitter on his that he made me redundant. That was symbolic because we had Adam Michnik and Mr. Frasyniuk participating in the previous panel. Mr. Frasyniuk had the same accusation of offending the border guards. You have just been speaking. What did he tell you? He said he knew who I am, and he greeted my mom, and because they know from the Union of Liberty. What about your court case? You were accused of offending the border guards. A year has passed, and let me start with the prosecutor accusing me. I have said it, but then learned that the left-wing websites shared only a small piece of this information. The prosecutor accusing me She was nominated by Ziobro a few years ago for this function. She got a case of a gentleman who said, when will we end political correctness in Europe and will be able to shoot towards people from black people. And she didn't share it, and she dismissed the case. In my case, despite excusing for what I did, apologizing for what I did, I am a person involved in different volunteering actions. I was treated as a criminal, and right-wing websites wrote that I was simply complaining about being treated, but they didn't write about the man who said about shooting two Pakis. I was treated like a criminal, and the case went to court in Mokotów. The court could dismiss it because it was like misdemeanor, but they accepted the case. After learning the documents, the court issued the opinion that it should go to court in Pruszków, because when I committed this crime, I was sitting in the car, and it was in the Pruszków county. The court in Pruszków accepted it, but then the prosecutor decided she would rather have the case in Mokotów. It takes several days. The Mokotów court did not share the prosecutor's opinion and sent it again to Pruszków. I received these letters and I have it at the back of my head. Then the court in Pruszków decided that all stakeholders come from Warsaw, because I moved to Warsaw. The prosecutor is from Warsaw, and hence it should come back to Warsaw, because the claimant is also from Warsaw. And who the claimant was? It was the border guards. Then the court in Mokotów issued the opinion. They did not agree with the court in Pruszków. And the court in Pruszków described the entire communication, that there are some traffic problems. Then the court decided that it should come back to Pruszków. So now I'm waiting what will follow. What did the lawyers tell you? What are your chances to finish it with no fine, no punishment? Nobody knows. Nobody knows who is going to deal with it. How do you feel about it? It has happened. You cannot change it. It is principally used by the media. And they wanted to make it more serious than it really is, to stimulate fear and to threaten people so that they didn't offend the authorities. And they succeeded, because few people decide to reveal their opinions in public. People working for Polish television in private conversations say that they're waiting for the authority to change. I will never say it in public because they are afraid of losing their jobs. And there are plenty of such people. Well, you know, it's human that people are afraid of losing the job. I understand that. everybody has their conscience. People do what they feel is right. Some have to maintain their families and they are breadwinners. But it's really sad that we live in the times when some have to be ashamed of where they work. We live in the times when politics is everywhere. Several years ago, we didn't have to think about it so much. There were elections, we were voting whenever there were more interesting issues or cases, we were more interested, but not to such a scale. Married couples argue because they share different political stance. It's not possible to talk to one another because everybody yells at one another. The same happened during shooting our films. Some people were talking nonsense, and another one was so furious that they couldn't maintain reasonable arguments. That's the way it is. We are no longer able to discuss because we are divided. It is disgusting and it's sad and it's tiring as well. Some are afraid to live in their own country. I don't know if people who are influenced by the governing party, I may come across a crazy person like the one who killed President May Adamowicz.
You said that it was a very strong emotion for you and that you were frightened. So who provides you support in such extreme situations? I have known you for quite a while and I know it's an extreme situation. I have great friends and family, and at times like this, this is the most important. It was a hard year. I've changed in a way. I wanted to ask you how it changed you. I am not so open and spontaneous as I used to be, so I lost this spontaneous approach. I do not trust people, and I don't feel good with it. I noticed that you have a great weapon through Instagram. Yes, it offers a great reach, but now it's no longer a lot of support. People clicked me, but some people follow me. There is Instagram, Facebook, 300,000. It's a huge reach. How can you use it apart from your work? Have you shared some information through Facebook after the incidents with the border guard, something about your political involvement or your charity campaign? I have always worked for charities. I have founded my foundation. I also run special telephone line. I want to make sure that it will function. It is hard to raise funding. I often pay myself for psychologists because they are on duty every day, and we have two lines, Polish and Ukrainian. For the past 6 months, I've been paying psychologists, but I won't be able to continue it for long because now I don't play in advertisements. I have less work. Mainly I work in the theater. So it's not easy, but I would like to keep this foundation going. So I have to fight for it because I have to pay for it, but people who call, they use this service free of charge, and I want to make sure that this line functions, that the telephone rings and supports people. Psychologists that are answering these calls are qualified psychologists, and they are waiting for these calls. This telephone line initially was started to help refugees. And also to voluntaries, to board guards, the families for people who ran away, who managed to come to Poland, to residents of those areas who feel as if they were in the war because all the time they live among soldiers. So it's very traumatic. So that's why I decided to have this telephone service. Anyone who has been affected by the war, there are lots of Ukrainians who live in Poland. So we meet with them, and if we feel that we have been influenced by the war and we can't cope, then we can use this telephone service. So it's available for everyone, so please promote it. Anyone can call. In Poland, we are shy to go to psychologists. We are shy to go to many services, and there is this perception that if somebody goes to a psychologist, that means he's crazy, he's got a mental disease. And my friend told me, she lives in the United States, and she said that if you have a toothache, you go to a dentist. If you have a problem with your psyche, with your mental state, and you need support, you simply go to a psychologist. So she encouraged me to go to a psychologist, and that was very helpful. The psychologist didn't impose anything on me. She was just asking very good questions. These questions opened me up, and I realized many things. So I would really like to encourage you to use psychotherapy. I know that psychotherapy also is very expensive. So if you need such assistance, you can just use this telephone service. It's free of charge. These are also the people who work with those who work at the border crossings. For the past 25 years, I've been delivering interviews. I know your circles very well, so I wonder how your colleagues behaved when you became the victim. You faced a lot of attacks. Well, if my colleagues were asked by journalists publicly, they were expressing some support, but mainly they were writing to me privately. I didn't feel alone. I received a lot of messages, and some people were willing to speak publicly, and that was great. If somebody didn't want to do that, I have nothing against them. So anyone who knows me, actually, people supported me. Nobody attacked you. I mean, your colleagues from work, nobody attacked you. I haven't seen many interviews that would indicate that somebody had attacked. So are you brave after your mom? Actually, I spoke with your mom. I know how she acted when she was a politician. Yes, my mom is a very strong woman. She was always very active. She was a director in Opole. Then she was the deputy director in the Philharmonic. Then she worked for the Marshal's office. And her first job was a Polish teacher. My mom, during the communist time, she was distributing solidarity leaflets, so she was made redundant from her work. So probably I am brave after her. I am open and I say what I think. So you told me that your colleagues tell you in private contacts what they think of the situation, but they don't really talk about it in public. Well, of course, then if somebody speaks like that, people are open to hatred. So you just have to be very brave, or you just can't think about it. If I think that something is terrible and things like that shouldn't happen in our country. I'm not a politician. I'm not speaking as a politician. I love being an actress. I love being on stage, and this is what I want to do. I'm an actress and a citizen, mother, wife, Pole. When I see that in Poland there are such atrocities, I react. It's nothing. I don't think it's illegal. Well, it shouldn't be perceived as illegal. Basia, tell us about your artistic work. What do you do right now? I told the audience that you came from the theater. What are your plans, for example, in terms of movie making? Where can we see you? Now I'm just doing some rehearsals for a play. There was the premiere of one play. We're having a tour around Poland. It's a comedy. I was even quite surprised that people laugh so loud. We are making a play and you never know how the audience will react, whether they will like it or not. But this play turned very successful. So now I am in some rehearsals to the play. Try at least twice. It's a story of a married couple who got divorced, and after many years they meet up again and they discover that they really are in love. And we are doing it in Varieté Theatre in Kraków. Only two actors play, so I play with Michał Staszczak. So it will be mainly shown in Kraków, but maybe we will also visit other theaters in other cities. I was also making a series. It will be shown maybe in December through Polsat Box TV channel. A year ago, we made a movie, but as a result of the pandemic, there are so many movies, they are waiting for their premieres. We were waiting for a long time. This movie was made over 12 months ago, and the first showing will be in January. So you will be able to see it in the cinemas. So all these events that happened in your life, which led to some consequences that you stopped working for the public TV, has it changed you as an actress? Did you have to grow up faster and faster? Well, no, it didn't influence my acting work. When it comes to my job, well, I actually lost a regular job because I'm jak Miłość series and play commercial. It was my permanent job. So now I don't have any regular permanent job. I have some projects. Well, actually, this is quite typical for actors. We live from a project to a project. I've got some theater plays, but if there is another pandemic, they will close theaters down. So my profession is quite uncertain, but it's beautiful. I love being an actress, so we cannot be certain, but we love it, and it's a great compensation. Have you ever known that you wanted to be an actress? You could have been a politician like your mom. My dad actually wanted me to be an electrician. I always knew that I loved singing. When I was 7, I was in the music school, I was playing cello, I was going to theater and arts workshops, so I always knew that I loved it. But only in my final year of the secondary school, I decided that I would study at the theater school, but I only applied to Kraków and Gdynia school, and only in these schools there was the specialization of singing. Another topic, very sensitive, were you bullied in the Kraków school? Well, you graduated from the Kraków school and there were some problems. Actually in Łódź. No, it started with Kraków. No, I wasn't bullied. Maybe you have hard skin, so you didn't experience it. And we also speak about it with my colleagues who are actors, even people who have graduated from Łódź. They perceive the situation a little differently. I'm afraid I cannot hear the speaker. Well, it's good, I think, that some behaviors are addressed some issues, some behaviors that couldn't happen. So we should be more sensitive to such incidents. I have never been to Łódź School, so I don't know, but some people thought it was really strongly exaggerated. So somebody said that he or she suffers from bipolar disease, so people can be hurt due to such opinions that are not always true, or maybe they were true, but I don't know. I was not a student. I didn't experience anywhere. I took part, of course, at the first reception party, first in Gdynia, because I was in the School of Musical there, and then I moved to Kraków. Not everyone has to go through this process of becoming the student. It's like assuming a role. They told us what it was going to be about when we decided to take part in this event. So even if there were behaviors that were a bit extreme, it was slightly frustrating, but it was due to the fact that we were very, very tired. That's why we were so frustrated. But after this event of becoming a student, we decided that we all like one another. So when I was in Gdynia, there were different moments. We were crying, we were furious. There were also beautiful moments that united us. So when I was in Gdynia, only for 1 year, after 4 years of studies in Kraków, I thought that this first year in Gdynia was I was more familiar with this 1 year in Gdynia, because the emotions were so extreme during this becoming the student event. We really became very familiar. But if somebody was not very strong mentally, maybe this person wouldn't be able to go ahead with this event. It was quite tough. My memories are good. You are talking about yourself. So this is what happens with these attacks. If somebody says something evil about you, everyone else starts saying that. Everybody wants to throw stones at you. So I have good memories from Gdynia. I'm aware of them. I know what was happening. And it's not that somebody wanted to harm me. It was a form of assuming a role. The audience came to talk to you, to listen to you. So after our panel, there will be a panel by Robert Makłowicz, so maybe this is high time we gave the floor to the audience. The only chance to ask a question to Basia. Don't be shy. Good evening. My name is Maciej. Maybe it's not a question. I am listening to your speech. I know your situation with the border guards, and I think it's not allowed because you didn't commit any offense. It was just an emotional message. Many people communicate in this way. Or this worst example with this racist who was to be treated, who was going to be persecuted by this prosecutor. So I see it very negatively, but I do admire you for your attitude. Thank you very much. I used obscene language, but it was just a reaction to this atrocity, to suffering, terrible suffering of babies, small babies and women. I do not understand why this case was used politically to frighten people. It's really sad on the one hand, and on the other, that they are really very harsh, they are cruel. So this is how I see it. Good evening, Malwina Nowak-Luty. I wanted to thank you for your post. I don't know whether it was exaggerated or not. When I was listening to the speeches by Kaczynski, they are much more exaggerated, and he deserves the attention of prosecutor's office than your words. They were the words everybody agrees, especially if you are a mother, a Pole, a human being who is sensitive. So everyone who is like that and seen these events would behave like you. Everything that has happened is an attack against democracy. As you have said, some of your colleagues still work for TVP station because they have to, because they are the breadwinners and they are afraid to speak loudly that they do not agree with the government. This is one of the saddest things I have heard recently. I'm afraid that this is true, your words are true, and it just shows how this government destroyed a big part of our democracy and that they are keen to destroy it even more. I think it's a very good summary.
Apart from that, the saddest thing is that different people from the other side of the political stage offended other people and nothing happened. And I have to go to court. That's not fair, but that's the way they work. So me first, because I've got the microphone. Okay, I can see you now. You found the courage to voice your opinion in an important matter. Do you think that other public people, actors, have the duty to refer to public debate issues? Nobody has the obligation. Everybody has their conscience, and every single person should do what they think is right. But on the occasion of our tour, I talked to my colleagues to find out what they think. And one of them thought that actors shouldn't express their opinions because our roles can be perceived in a different way. Another one said we should voice our opinions. Why not? Because once Kazimierz Demek said that the actor is supposed to play just like your ass is supposed to defecate. I'm an actress, I'm a mother, I'm a woman, I'm a Pole and a citizen of this country. This is our common land. If such a tragedy is happening here, why shouldn't I voice my opinion? I understand that not everybody may like it, but we have the right to do so. We have the right to express our opinions. And we reached the conclusion that nowadays the majority of artistic milieus are against the current authority. Their attitude, their humiliation, their disrespect deprives us of the right to express our opinions, and we have the right to do so, just like every other citizen in this country. That was our conclusion. What you just said inspired me, but paradoxically, it would be a question to our audience. You can't answer this, audience. When you watch Maciej Sztur, who is politically involved, when you watch Basia, Maja Ostaszewska, do you perceive their roles in a different way, seeing their engagement? These are the three people. I'm sorry, no microphone, no interpretation. We perceive you with greater respect than those who sit and keep silent. Perhaps they will find a better job and they will be the breadwinners for their families. I still think that the best thing in your life was being dismissed from the Polish public television. I would like to congratulate you on this decision, but looking into the mirror, you will definitely feel better. You're right. Answering your question, I was considering it. When I look at Maciej Sztur, Maja Ostaszewska, as an actress who does this job, I could watch films and not feel the emotions. I entered the story. If something is said beautifully, it's nice to watch. So in my opinion, it doesn't really matter. If somebody doesn't like me for what I said and doesn't want to watch me, well, it's a pity, but you cannot like everybody. You can watch another film. I don't mind watching my engaged actresses and actors. Okay, I can give the floor to you. I am Sylvia. I represent the generation that had its revolution. When I look at such challenges that Maja, Basia and Maciej face, I'm proud of you. You play your roles, but your social attitude and fight with the evil reassures me. Young people will understand it, and they will not wait until internet is taken from them. That's a good argument. I also rely on young people, and I think they're wise. A round of applause for our youth. Okay, so perhaps now I'll succeed. Good evening. Taking the opportunity, I would like to say that recently I haven't seen you on television, and it's a shame because I loved the warmth you brought to the commercials, apart from good play, but definitely they reduced the opportunity to star in TV shows, in commercials. And one thing that comes to my mind is I have just returned from Erasmus Plus, devoted to human rights. Defending some human rights, you were deprived of your rights, such as the right for work. There are 50 human rights, the right for identity, and my question is, have you considered or have you tried turning to European Union for assistance? because you were deprived of your rights. And this is what the European Union tries to fight for. Perhaps there'll be some institutions that could help you, support you. Perhaps there are. I was so terrified and withdrawn that I didn't take it into consideration. But thank you for mentioning it. Perhaps I'll do something about it. Duda has just won with Poland. I don't know if you're aware of it. In 2012, she said something about church. I don't remember exactly. And now, after 10 years, she won. I don't know which court issued the decision. I will check it and tell you. Or I will check it right now. I can ask a question then. Writing this in Strasbourg, writing the post, you were expecting a response. Was it as negative as you expected or much stronger? Hate and negative responses have been my mundane reality for 10 years, but then it came as a shock. It was everywhere. Apart from apologizing and removing the post, when I posted it, the situation at the border was calm and quiet. We only learned that some groups of people were staying in the forest. There were some videos which were recorded by those who still had their smartphones and batteries. For me, it was unbelievable that nobody helped them. I considered it a good idea to check them, to help them, to do something about it. It was just, and they were looking at these people, keeping them in the forest and letting them freeze to death. That was a nightmare. Several days after I posted it, I had bad luck because several days later, the entire groups of people arrived in Belarus. They sent them to the border and the situation became dangerous. Then nobody was interested in the fact that my post had been published before. That was the moment when they used my post saying, "Our soldiers defend our borders," and she's offending them. I was also shown on the news in public television and quoted. It occurred everywhere in all news services. Text messages were sent to post just like alert with the information that Barbara Kurdej-Szatan offended the border guards. Do you consider it a scandal? Send a free text message at my friends, my acquaintances got such text messages. I don't know who was sending the text messages, but the volume of this attack made me scared. I started being afraid about for the life of myself, of my family. I was afraid that somebody like the mayor's murderer could also attack me. That was not so incidental. I felt really bad, so it was too much for me. Is it the answer to your question? Do you mean that Basia was expecting sympathy? Was that your point? I simply asked about how negative response you expected. Any other questions? Yes, I do have a question concerning artists, singers, actors who perform for public television. Doda, whom you have mentioned, she said she is banned on public television because the CEO's wife didn't like her, but she's now the head of the morning TV show. I wanted to ask you about such artists. Doda said she didn't want to become a part of a political conflict because she has a group of people whom she can reach through public television. Not everybody watches TV, and because of the political links. Every artist, singer have different followers and audience from different political parties. Well, it should be beyond politics, but this is not the country we live in. It shouldn't be like that. You can follow with your vision. She is banned on commercial television. Sorry, but what's your point? Doda has been banned for TVN because she supported her mom and her dad when there was an argument with Agnieszka Woźniak-Starak. Coming back to the essence, should the artist support political parties, that's like in the USA, or not? I'm not a person who should tell what people should do. Let people do what they feel they should. It is related to some consequences, just like in my case. It means that some people may not like me, but we should be aware of it. Every person has the right to express their opinions. I'm coming back to what I have already said. We live in challenging times. It's sad that we have to deal with such situations. Several years ago, we didn't have to consider it. And now the politics is everywhere. It penetrates and infiltrates our friendships and families. I'm fed up with it. I'm not fed up with this conversation, but we need to finish because Robert Makłowicz is waiting with his team. Do you have any other questions? Yes, I do have a question. Do you think that in the future artists who perform for public television will rebel? No. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it. If I may add, I would like to say I admire you for disclosing your opinion in public. Others sit and do nothing, and you didn't consider the potential consequences. You said what you were thinking. Thank you. It costs a lot, but I follow my stance. Thank you and goodbye. All the best to all of you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
Starts together
with us.
Dobry wieczór.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, I would like to complain. I am in a very difficult situation, in a very extraordinary situation. I am a panelist who is to perform single-handed. I haven't received any moderators, facilitators, so if there is one, you can always hold on to his question. If not, you have to keep talking. So I will try to do it as well as possible. I hope I will be talking reasonably well, but the duration of my speech is rather long, so I hope I will not murder you. Please allow me to sit down. I will try to imitate the previous panels. All the panelists were sitting, most of the audience are sitting, so I will also sit. I thought I was going to take part in a panel with a moderator, and then I discovered that I was to be single-handed. It's a great honor, but it's also an obligation. So I had this cunning plan, which was similar in the Roman movies, the brave ones against the Roman legion. So there was this scene when a messenger comes to a tribe leader and he says, "Commander, the Roman legions are coming. What plan do we have?" And the commander says, "Just kill them all." So my plan was, since our panel is going to cover a speech, I'm not going to murder all of you. I just thought there will be a foreplay for the meeting, since it's going to be composed of my speech and your questions. Maybe I will speak for 5 minutes and then I will give the floor to you to ask questions, because otherwise it would not be fair. Okay, 4 minutes have passed. So I will proceed with the concrete of my speech. I made some notes. I thought that maybe you will see me all. I've got the title of this presentation, Contemporary Eating Habits as a Mirror of the Nation's Soul. So when the Freedom Games called me to ask me what I would like to talk about, this is the topic I suggested. And once it was written down and I realized that I would have to speak about this, I was thinking, what have I done? This is the material for PhD thesis. Let's consider the meaning, the contemporary eating habits as a mirror of the nation's soul. Anthropology, history, the history of cooking too, sociology, ethnography, all these disciplines of knowledge. If we were to address this topic of my short speech, I would have to refer to all these disciplines. So please forgive me if I do not describe the nation's soul in detail, do not describe it through the eating habits, but I will do my best. So when I was thinking of this topic, I didn't write the specific, I didn't specify the specific concrete nation, so maybe I can tell you what was happening in Cambodia or anywhere else. But we'll proceed with Poland. But before I do this, I would like to make sure that if you want to understand the whole context, why we're here and why in our typical foods, what we choose, what we like to eat, so why it's not only here and now, it's also the past, it's our history. Very often we are not aware of the history. So I would like to use an example which recently has been very trendy in Poland. We are talking a lot about it. Germany. First, I would like to talk about Germany. Germans are now the hot topic for many reasons I am not going to dwell. They are also a characteristic example. It just shows how some historical events can influence our foods and beverages. So, when we consider German cooking, we imagine men wearing characteristic jackets, women wear corset and skirts, frilly skirts, Dint und Trachel. So they eat pig's knuckle, they drink from 1 liter beer max. And this is a cliche. This is a Bavarian cliche. There is nothing like German cuisine or national cuisine cooking. In Germany, after World War II, the generation which after that war grew up, that generation was very much ashamed of what their fathers had done and grandfathers. So en masse rejected the food that were in traditional German cuisine. It's not that Germans stopped eating specific regional dishes, specific characteristic for the specific regions. German food and wine stopped being trendy. People who in the 1960s were in their 30s eating sausages during holidays, or they had pig's knuckles and sauerkraut. It was associated with something we imagine when Waffen and SS division soldiers meet. So we associate it with something dreadful. So what happened at the time? As a result of the economic miracle, Germans started going for holidays abroad. Mass import started. Germans were one of the first who imported foreign foods. So foreigners catering facilities developed in 1960s. Of course, Gastarbeiters from Turkey, Italy and Spain were moving into Germany. That is why there were so many Italian restaurants, wine sectors. Germans are very good producers of wines. Mosel's Rhine wines are one of the best wines, but they lost the value. Roman Wielowczański, who is a well-known producer, Niewodniczański, a producer of wine, he was the son of Professor Niewodniczański, and his mom was German. She was the owner of a brewery in Wittburg. It's one of the biggest private breweries in Germany. So they were wealthy. They are wealthy people. So he started with wine production. So first, everybody was looking at him as if he was crazy when he was saying that he really values his wines a lot. So he was showing to me a menu dating back to the 1920s, menu of the restaurant of Berlin, where the German wines produced using the champagne method were valued higher than champagne. Pinot Noir and Rhine and Mosel German wines were as expensive as the top products from Burgundy or Bordeaux. So when I was meeting with him, and it was in the late 1990s, then it was it wasn't. It was out of date because Germans preferred wines from France or Spain, and they didn't value German products. So the new generation had to come. They didn't have to be ashamed anymore for their fathers. Maybe they had to be ashamed for the grandfathers or great-grandfathers, so that the change could occur. We often forget that it was in Germany for the first time that when the first mass singing of the German anthem. I'm not talking about these previous nostalgic meetings of the former Wehrmacht soldiers of Waffen SS. So the Germans sang publicly the anthem in 2006 in the football stadium during the football championship. Then everybody in the stadium was singing the anthem composed by the Haydn, and they were waving German flags. So it was it was a strange sensation when people heard this singing. But it doesn't apply to the generation that is before us. So the German approach changed to German cooking, German wine. Roman Niewodniczański sells his wines at very high prices, and they are very popular. And now they are on the restaurants' menus. 20 years ago, in German restaurants, there were wines from all over the world, but German wine was missing. So it illustrates, in a nutshell, it shows eating habits that reflect, in a way, the soul of the nation. The soul of that nation in 1960s, 70s, and 80s contributed to the situation that when they had when there was special moment and occasions, they didn't want to have German food nor drink German wines. It has just recently changed. What's the mirror of our soul when we look at it through the eating habits? The soul has a lot of little corners, and a mirror can show the image differently, because in one fragment, if a glass, the glass can magnify, or it can reduce the image, it can distort the image. It's like a stained glass window. It consists of different elements. So Polish cuisine is composed, Polish mirror is composed of several fragments, and when we are looking at it in the context of food, we can show these different aspects.
First of all, we've got people who think that Polish cuisine is the best in the world, that there is nothing better than Polish cuisine. That being a part of this common body of Europe and the influences caused by this opening are a hazard to us, because they are a hazard to our national identity, which is revealed also through cuisine. We hold it straight. Good because it's Polish. Every nation has such a stupid marketing statement by British, by the Czech, as if eggs laid by hands in the Czechia were different than those laid by hands in Slovakia. I know it matters, the conditions in which the hen lives, whether it's a hen from a cage or free-range eggs. Hens don't have nationality, and just like autumn, but we call it golden Polish autumn. If we stand at the border and put another leg to Slovakia, is it Slovakian golden autumn? That's nonsense. That's stupid approach to cuisine and autumn, but it is equally stupid to say that it's good because it comes from the particular country. It is not good because it's Polish, Spanish, or English. It's good because it's good, and that's it. And that's the only reason why it can be considered good. These people think that it's good because it's Polish. The most interesting thing is how the group of those devoted to tradition, or whatever we call them, defines Polish cuisine. They define Polish cuisine and they include such things as pierogi, pork chop, broth. Simply speaking, there is no single dish which is Polish of origin, because pierogi originate from China. Those with different kind of filling were called Russian, the ones with potato and cheese stuff, but it was the former name for Ukraine, and before modern Ukraine was created, they were called Ruthenians, which had nothing in common with Russians, because we called them people from Moscow, and that's or Moskals, which is a term still used. Nabałakaj po moskalsku mowu, if you don't want somebody to speak Russian. So pierogi, pork chop. As you know, this is the dish which was created during the Byzantium times, but it was originally prepared as veal from Milan. When you go to Milan, you have cotoletta or costoletta alla milanese, and this is nothing else but chop in breadcrumbs or in butter. The dishes which do not originate from Poland, but it doesn't really matter where they originate from. Another thing is important. They originate from the communist Poland. We had pierogis earlier, but their popularity flourished during communist Poland, and hence a very important conclusion. Those who are called traditionals for the sake of this speech laugh at those who don't eat meat, vegetarians, vegans, and we'll move on to this part of our soul in a moment. They claim that eating meat is an element of patriotism and national pride. There are such opinions voiced directly. Yeah, you can eat your leftist green stories, green veggies, and we, real Poles, we do eat meat. Where does this devotion to meat come from? And it has been elevated to the notion of something absolute. I shouldn't be the one talking about it. We would need the entire group of scientists to talk about it, but we reach the essence of who we are today. In 90-something%, we originate from the countryside. We, Polish women and Polish men. And as people of rural origin, we had occasional contact with meat. Between the First and the Second World War, peasants used to eat hen meat when the peasant was ill or when the hen was ill. The campaign of Slavoj Słodkowski originated in the 1930s to build Slavojkas, which were outdoor toilets to make people urinate and defecate not in the field but in these little huts. That was the Prussian partition area, where peasants were the richest. However, it was the image of despair and poverty. In the east of Poland, it was a disaster, poverty. These people, shortly speaking, moved to communist Poland, somewhere relocated from the east. No matter how we perceive communism, it definitely changed their social status. It changed in such a sense that communist Poland was industrializing. And the workers' class flourished. Metalworks, steelworks, big factories needed some hands to work. Some of these people had these outdoor toilets, but their contact with meat was rare. Once they got flats in cities, in towns, near factories, and in the factories there were canteens serving meat 4 times a week, something they had not experienced before. Their ancestors had not experienced that. Their social status has changed significantly, and we have to remember that serfdom was abolished, was removed quite late. Now we look at these districts full of blocks of flats, and we remember the times of shortages. In 1956, the rebellion against rising prices in Poznań. 1970s, increasing prices of meat. 76, vouchers for sugar. 1980, again, economic issues. Then there were some political postulates. But it was always a protest against food shortages or high prices of food, including meat in particular. What was the communist authority most afraid of? Increasing prices of meat and food. Food vouchers evoked social rebellions. Only a group of people, intelligentsia, rebelled in the 1968. Hence the meat as a kind of social promotion and the embodiment of a higher social status. We need to remember it, but we also need to make everybody aware how dangerous it is to educate the nation of peasants according to nobleman's ethos. What do we learn? Romanticism. Whenever we talk about food, it is sacred in the Radzivill's court. when a Pole becomes richer, will they do the same as Norwegian or Slovaks or Slovenians do? Will a Pole, just like these people, build a cottage coated with moss on the roof? Does a Pole wear folk costume? Do they listen to folk music? No, we do have disco polo, which replaced folk music. And folk music is played only in pseudo-folk form by Mazowsze or Śląsk groups, which has nothing in common with folk music. A guy wearing costume from Krakow walks around the market square to get money from tourists. In Norway, in Slovenia, people wear national costumes for family gatherings, for weddings. There are local parades of people wearing these outfits. The peasant society in majority is subject to education by noble people, game, roast pigs, and this should be the symbol of our cuisine. People are ashamed of the poverty they experienced in the past. Because we are immersed in this nobleman gravy. And now we are moving on to another part of this mirror of our souls. There are people who understand it very well. And fortunately, these people also think that since we live in this part of the world, we should eat what this land offers. Contrary to the ones I mentioned previously, they do not think Poland is uniform for its cuisine. Those ones say Poland is uniform, all Poles are one big family, and it would be best if nobody stood out and everybody ate broth or tomato soup made of tomato passata from a jar. The second group respects local traditions and they understand one thing, that Poland is a large country consisting of different regions, that in Poland people speak different languages. The majority of us speak Polish, but we've got Kashubian language, which uses a different alphabet. We've got Silesian language. I know that some professors claim it's a local slang, but what is the definition of a nation? Should professors say what a nation is? 100 professors and fatherland, you are lost. Who can become a professor nowadays? That's the quality of tertiary education in Poland. The only proper definition of a nation is when a group of people considers them a nation, nobody can challenge it. If somebody thinks they speak Silesian, not as a local slang, but as a language, we cannot deny it. We also have Polish citizens who consider themselves of Belarusian Ukraine. We've got Ukrainians, and I don't mean those who came to us recently. Remember the Vistula action? We've got Lemks, we've got Boykas, Jews. We have got Orthodox churches all over the place, but we inherited the Respublika of many religions. The Republic of Poland was multi-ethnic, multi-religious and multinational country. Even if Poland became nearly mono-ethnical at a certain point in time, the nearly makes a huge difference. Hence, the people who understand our tradition and identity in a modern way acknowledge its force and power in the regions. If you are from Łódź, you might not know that something you eat, for example, dumplings with strawberries served with cabbage stew, is something completely unknown in other parts of Poland. I had to come here 30 years ago to see it. I didn't believe. I tasted it. And believe me, I don't come here to eat bigos, the sauerkraut dish. I come to eat the dumplings with strawberries. I come here to listen to some local words which can be understood in the rest of Poland, but with a completely different meaning. No one in Krakow will know that the word Krańcówka means tram depot, or Angielka and Weka are the names for white bread or a kind of baguette. The world is complicated, fortunately. Only a fierce nationalist would like to equalize everything so that everybody is the same and the entire country is uniform. We respect local cuisine from the regional point of view. It is perceived from the regional perspective because this is where the real power is hidden. Cuisine is among the key magnets for tourists. There are many people globally who travel from one place to another and they don't bother about what they eat, but 20-30% travel to eat. Culinary tourism is the primary thing. It's supreme. We go to Mazuria to eat different species of fish, such as whitefish. We go to Podhale, so I don't know why we go there, but we used to go there to eat false flax mushroom. And they understood it in the times of young Poland, when wealthy people from all over Poland came to serve potatoes with cheese. I once asked the owner of such a restaurant from the highlands in Zakopane. It was illegally built, as the majority of buildings in Zakopane. There are places where law operates in a different way, and this is this place. I asked him, learning that his son would be getting married. I asked what they would serve, because they served trout, smoked trout, sheep's milk cheese, or pierogi stuffed with such cheese, saffron milk cup, potatoes with cheese. So I thought they would discover, they will disclose this Highlanders cuisine that we don't know, that they don't serve to tourists. And he told me what they would serve. broth with pasta, and pork chop with pineapple, because they don't like what they serve to tourists. They disregard their cuisine. Why? Because they associate it with poverty. And for them, a pork chop with pineapple, it's a bit a thing of the past. But what is trendy now? Swiss chop, but you have to stuff it with cheese, ham, and mushrooms, and it's in butter, and that's a rich thing. Those who respect tradition know that this is not the way to follow. Hence, there are things in the menu that people were ashamed of. What is the peasant's cuisine? What is la cucina povera called in Italian? For instance, nettle soup. This is the dandelion salad, different kinds of porridges. There is also a type of cake with buckwheat groats, lots of such things. But now we rediscover them and we offer them to the public. People were ashamed of them. The mist of the nobleman culture would tell them to eat pork chop with pineapples and not dandelion salad or porridge with butter. In this part of our society, and this is a very common trend, I see a big hope, just like in another fragment or another group whom you can identify, namely those who either limit or quit eating meat. Those who don't eat meat at all are driven by two arguments. I don't because it means killing an animal, or I don't eat because it's good for the planet. Industrial farming means carbon footprint. You cut down rainforest, you plant soybean, not to make tofu, but to have animal feed. It's like a vicious circle, and we know that industrial farming of beef means much severe carbon footprint than all exhaust pipes of vehicles all over the world. And for me, it's refreshing that more and more people think this way.
And something I would like to add personally. I eat meat, but more and more seldom, but I have meat sometimes. But I am a human being who is not only interested where this meat is from, but how does it taste finally. So I do respect vegetarians for their choices, but I also value them because their choice also means pleasure for them. First, they wanted to make it good for the planet, to the population, but people are happy as a result of eating. This is our daily act, which we can sense with all the senses. It makes our life better, not just biologically, but also sensually. 20 years ago, veganism or vegetarianism was only to show our beliefs. Now it's also a great pleasure because vegetarian and vegan restaurants very often are just great. And this food is so classy. Before, it was just enough to say to a vegan, well, this is vegan food, and he felt obliged to eat such food. And today I hear, well, we are not going there. The vegan sushi in that restaurant is really horrible. But if we go there for vegan burgers, you will really love them. I can understand it even better. This is what it's all about. It's not about living like a monk. It's about making our life pleasant. So it's a double pleasure. It's a good thing for our planet, and we also make ourselves happy. Does it mean that I only have 13 seconds left? No. What does it mean? 3, 2, 1, and then there will be a power cut? Oh, okay, please come to the end. This is what I have read. Okay, so I'm just about to close the speech. So there are the three main trends in our soul, in our souls of the mirror. The last two ones I love. The first one, well, I don't like it too much. It's not me. I'm talking only about food, more or less. But if we translate it to any other areas of our life, so talking briefly, which of these trends of eating will win? Well, the one which wins will have the impact on our nation, on our fatherland. Our fate depends on the preferences of the eaters. So depending which of the groups will be strong enough to follow the specific directions, this will be our directions, the direction of Poland. Okay, I'm just about to close, but I wanted to invite the audience to share some information. Yeah, you probably will say that initially I was speaking too much about Germans, but I love talking about Germans because we do not know Germany at all. So there are some cliches. All the time we watch war movies. So Germany is used as an alibi. If we know Germany, we know it as a place where we can earn money. We don't visit Germany as tourists, or very seldom we go there. And it's a fascinating and very diverse country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do encourage you to visit Germany. I have seen many cities where next to the name of the city, oh, I would like to add something about Germans. I was talking about Western Germany, and Western Germany in the past, the Eastern Germany. Do you know the key dishes? There's Ungarische Gulasch and Russische Solyanka is the other dish. So these two dishes were adapted from the communist past. People from the Eastern Germany could go to the Balaton, so they were driving the Trabants and they were driving to Hungary, and they introduced goulash. Of course, it doesn't have a lot in common with the Hungarian goulash, but this is where many Soviet troops were stationed, so that is why they also have the Russian solyanka. Nobody forced them to cook solyanka, so you can see how past can influence the culinary soul of the nation. Solyanka is a very tasty book, but in the Eastern Germany version it's much worse. So questions, that's all from me. Thank you.
Jeszcze nie rozstajemy się.
Dobrze. Panie Robercie, chciałabym zapytać...
Robert, I wanted to ask you about one thing. Let's say you are receiving a friend from Dalmatia in Poland. What would you serve your friend for lunch? I would serve the dishes he cannot taste in Dalmatia. For example, there are no forests there, so I would serve fruit of the forests. We still have forest in Poland, so I would serve mushrooms, potato pancakes. They don't know potato pancakes with mushroom sauce. They don't know borscht, the white borscht. I'm not sure whether I would serve borscht because people do not want to eat borscht if they don't know what it is. So I would offer fruit of the forest, and of course I would be wearing a partisan gorilla costume.
Dzień dobry, panie Robercie.
Good evening, Robert. I wanted to ask you, it's probably a separate lecture, but in Europe we have an unfinished number of meals, dishes, if we were to count the dishes served from all over the world. But we can count drinks, beer, wine, vodka and different varieties of these beverages. Do the beverages influence the culture of people who consume them, or it's rather the culture that has made them drink what they drink? So how does drinking contribute to the way we are? Europe is divided based on several criteria. There's also a zone of vodka, beer and wine. And it influences art, the way people express. Pietruszka's Moscow would not develop due to beer. And when we are thinking of Soldier's Schweik and his adventures, they are a result of mixed consumption. Czech is, the Republic of Czech, which is composed of three parts: Czech, Moravia, and Silesia. So the Republic of Czech is located in the beer zone, but it's also located in the wine zone, mainly Moravia. Hašek drank everything, and this is a case of an alcoholic. In the Czech, you drink both beer and wine, although we mainly associate Czech with beer. It's not an expression of Pietruszka's Moscow. The song, Mediterranean songs, is the culture of wine. So if we go through the art, you can see it clearly. Germany is a good example because they are located in two zones too. We associate Germany with beer. Why do I talk about Germany all the time? Somebody leads me to this theme. So a great part of Germany is the land of delicious wine. The vine has been cultivated since Roman times. So of course it impacts style, living style. Just like there is the zone of lard, olive and butter. Which one I like best? It depends which drink I feel like it. Fortunately, I'm still lucky enough and I can move around the zones. What was the most weird dish? What do you mean weird food, strange food? Sometimes we think that what we eat is something which is true and something else is weird. So, if we take a look at it objectively, to most people, it's strange, it's weird to eat bread because most nations do not have breads. Indians, Chinese do not have bread. Indians have some cakes, and well, I'm always surprised with the chicken soup with potatoes. Okay, I will try to ask a question. I will refer to the previous question and to the meeting with Mariusz Szczygieł, and I would like to refer to my favorite Czech cuisine. How do you explain that Czech cuisine and Moravian wines are not that well known in Poland? They are not very popular. Pierogi have come to Poland through Ukraine. I don't know how pork chop has come to us. The same with probably Wiener Schnitzel. Knedlik are not so popular in Poland. In Kraków you can buy Moravian wines, but you cannot buy them in Łódź. And they are excellent wines. I think it's too early in the sense that in the Polish People's Republic times we were living like in a cage. It was hard to go abroad. It was easier to go to communist countries such as Bulgaria or Slovakia. It wasn't so easy to go to France or Thailand. So when you are kept in a cage, and what can you see when you are in the cage? And if they let you out of the cage for short time, so if you leave it, you want to go to places you couldn't see from the cage. That is why we started traveling as far as we could, and we didn't notice valuable things that were quite close to us. Now it is changing because everybody has visited Vietnam or Thailand, and now they go to Moravia. I didn't have time to tell you about another group which shapes our culinary awareness. I'm talking about fans of foreign foods. There were always people who very often, without any reflection, they admired foreign foods. I like sushi very much and sashimi, but the fact that in Poland you can buy sushi in a department store, it's wrapped in a foil and it's treated as fast food. I think it's really quite unique when we look at the other nations. Sushi is not really, shouldn't be really served like this. Having sushi is very fashionable now. It's just trendy, but knedle, these are dumplings. This is the word known in southern Poland. It is used. It's due to the fact that when modern cuisine was developing, and it was the turn of the 19th and 20th century, we lived in a country that was under 3 partitions. So it was natural. In Kraków we know what buchtas are, but people from other regions don't know what it means. So there is so much to discover, and the Czech is so close.
Czy uważa pan, że przez najbliższe 5
Do you think that within a 5 years' time I'm on the right, I'm waving, sitting on the ground? Do you think that within the 5 years period Poles will reduce or resign from eating meat, considering the Polish cuisine? Well, I can give a positive answer to the second part of your question. I will definitely say no. They won't give up eating meat, but it's been happening. It's not only about inflation rate and the fact that a kilogram of chicken doesn't cost less than carrot. It's no longer like that. A living creature which you have to keep. It needs to be born, then it needs to be fed, killed, processed, and it costs the same as something that grows in the ground and is removed. It was absurdly cheap. But people don't resign from meat because of that, because of prices, but young people are more and more aware of it. The important factor I'm talking about, for many people, the bland meat dominant was a symbol of social promotion, prestige, and wealth. But young people do not perceive it this way. So many generations have passed since, even if they come from the countryside, when their ancestors suffered poverty and treated eating meat as luxurious. It doesn't make sense at all. But understanding what happens to the environment matters. Cutting down on eating meat, definitely so. Resigning, rather not, unless somebody introduces anti-meat dictatorship. But there are no harbingers of such a situation, to the best of my knowledge. I would like to ask the following question. I liked your statement. You talked about it perfectly. There were lots of comparisons and synesthesias and comparison. I would like to ask the following question. Following the trends among young people, or what elderly people order in restaurants, do you think that the current eating habits reflect our soul? And if so, how would you read it? Do we follow the right direction? Do you see a positive change or a negative one? How does it reflect our soul? If you understand we as the young part of our society, I think we are following the right direction. If you consider we as us all, we are not following the right direction. The point is that the people who follow the right direction should be the benchmark. This is the first generation who does not take an egoistic approach. They take problems holistically, in such a sense that, for instance, Bolsonaro cuts down rainforests. 20 years ago in Poland, my peers would say, I don't care. They were busy pursuing their careers in large corporations. We have seen a change in the mindset. Now we think collectively, and I'm very happy to see it, because I'm not a youngster any longer, but I share your mindset. I think that community is a great word, present on many levels. Community means local government. This is the only reform which succeeded fully in our country. And since centralization, which you don't remember, but I do, and that's why I am so nervous about what is happening now. In the past, there was a person in Warsaw deciding about everything. Now, Lots of competences have been handed over to communities of counties, communes, communities, and the state. And finally, the community stands for people all over the world. And we should consider it this way. It seems that that your generation shares this mindset in the majority of cases, but not everybody. Sociological research reveals it. Right, I would like to point out that participating in such a conference and seeing young people, I want to say that it's not only about us, young people, but many showed that no matter at what age you are, you can have interesting opinions. So I would like to ask, have you been infected with the will to discover? I'm infected with the gene of youth. There is no remedy, no cure for it. Biology is important as it makes some processes inevitable, but biological age does not mean that people who are older have to be grumpy old men. It's rooted in your head. And you don't have to run. You don't have to jog. I hate sports. Let me reveal it openly. Sport is more. And we should end on such a happy note. Thank you very much.
Przepraszamy jeszcze na chwilę. Mamy...
We're sorry. Just to pursue the tradition, the Freedom Games are over, but they wouldn't be possible for the work of our team of Liberté volunteers. So since you are here, I would like to invite everybody to come to the stage to thank them for lots of hours of hard work. I would like to ask our volunteers to come to the stage for a family photo. Don't be ashamed. There are many of us. To organize such a meeting, over 400 panelists, discussions, we would like to ask Agnieszka Durmai's team to join me.
Ja jestem naprawdę dumny, że co roku
I'm really proud that Freedom Games bring together so many young people who want to spend their time and do something. It's fantastic, and we'll repeat it in September next year.
I do zobaczenia za rok.
See you next year.
Kolejny się
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world
Changing the world
Changing the world
starts together
with us.